Okay. And we're back. Okay. Hang on then. Go back to this. How do I share? Share live? Is there a share live anywhere? Review of Steve Laws and Tuffs conversation about Oh, we're back. Should be back. I don't want to see that chat replay. Awesome. One thing I'm going to do is put this in the post. Boom. So the live, if anybody wants to join, is now in the post. Awesome stuff. Tuff, how you doing, man? Hopefully Joe and everybody will come back now. If they're struggling to join, mate, the link to join... I've frozen again. Oh. I don't think I have. I think we're good. I was going to say the link to join is in a post on my YouTube channel page as well now. So if anybody needs it to join, they can find it there. They can find it there. Let's have a look. Ooh. Just seen Joe. Joe, are you leaving comments? What do you mean this is an abortion? What do you mean? What do you mean this is a bit of an abortion? I'm doing my best. I'm doing my best. I've set my VPN to the UK now, begrudgingly, so maybe that'll make it a bit better. Oh, I needed that after today and all of the tech issues. Yeah, so yeah, like I was saying, as Joe was saying in the chat just now, we were indeed on one of the bridges earlier, and yeah, got absolutely washed out, got absolutely soaked. It was worth it though. It was worth it. At the end of the day, got to get it done. Got to get it done. Sorry to hear you've been booted, Joe. Hopefully it doesn't boot you anymore. Hopefully not, because you know, don't want anybody getting booted unnecessarily. But yeah, so like I was saying, I'll close that now. Like I was saying, the whole thing that I got from this conversation was a difference between somebody speaking in generalities and ideals, which is what politics is all about, right? Can't speak in absolute specific cases all of the time, even if we'd like to. And every time Steve would make, whether you agree with it or not, every time Steve would make a point, you know, like a political point or whatever it was, the one thing that Liam would come back with was either like an anecdote of a personal friend or the weird segments with like the Halle Berry blowjob and stuff like that. Just very, very weird segments, but we'll go through all of that, as you know. So yeah, let's just get straight into it. So I'm going to start playing the video now. I haven't got YouTube Premium, so there might be a couple of ads sprinkled throughout. But yeah, I'll bring this up on screen now, and hopefully we'll just get straight into it. In fact, it might work better if I put it in theater mode, because then if I check this, I'm just checking something. 2 secs, guys. No, okay, right, bear with a moment. I think this might work a little bit better, just cropping it down. So that I can keep it in theater mode and I can actually still see what's going on. It might be a little bit cropped, but it should be good. Everything we need should still be on the screen. Move that up just a little bit. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to bring it up on screen, and I'll just ask you guys to let me know if you can see it. And bear with me 2 seconds. So I need to go over to another chat tab to check the chat. Right. If you guys can see that, there's no actually way for me to check without tabbing off to a different tab. Because I don't think there's any way for me to oh, there might be one way, actually. There might be one way, bear with. But if you guys could see that, just let me know. I know I've taken it off screen for the moment. I want to pop the chat out so I can see it, hopefully. Am I still here? Hopefully we were able to see that. Okay, awesome. I'll just make sure that it's coming through on the audio. So,
do you remember the light bulb moment where you thought to yourself, I'm racist? Everywhere.
I know I've there we go, because I know you guys see the rumble stuff then. Could you just let me know if you heard that? It was coming through on my end. It was coming through on my audio levels. It was coming through on my audio levels, I know that. Could you hear it? Oh shit, I know I hit the microphone on accident, sorry guys. Anything? Okay, awesome. All right, let's just get straight into it then. Fuck it. Anybody else can join whenever they want. But yeah, this conversation, guys, get straight into it, and we'll stop it as and when. Before we need to, if there's anything we want to discuss, anything we want to elaborate further. I might just stop it like every now and again, just purely because I can't. Oh, there we go. Right, okay. The chat has now finally come up in this little pop-out thing, which you guys won't be able to see. But it's now popped up, so I'll try and keep that up on my screen throughout, just so I can keep an eye on the chat. And it should be okay. We should be all good to go. I can see myself getting muddled up in my tabs to no end, but here we go. Let's get straight into it.
Do you remember the light bulb moment where you thought to yourself, I'm racist?
Everywhere you go, it's just not England anymore. There's too many immigrants. That's the simple fact. And our people are being demographically replaced. This is our land, not theirs.
He was born and bred here. So were his parents. So were his grandparents. Does he not belong here?
No, it's not personal, it's necessary. If there's no English, there's no England. And at the moment, the direction we're going, there will be no England. Culture is downstream from ethnicity and race. Our culture comes from our people. Would we still have the same culture if everyone in Britain is mixed race? Yeah, your politics is a problem to me. 1 or 2 Africans in your village is more problematic than 1 or 2 Polish people. If it's white, it's all right. If it's brown...
Have you ever had your head kicked in for any
I think that's
views?
a bit of a clip
What are your
to no
views
end.
on Adolf Hitler? So you've got 3 daughters.
Yep.
If one of them fell in love with a black man, what would you do?
Okay, so that's a nice little opening segment. So I've seen some people in the chat saying Piers Tuffs. Piers Tuffs, love it. Civnats are our worst enemy. I have seen a lot of people saying that. Yeah, I can see why. Especially because one of the biggest things I think we can talk about is demographics, right? And we have seen, I don't think you can really say that the demographic issue isn't an issue. You know what I mean? I know a lot of people have tried to claim that it's not, but it absolutely is. It absolutely is. It's one of the things that does tear at the very fabric of a society. I'm saying that as somebody that doesn't live in, a diverse area by any means, right? But I empathize with a lot of people that do, because, you see what's coming out of London, you see what's coming out of the big cities, you see what's coming out of Luton and all of these other places. It's absolutely horrendous. But yeah, it sort of highlighted the other things I was talking about. A lot of, personal questions, a lot of personal tangents that seem to go down. But anyway, let's get straight into the conversation, and we'll go through as we go. You'll be raking it in touch.
For the last year, I've been working with Ryan from Change.
Shut up, Liam.
The agreement is...
Sure, here's a unique version of your CV that will help you stand out.
Anybody else think that YouTube is just
today.
swamped with ads at the moment? It's disgusting.
You're an open book. You've said to me that nothing is off limits. I can ask you any question I like, and in return, I'm not going to sit here and make this a heated debate so that you get your say, but I can ask anything I like, and I think this will be better for the audience, and we haven't got to sit here and thrash out our views and opinions. But we may as well get the ball rolling, start as we mean to go on. If my mum was black, what would you do to her?
In terms of what do you mean by what? In terms of what way?
I want to go that. I want to pause that. What a question right out of the gate. I think it's a bit of a weird question to ask, first off. Straight away trying to almost go for like the emotion, trying to pull at some kind of emotion by bringing it up. Like, if my mum was black, what would you do to her? Again, not the way I would have started this conversation by any means. And obviously they do get into some of the ideas that Steve brings forward later. I think you could sort of tell the bent that Liam is sort of coming from as well. It's a question that's deliberately designed to put Steve on the back foot. I think we can see that. And instantly then I would be feeling like, oh, okay, what kind of exchange is this going to be? Is it going to be as kind of, open book and conversationalist as he's making it out to be? Going straight for the emotion, and obviously he does it later on as well with, I'm just trying to make sure I get to the right position where he was just asking that question again. Yeah, bit of a weird way to start the conversation, but see what Steve had to say.
And I think this will be better for the audience, and we haven't got to sit
here and
thrash out
What do you guys think
our
about the
views
starting
and opinions.
question?
But we may as well get the ball rolling, start as we mean to go on. If my mum was black, what would you do to her?
In terms of what do you mean by what would I do to her?
Would she be welcome in the UK, or would she not be welcome in the UK if you was the leader of a political party that was in power?
If I had my way, no, she wouldn't be. She would be deported. That's my line. Our people should come first. And the mixed race question, although it is a very controversial subject, it is a problem that needs to be addressed. At the moment, it's around 3% of the population, but that grows to 5%, which then goes to 10%, and it is a problem that needs to be addressed. Nobody wants their nation to be like Brazil.
Okay, so we're going to unpack all that sort of stuff further on down the line. Yep. But I just wanted to set the tone of where we're heading. So let's go back.
See, I think the only thing there, and I won't pause it too much in this opening segment, but starting off that with, in my opinion, this is just my opinion at the moment, which is a more contentious issue for most, which would be the question of like mixed race people and stuff like that, I don't think is the best way to start off this conversation, because people, I don't think, have gotten a good idea of what Steve's actual political philosophy is, right? And it's just not a good way to start it off, because I don't think most people, when they talk about remigration, mass deportations, repatriation, whatever term you want to use, when they talk about this, they're not thinking first off about mixed race people. I think that's something that's going to come later, if anything, right? So starting off with that, I don't think is the best way for this type of conversation. to go. You mentioned there when Steve answered as to what he'd do with the foreign doctor after he fixed his broken legs, right? It's one thing I can say, it is consistent. He's been consistent from the get-go from what I've seen. So that's one thing you can't say with him. Now you see people like Tommy Robinson, for example, who seem to be changing their tune on the demographic question and stuff like that. When before he was, one of the first things when he went out to Israel and had basically an extended long struggle session, the guy told him the British had a special place in hell and all of this stuff. That when he done an interview with somebody of like, who is Britain for? And instantly he went, not white people. It was almost like, again, a program response, but he just put out a video earlier on, which is getting a lot of flack for the school kids. One of them who was a black kid who was addressing the camera with Salam Alaikum, right? So again, that's an inconsistency there. Many people whom have seen more CivNat like before now are seeming to shift more over towards the demographic question. And then they're showing there that they've got an inconsistency with their position. One thing you can't say with Steve is that he hasn't been consistent from the very go. The CivNats thing, legal immigration, is all right. It has been more of a problem, just on a number scale. It has been more of a problem. And yeah, absolutely. He pushes that really, really hard. I like what you said there, Joe. He wanted to call Steve a racist. He pushes that so hard. And to be fair, I think when Steve is saying that, because he put across the notion that it's not from any kind of racial superiority, it's just from acknowledging differences, at least in his purview. Anyway, that's what he said. It was a very baiting question. Liam seemed to want to be baiting this out of him as if he would get some kind of admittance, just as, trying to force this word out of him to say what he wanted him to say. It was very, very forced, that particular line of questioning. It looks like Grant Mitchell on those weight loss chaps. Hey, what can I say? There's certainly been no end of celebrities that have been on those things, right? All of the fat activists and whatever else that are now frigging on the weight loss jabs, all of a sudden then that sort of sentiment goes right out the window, doesn't it? Anyway, we'll get into it. I just don't think this conversation got off to a good start.
Back. Define, because I get accused of being far right. So the left don't like me because they think I'm far right, and I know that your mob don't like me because I'm not right enough. So people can familiarise themselves with these terms. They may not know the actual definition of them. So you're an ethno-nationalist.
Yeah, that's correct. I'd call myself an ethno-nationalist.
Okay, so define, and we'll abbreviate that to FNAT to make it easier for me to keep it smooth.
Yeah, that's fine.
Define what an ethnat is for me.
So an ethno-nationalist is someone that puts our ethnicity first. That means you understand which ethnicity is, such as the English are an ethnic group, the Scottish are an ethnic group, the Welsh and so forth. And my position is that ethnicity belongs to this country. We are the founders, we are the keepers of this country, and that ethnicity should be protected and secured our future. That's what I see myself as an ethno-nationalist. In reality, an ethno-nationalist is actually just a nationalist, but they've added the civic term because they're more liberals that just dislike Islam. And then you have the FNAT, which they've now used, which is ultimately a nationalist, but they've used the ethno-nationalist line because it's more focused on ethnicity, but that is the basis line of a true nationalist anyway.
So are you a racist?
Perfectly timed to pause that, I think, because now we're going to get into the bit where it just seems, again, it was like a struggle session for me. It seemed to be where he wants to get this term out of him. Say you're racist, say this, say that. Really good there, in my opinion, clarification of the position. I think people can understand there exactly what the term means, right? And actually explaining how the term came about, and that really, in what he may deem as more of a sane world, there is no need for the term because it just means nationalist, right? It seems as though hinting at people that have tried to co-opt what he feels is the nationalist movement, right? Whether it has been on the civic ground or, where ethnicity is not a concern. And now he's said on Twitter recently, X rather, that the civic nationalists are going to rebrand as Christian nationalists, right? And I think then you have people that have been a bit more in between, sort of like the very hardline ethno-nationalist position from the start and have still promoted Christian nationalism. But I could see where he's coming from with regards to this, and saying about how he's actually saying it a lot at the moment when he's saying about the definition of remigration, or now that the term is being more normalized, they want to secure down on the definition. And in fairness, it was people like Steve who brought the terms like remigration to the forefront, kept pushing it. And it just helps you understand exactly what the position is about, and that there are certain ethnic groups, Welsh, the Scottish, the English, and obviously when we're looking at the British Isles as a whole, we'll group Ireland in with that. And I know you have the whole dividing line between Ireland and Northern Ireland, but just let's not open that can of worms for the moment. That's more along like nationalist and political lines, if you will. It's more so than saying that there's a people that are the bedrock and make this nation what it is, and then obviously then they should always be at the very, very least in a very, very high majority, right? And the thing is, a lot of these civic nationalists that you call them, they make the case that Poland is beautiful, that all of these other places are beautiful, right? That they won't then acknowledge that Poland and all of these other places that they say are beautiful are essentially ethno-states, is what we would call them. Very, very high ethnic homogeneity. Zionist nationalist would be a better term than Christian nationalist. Yeah, I can see where people would... Yeah, I can see that. I can see that, because I think a lot of people... and it's a bit weird. There's sort of like a fracturing at the moment going on. You have a lot of people who would say they're Christians. I believe Zuma Historian in the ethno-nationalist movement at least claims to be Catholic, right? And I'm not sure how a lot of the Pope's rhetoric sort of supports that. That's just questions that I have, right? But a lot of the grievances that I know from watching one of his videos as well, when he was talking about the World War II veterans, their perspectives on the post-war Britain and how it's deteriorated in the modern day, was the loss of Christian traditions and all of this stuff, right? And Leon Trotsky, not a great guy by any means. Communist, and as many people would point out, something else as well. But when we're getting into, I can't lost my train of thought there for a moment. I'm watching the chat as well, because I'm trying to keep up with you guys as well. Where was I? Somebody remind me, where was I? You're actually seeing what it's like in real time now. The little bits that I cut out, it's usually because I have a brain fart and I cut out like an awkward 10-second silence or whatever. Oh yeah, Zuma Historian and the rest of them seem, at least claim to be Christian. A lot of people whom have, were fighting in the war, and a lot of our forefathers, as in grandfathers and so on, and grandmothers, they would have had heavy Christian traditions that they actually resent has been eroded away in the modern day. And obviously, with mass immigration, both mainly legal and then the illegal routes as well, you've seen the supplanting of Christianity. You've seen that very devout followers of Islam, for example, have turned churches into mosques and turned other places into mosques and so on. One question I would have for you guys as well, because I see it as a really, in my opinion, paper-thin rebuttal to anybody that dares push like an ethno-nationalist line or anything like that, or maybe points out the, Zionist influence or whatever it is, or Jewish influence, whatever you want to call it. Then they must say, oh, well, you love Islam. You don't care about Islam and the encroachment of Islam into the UK. A lot of them I see actually do, but they seem to say that both of these are foreign traditions. We want nothing to do with them. This is what I can say. What do you guys think? Obviously you guys think that Islam is a threat to the UK, to the British people, right, and British customs, British way of life. Do you think that one is a bigger threat than the other, right? Do you think that one is a bigger threat than the other? Let me know. Let me know what you think. I'll keep playing the video now, and I'll let you guys check your things in the comments. But it's one thing, or in the chat rather. It's one thing I've always thought, like, is one more dangerous to Britain than the other, as some people would think? Obviously, with the war in the Middle East, you have Israel going and engaging in whatever war, resulting in mass displacement. Obviously, those people and our traitorous politicians incentivize those people to come to Britain and come to Europe and so on. So it does seem, it does seem, at least from what I've seen, that Israel has a relative intention, knowing what it's doing, right? And I've become a lot more skeptical of them over, the last couple of months, I suppose. I've become a lot more skeptical of them, right? And that doesn't make me, a Hamas supporter by any means, I don't think. But I just think that that's an area, that's a conflict or whatever. We shouldn't have anything to do with it. And I think that's pretty much the position that most people would agree with. They don't like seeing kids die. And ultimately, many people would say that we have people here that really shouldn't be here, and that we can send them back to both of those places. I've seen people say that on X and stuff like that. But do you guys think, basically, that one is a bigger threat than the other, i.e. Islam or Judaism or whatever it is, or other political influences that stem from those? So like the Qataris buying up like over half of London, and then potentially the Zionist regime, the Netanyahu regime or whatever, knowing that this war is going to push a bunch of these people to Europe and they won't have to deal with them, and the whole idea behind Greater Israel and all of this, do you think that there's one that is a greater threat to Britain than the other? I see, all of these things as things that we shouldn't be getting involved in, at the very least. That's sort of the way that I see it. Anyway, and I'll play this again.
Some people would call me a racist. I don't shy away from the term. I don't use the term myself, but if you want to call me a racist, I'm not going to sit here and go, oh my God, you've called me a racist. I know what I am. I'm a nationalist. I put my people first. If that's classified as a racist in the modern era, then so be it.
I know that's kind of a weak question because the word's been watered down, but from your point of view, if you was to look yourself, if Steve Laws was to look himself in the mirror, would you define yourself as a racist if you was being brutally honest?
It depends on the context of it. If you're saying, is the argument of, are you a racist and you hate other races, then it wouldn't be, no, that would be a no. So I don't hate all other races. I just believe that we have our own homeland and those people should not be in our lands. That makes me a racist by definition, then so be it. But it's not something I would welcome and introduce myself and go, hi Liam, I'm Steve the racist. That's not something I would use.
Okay, so two people that come into my mind before anybody else, and I do apologise if they're thinking, why the fuck are you using me as an example? I've got a black mate from Oxford called Footlong. We call him Footlong because he's been blessed in that department. And I've got Xavier, the life coach, who's a prominent black figure, life coach on the internet. I love them both dearly. So do you think you're more superior to those black guys because of your skin pigmentation?
No. So this is something that's always thrown at us and is always misconstrued and mixed up. We don't see ourselves as above these people. We just want to protect our own people and our own ethnicity and our own race. So I'm a white man, I'm an English man, and to me, those are my people, and that's where I draw the line. I don't see myself superior to any other race, but that doesn't mean that they belong in our homeland or they should be allowed to live here when they was brought over on false pretenses by establishment figures that do not care about our people. They was only bringing them over as cheap labour or for whatever other reason. And that's where I draw my line. So people can use the argument of, but they're black and they work hard and so forth. But to me, that means nothing. It's irrelevant how much money you bring to the country. It's irrelevant what you've done whilst you're here. You are not one of us. And our people are being demographically replaced. So under no circumstances is that okay.
So yeah, a lot there. I just wanted to pause it because I've seen that you guys have, added some things in the chat. They're a double-headed threat. They're a tandem. Yeah, I think as well. I can see where that would be coming from as well, because a lot of times as well, you look at the history between us and it wasn't Israel at the time, right? It was before the modern state of Israel was founded. You had, more. You had Zionist terror attacks against British troops that were in the region, right? So you had the, King David Hotel bombing. You had the Sergeant's affair, right? Not to mention in the more modern era, the arm in the Falklands, right? Obviously. So you're perfectly good to make the case that they've never really been our friend politically and in other conflicts that we've had, right? Then we also had attacks coming from the other side at that time as well. It just seemed that both of these people in these areas, the Arabs and the Jews or whatever, neither of them wanted, British there, and which I guess is fair enough, right? And then they were open with, their hatred of the British and wanting to, remove them from the land. Like, it's almost like they seemingly, don't know whether they would have thought about it this way, but it's almost like that thing where you say the enemy of my enemy is my friend, so both of them were kind of turned against us, were turned against the British at that time. And but now we seem to have been like constantly roped into either defending it or having to take a political stance on it or whatever. I think that we just don't want anything to do with it. Britain has its customs, it has its people, right? Or at least it had its customs and had its people. And it's such a when we've let our cultural traditions go, I suppose, the main one having defined, this country, at least in terms from a religious perspective, and everything else then is downstream from that in terms of like morals and traditions and stuff like that, would be would be Christianity, I suppose, the dominant prevailing one for at least sort of the last sort of 1,000 to 1,500 years. Or you go back further, then you get pagan traditions and stuff like that. And it does seem that a large part of it, both on our political side, and I always think, I had this conversation with somebody on the bridge earlier, everything comes back ultimately to our own government. Everything could be solved if our government wouldn't enable it, right? I think that's what it ultimately comes back to. You know, the foreigners, so to speak, are going to do whatever the foreigners are going to do. So Israel are going to do whatever Israel's going to do. The Hamas and Gaza, whatever, are going to do whatever they're going to do. If our politicians done what they were supposed to do, we wouldn't be having these problems. I would have loved to have seen Steve's face at the mention of footlong as well. Absolutely. You know, you just sort of like, have that little, smirk, or like, the smirk with the eye roll, being like, I can't believe what I've just heard. Right. And again, this is where I can't remember if I said it in the intro or whatever, that, it's a pragmatic point, demographic replacement. The English are an ethnicity, the Welsh are an ethnicity, the Scottish are an ethnicity. Combined, they make up the British ethnicity, if you will, which is these slightly different slightly ethnically different tribes, but very closely related, right? Which Liam doesn't seem to want to contend with. It's a bit like we're being demographically replaced, which I don't think you can make the argument that we're not. Right, I don't think you can make the argument that we're not. You see it in the numbers. You see it all across England. In Wales, I don't believe the figures that we get are 100%, accurate. I'm very, very skeptical of the ONS maps that you see. If you go on ONS and you look at the census data for Wales, for example, you see it is extremely ethnically homogenous. I'm very skeptical. And even that, I hear it from people that aren't political whatsoever, vehemently disagree with me, and they'll make the offhand comment every now and again, being like, I see more people I don't know than I know before. I went down Tesco's earlier, there's a bunch of foreigners down there. People do notice. They've been programmed either not to notice or not to say anything about it. Our politicians are selected, not elected. There's no voting solution. Yeah. And the demographic situation has only gone hand in hand with that. I think you're seeing more of a problem with that as well in America at the moment. The controversies around, APAC and other PACs like that, buying politicians and stuff like that. Yeah. I certainly, with the way that it manifests in the modern day, what kind of democratic system do we really have? The will of the British people with what they wanted has been trampled on for a hell of a long time. As they mentioned, they were brought over essentially as cheap labor, and at that time there was a lot of controversy around. They nearly sent the boat away. It didn't take very long for the opinion polls to change, and then the sentiment going from I suppose you could say moderately pro-immigration, right, to pretty much almost entirely against it. There was polls done at the time around the late 50s, I think it was either 56 or 58, that were done after a series of riots that happened, where opinion poll changed to 81.5% in favor of immigration control, so i.e. reducing or stopping immigration entirely, in London. Obviously, London has been one of the biggest heavy hit areas. I think in areas like mine, that's where we need to start looking at this proactively. I hope that in communities like mine, right, which again, my constituency is built up of several little towns, right? For those of you who don't know, my community, I group several little towns in with that, which are not all in exactly the same area, but they're all very close together and make up the same voting constituency. I hope that we can actually be a little bit more proactive with regards to it. And I know people that have moved to streets like mine from big cities like Bristol. I asked them why they moved, and it's like, nothing was made about the whole diversity thing. But I was like, oh, crime's pretty high there, isn't it? And they're like, yeah, and little things like that. And I'm literally saying, why then you have not only people who come in at Dover or come in legally and make their way across to small towns like mine, but then you also have people fleeing. The big cities and stuff like that, to areas like mine, which are more rural in the countryside, which haven't had the same effects yet. I think that's why we need to be more concerned about the demographic question. And it is coming for all of our little towns and hamlets as well. And because they have such less population, it's going to be so much easier to take them over with an already declining population anyway, due to things like abortion, due to things like the aging population, due to things like people not having kids, due to, bringing people in that really shouldn't be here, Right, you have to bear with me 2 secs, guys. I'm having a phone call I need to attend to, so I'm just going to leave this up on screen. I will be back as soon as possible. Please bear with me. Oh, right. Sorry about that, guys. Sorry about that. I had repeated phone calls, so I have phone call notifications coming up on my screen and on my phone repeatedly. So I thought something was wrong. Luckily, nothing was wrong. Nothing was wrong. But yeah, you know, when you get the same family member phoning you know, repeatedly, it's like I knocked the first one off, thinking, oh, I'll get back to him later. But yeah, when I had 4 bloody calls, then I was like, okay, maybe there's something serious going on. So yeah. Anyway, getting back to it. Sorry about that, guys. Yeah, exactly. And again, I'm looking at some of your your comments. One of the other things at the time as well, you know, we're always you know, looking back on some of these attitudes, we're told not to look back on them with any kind of thinking, why did they think this, or were they thinking correctly? You know, at that time as well, there was over 2/3 of people that were saying if it became you know, demographically completely changed, right, if there were large amounts of foreigners that had been moved in, they would move away. And it's just, again, you're seeing now And a lot of people then purporting these ideologies because they want revenge. They want revenge for what they perceive as what our ancestors did, right? And they're going to take that out on us and our children, right? And that's just the reality. That's just the reality. They're coming here, right? In many instances, to enact this kind of revenge. You can't fault people then for wanting to move away. Or you can't fault people then for upscaling at least their words, right, with regards to, oh shit, we're going to have some trouble coming in the future, or oh, who do you think's going to have to deal with all of this? You know, I remember there was a Joe, you'll know, you told me about it, the undercover BBC journalist that had one of you guys saying something completely out of context, right, and something which they are saying because they're sick and tired. They're sick and tired of seeing this, right? And he said something basically to the effect of talking about firearms that he had. And who do you think's going to have to fight these, you know, who do you think's going to have to fight these effing migrants, right? You get that as a bad read. It sounds really, really bad. But, you know, there's a lot of people that are thinking that in areas where they've been completely demographically replaced. The demographic question is a one that we need to reckon with. And there is in that is just one clear answer, because then if you have to reckon with the demographic question, right, or if you then ask yourself that question in an honest manner, and rewatching a debate with Ricky Doolan and Laura Towler, for example, really cemented this in for me, whereas if you press them enough, they'll basically say that there's no such thing as a native British person, which is obviously not true. And, you know, you will end up reckoning with it. And when you reckon with the ethnicity question, it's unavoidable that a key part of that is race. So again, no matter which way you arrive at it, it doesn't matter whether you arrive at it kicking and screaming, so to speak, right? Or if you arrive at it via logical deduction, or if it's just something you knew from the start, or, you know, some a prejudice from in-group preference, should we say. I don't necessarily mean prejudice in a bad way there. I should preface that. It's a case of we're all going to arrive at the same junction. Because being, I think as Laura Towler put in that debate, northwestern European tribes, they have a skin pigmentation like other places around the world. They all have their own skin pigmentation. Not necessarily anything wrong with that, at least in my opinion. People have differing opinions on that, but, you know, Steve's saying here, it doesn't feel as though he's any superior to anybody because of their race just because of their race. But it's a case of this is a home, right? And that's the way that I think of it. If somebody's in your home and they have no right to be here, regardless of skin color, regardless of who they are, you have the right to remove them at any point for any reason, because it's your property. It's your property, right? We, in my opinion, certainly in England, but we need to start thinking about it more proactively in areas like mine, whereas they're in many areas on the reclamation. In many areas of England, like Luton, like boroughs of boroughs of London, you know, where they've been completely, in many instances, ethnically cleansed. We're talking about reclamation there. You know, we're not talking about being proactive. We're being reactive there. So it's a slightly different question. In areas like mine, we have the luxury, I think, at least at this point, of being more proactive about it. And I kind of lost my train of thought there again. I really suck at this, if you haven't. I really suck at keeping my train of thought on track. But like I was trying to say, hopefully maybe one of you can remind me in the chat of the train that I was on. Right, the train that I was on. I guess the overarching point is I can't remember what the hell I was talking about, because I was looking at you guys talking about Joey. You know, seeing that I seem to be echoing what this Joey guy was sort of talking about. So I've got the chat on screen as well. I'm seeing you guys' comments coming through, and kind of got a little bit distracted when I was seeing that. But you're going to end up coming up against the race question at one point or another. That's the biggest thing. And the minute then you say that demographic issues are a problem, well, you're open to be called racist, right? You're open to be called racist because that term, as Liam correctly mentioned, in my opinion, it has been watered down. It has become meaningless, right? And it has just become an excuse, particularly for the radical lefties, to justify killing you. That's what it's become. Yeah, the nation is its people. Yeah, a nation is its people. Just so you put that in the context of it there, Joe. Yeah, a nation is its people. And that's the reality. You go to Poland, you see Polish people, that's what makes it Poland. You go to any other place, around the world, and it's that way because of the people that live there. And that's the way you can stop getting guilted as well about everything else going on around the world and so-called remnants of colonialism and stuff like that. Pretty much all areas around the world now are the way they are. All countries around the world now, they're the way they are because of the people that live there. So you use that and apply that to the UK, and then you get another indicator of what the problem is. But you look at areas like Somalia, you look at areas in Africa, you look at areas in Afghanistan, Pakistan, all of this stuff. They're that way because of the people that live there. And maybe then, you can see, maybe bringing some people in from these areas, not exactly a good idea. But yeah, the term racist has been completely watered down. It's used as a justification to kill people no matter what because they don't agree with the political agenda. And it's disgusting. That's absolutely disgusting. But you'll see here now in this part of the conversation, which you would have already seen probably, that he's going to go down this route of now trying to bait Steve into seeming, just try to admit outright these racist. Steve's like basically saying, call me if you want, I don't care, right? Which I think is the correct response. Right? Even if you can disagree with Steve on certain things, the leftists don't care. The leftists don't care. So you might as well say, call me what you want, I don't care. But we're going to see now this is going to go down a really weird route in a moment.
Before I go to your upbringing, I mean, we've got so much to cover, but I'm going to try and keep it short and punchy without the debate and the challenge.
Yeah, no, you're cool.
Because it's pointless if we clash. No one's going to get to know why you've come to the crossroads or, where you are in life if I keep interrupting and saying, I don't agree with that and how about this? So do you think, for example, the Windrush era was a success?
No, the Windrush era were the first illegal immigrants that came into the country. They was never invited. They should never have been allowed in. And the fact that they've been celebrated and put on some pedestal as if they're the greatest generation is absolutely ridiculous. They came over as illegal immigrants. They was not invited. Some of them did work, yeah, sure, but their offspring, the second, the third, the fourth generations, they're the ones running through London in the stab gangs and causing all of the violence in the streets and so forth. These people do not belong in the country, and they're not welcome. They may be welcomed by the establishment, but the average person in the street that I've spoken to would happily deport them.
So when you say they're not welcome, because I know plenty of people that do welcome them, that have assimilated with them, that drink and break bread and spend Christmas Day with them, I say them, people of colour, me being one of them. I've got lots and lots of different coloured friends. I'm from Crawley, which is a London overspill, so it's multicultural. Not that I think multiculturalism works, because there has to be a top tier culture, which is the British culture. So that's sort of me kind of.
Problem he said there has to be he come from a multicultural area and seems to be quite proud of it, and then says that multiculturalism doesn't work. Basically saying the underlying theme is that the area that he's from really doesn't work. I guess that's the one thing you can say, that the tangent you could infer from that, right? But then again, this is where you get into what is British culture, what is British culture? And now we're seeing that a lot of these people then will say that we have no culture. We have no culture. So if it's all about British culture, but we have no culture, how does that make sense? And obviously we do have culture. I'm not saying that we don't have culture. But the biggest thing is the Windrush generation, I suppose, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, from what I've read, it wasn't until after the Windrush had arrived, not long after, only a few years, if anything, that opinion against immigration radically changed. I'm talking radically changed. And the biggest thing is that I see there is that he said he was the first generation of illegal immigrants, and I've seen there that people have basically gone, could you say that technically they were invited? Not necessarily that they were invited by us, not necessarily that they were invited by us as a people, right? Or I'm not saying us as in me, but obviously the generations of Brits that existed and that were the ones having to deal with this at that time, right? Could you then say that they were, quote unquote, legal? But I suppose then you'd say that, and this is the way that I've characterized it in the past, and I suppose you could say you guys are saying that Liam's contradicting myself. I'm kind of feeling that I'm contradicting myself a little bit as well, so we'll see how this goes. But it was an illegal system, and the way that I viewed legal immigration, certainly, from what I've learned really since the 50s and the 60s, right, as being an illegal system. Because as you said, yeah, exactly as you said there, Banksy, they were never asked. And when they were asked, when they were polled, they were heavily against it from the late 50s onwards. That's what I've seen. Again, 81.5% in London. Over 2/3, I think it was, saying that if it was to change massively demographically, they would move away, right? I can't remember exactly how much the national sentiment flipped, but it was certainly over half. I believe it was about 70 or 73%, something like that, national sentiment against immigration. And, it's a case of being like, well, the native British people's rights have been trampled on and they say have been trampled on for nearly now coming up a century. And what we're basically being told at this point is, if it can't be changed, that we have to just accept that your grandfather or your great-grandfather, whoever it would have been, when he started having his rights trampled on, and your grandmother, and your then, or your great-grandfather and great-grandmother, and then your grandfather and grandmother, and potentially even your mother and your father, them having their rights trampled on is okay, and we just have to accept it. That's what you're seeing now. That's why there's been this so much backlash. Regardless of if it's because you don't like foreigners or whatever, which I can understand. I'm here trying to understanding that I don't have the same problems that many other people do, and I can understand why people think the way that they do, right? It might not be the exact same way that I think, right? But I can understand why people think the way that I do. Exactly. Yep. What could they do that we couldn't? I can see that. Yep. Exactly. What could they do that we couldn't? That's why. Again, I think it was just the whole thing from the very start was a massive con. Can't help but think that maybe people knew about it at the time. Toffee, you mentioned there the Isaacs family. I don't know whether maybe you want to elaborate on that. I've never heard of anything to do with this. The Isaacs family. I think I get the impression what you're hinting at here with the second part of your statement, but I've never heard of this Isaacs family. I don't know whether you want to put something else about that in the chat, just purely for my benefit. But yeah, it just seems this was a very well engineered plan, and what you're seeing is so much backlash now because people obviously see the trajectory where it's going. But I'm also thinking like, oh, hang on. It wasn't okay for their rights to be trampled on all the way back then. It wasn't okay for their rights in their home to be trampled on. And then you see, what is it? I forgot what I was going to say again. Yeah, the whole point just being is that we have to sit back and take it. We have to sit back and take not only our rights being trampled on, as you see people locked up for speech and all of these things, but we have to take our grandfathers and great-grandfathers and great-great-grandfathers' rights being trampled on, and also the sacrifice of our greatest generation, right? Who, make no mistake, they did not, again, I know you guys know this, and I know I'm preaching to the converted, right? They did not go to Normandy. To think of how good the Britain was going to be for Africans or Afghanis or Pakistanis or anybody else, not even just people who are non-white, but the Poles, the French, right? They didn't go to Normandy thinking how good Britain was going to be for any other people other than the British people. And the thing is, and how you see how much this has changed in such a short time, as you guys will know, is that back then you had a very clear idea of who a British person was and who a British person wasn't. Because all you saw were British people. And you knew they were British people because you knew exactly pretty much where they come from, the lineage they come from, the genetic ancestry that they come from. And that's why what we're seeing in the modern day is a very, very recent phenomenon. And it shows you really how damaging it's been, that it's done so much damage in so little time. At least in my opinion. I'm just checking over your chats at the moment as well. But yeah, exactly. What could we do that they couldn't? I read in or when I was doing one of the bits of research for one of the podcasts I done, that in terms of who died and who were injured relative to the population at that time, it wasn't exactly a massive population shortfall. It might have taken us longer to get through it. It might have taken us longer to get through it had we not had this generation of immigrants come in. But in my opinion, it was one of the biggest things of our government in particular, not only selling out their people, but taking the short-term gain over the long-term pain. And now we're seeing that. Unfortunately. A lot of these people, as Steve mentioned, will also resonate more or identify themselves more with their tribe and with their people whom they are, right, and who they know they are, and whom they're proud of who they are. I'm not saying they can't be proud of who they are, but they will affiliate more with them than they will with the British people. And that's a problem. And yeah, as you mentioned, there's He's Not Dead. Humans are deeply tribal. Exactly, they are. And that's just the reality. They are deeply tribal. It's just intrinsic to human nature. Same time as Windrush, we were told we needed a new workforce, but British were enticed to get a new... Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you had British emigrating. You had British emigrating at that time. That's one thing I did read, but I didn't touch on. I forgot. Thank you for reminding me of that. The British were either enticed or they moved to new areas elsewhere, like Australia, as you mentioned. Yeah, exactly. This one me thinks that this was a very well orchestrated plan. Japan managed to rebuild after the war without mass immigration. Yeah, exactly. And they had 2 nuclear bombs dropped on them. They had, what was his name at the time? Truman? Truman dropped 2 friggin' nukes on their head. And right now with birth rates and stuff like that, Japan have done a great service to themselves, in my opinion, with the Prime Minister that they've just elected. One of the most hard lines, particularly on immigration and stuff like that. So I'm hoping that Japan are going to be able to preserve their culture. It really hurt me seeing some of the videos that were coming out of Japan. Because, you look at them, when they come over as tourists and stuff like that, they seem to be, for the most part, very nice and respectful people. They absolutely do. And, it shocked me when I was seeing that there were Muslims over there from Pakistan or Afghanistan or wherever else it was, saying that the Japanese need to conform themselves to them. I was like, no, get the fuck out. Get the fuck out. Japan had no freaking problems. All right. And exactly as you mentioned, they rebuilt themselves and, didn't necessarily need immigration to do it. That immigration, the biggest thing is we've always been told how much it's benefited Britain. It might have benefited the political elite, at least the immigration in levels that we've had. It might have benefited the elite because they've been able to import massive voting blocks to, in many cases, outvote the native British people, right? And turn their own democratic system against them. It might have benefited the immigrants, right? I don't think it's ever necessarily benefited the native British people. And I don't think that's contrarian to say. Without immigration, there's a lot of young girls in this country, as we know, that wouldn't have suffered the absolutely atrocious fates that they had to suffer. Absolutely. And it makes me sick every time I think of what those young girls were put through. Anyway, let's get on to a bit more of this now.
Sort of trying to meet you somewhere in the middle there, because I know it's not black and white, no pun intended. But we'll come to all of that. Let's go back to your upbringing. Where you're from, what moulded you, school, any altercations, any trouble into teenagehood. I want to find out why you've got these real...
I appreciate
we could call them radical views, couldn't we?
Yeah, I'm fine with that. That's fine. Yeah, so I grew up in Folkestone. Normal household, dad, mum, few brothers and sisters. Old man used to raise pigeons. Normal upbringing, normal school. So I went to primary school. Everyone in my primary school was pretty much English. There was like the odd Slovak, but other than that, everyone was pretty much English. Then I went to secondary school. That's where I first sort of met like a Pakistani and an Indian. But other than that, very normal upbringing. Had kids quite early. My first child at 19. Now got 3 children. I'm 34. So relatively normal upbringing. Nothing sort of out of the ordinary from any other background, really. It's just I see what was happening in front of me in the country and I couldn't stay silent anymore.
I think most of you guys, let me know what your experiences were like. Certainly same for me. So growing up in the Welsh Valleys, very rare that you saw any kind of foreigner. Thinking about it, it was kind of like a weird thing when you had like the odd Polish kid in class. You had the odd Polish kid that would join the school, right? And they were like fascinating enough to young kids, right? Obviously coming from a different area of the world, not speaking the native tongue and stuff like that. Then you did have the odd person that seemed to come from other areas of the world. I think we had one person that potentially might have come from India, but there were some kids that you had come in occasionally that, at least to me, from what I remember, now my memory of primary school, not always great, right? So again, understanding the limitations of the human memory. But I can remember the odd, what seemed to be Muslim kid coming in, at least looking at, in my opinion, now from what I can remember, how short they lasted in the school before seemingly they were pulled out, and you just never saw them again. And I can't help but think that that's because due to certain, religious rules or customs or whatever that tells them not to associate with people who are non-Muslim. Do not take the Christians and Jews as friends. And I think that's exactly what Liam was looking for, Joe. I think it's exactly what Liam was looking for. But it's a bit like me. I grew up in a relatively normal household, right? From people I've spoken to, not necessarily a great one, just parents will tend to get along and stuff like that happens, right? The one thing I will pride my parents on, I will give them a lot of credit for, is the fact that they stuck it out for me, right? A lot of other people's parents I know would have separated for whatever reason, but I think that they put me, every single time they've put me above themselves, and I can't, I'll never tolerate anybody saying anything bad about my parents, as you guys will never also, right? So, relatively normal upbringing, relatively normal schooling. Yeah, it wasn't until maybe you got to comp or college that you even saw anybody that would be from a distinctly non-British background. And obviously all through school, from like the age of like 3 years old, you had multiculturalism and diversity hammered into you, quite literally. They were the little displays or the massive displays they do on the boards all over primary school, right? Multiculturalism, how good it is, diversity, all of this stuff. It was pushed into you from an extremely young age with children who have no idea what it actually is and what it actually stands for. And it's a thing there when Liam in this instance seems to be trying to push for seemingly a reason to point out why he's a head case, or why he would perceive him to be a head case, and try and maybe push him up that way. But the reality is that, and you learn this as well in the outro with the way that Steve describes himself as a father, patriot, I think self-employed painter. He says he's just an average guy, an average English guy with a family, which obviously then gives you extra reason to care about these things, right? Extra reason to care about these things. With a family who sees the direction the country has gone, and in his opinion, now the things he puts forth, right, are the solutions for that. And ultimately, we see. I don't know what the demographics of Folkestone are like. Does anybody know what the demographics of Folkestone are like? But yeah, even people who are seeing this, I'm a person, for example, that sees this from an area that doesn't have a lot of the same problems as these places do. But I'm like, holy shit, that's coming for us. It's a natural thing to think when you see the way that your politicians speak. When you see the way that your leftist politicians speak, right, there's no reason for you not to think that it's going to be coming for your small towns. But again, learning that Steve just came from a normal background, right, a normal English family, is certainly a valuable point of information. I think he said he was a council estate kid and stuff like that. But again, just a guy that's grown up, has a family, right, and deeply cares about what the country is going to look like for that family in the future.
You ever bullied at school?
No, I was a bit of a shit at school, to be honest with you. I won't go into details, but yeah, I was a little shit when I was younger.
We want details on this podcast, Steve. Give us the details.
Typical council estate kid, basically, causing shit on the estate, smoking whilst I was younger, getting arrested now and then, like, for nothing major, just sort of like pissing about as a kid on the estate or something, like just your average, normal council estate kid, basically.
Because I'll be honest, I did wonder, maybe when you was younger at school, you were bullied by a black man or a brown man or a yellow man, and this is why you formed your opinion. So I had to ask.
No, ask away. But the thing is, there was no foreigners in my school, so it was all just white kids, other than like maybe like a handful of foreigners in my secondary school, and that they were Gurkhas, like that lived on the army base, and then there'd be like the odd Pakistani, and there was like 2 black kids, I think. So that out of a school of like 1,500 people, there was not many at all. We didn't even really see them until college properly.
And did you exclude them two black kids, or did you become friendly with them?
I just didn't speak to them. They was just not in my circle. Like, it wasn't like, oh my God, they're black, we can't speak with them. It was just, they're just other. It wasn't because they were black or anything. It was because they were foreign. It was just, no one could have anything in common with them. Like, we were all talking about what was on TV last night, the football clubs in our local area and so forth. And there's these foreigners that are just completely other. And that's how we'd always seen them.
And was there ever a light bulb, or do you remember the light bulb moment where you thought to yourself, that's happened, I'm racist?
No, not really. So obviously I started filming the boats and so forth because obviously I lived in the area. So I was one of the first to expose the migrant invasion and so forth.
Yeah, what year did you start doing that?
About 2019. So going back a while, it's like a whole thing now. Everyone does it now, so it's quite refreshing to see. But back when I used to do it, this is back before even Farage was talking about it and so forth. And so then I sort of carried on doing that. I sort of started doing that just to prove to my friend that it was happening. He didn't believe that it was getting loaded onto coaches and then taken to a hotel and then so forth. So I went, filmed that, showed that, put it onto Twitter, and I had like 200 followers or something at the time, and it got like millions of views. There was like Piers Morgan retweeting it and stuff. So I was like, okay, people don't know about this. So then I just sort of carried on, and then before you know it, I'm 2 years down the line, still exposing this, going to the camps and so forth. And then I sort of sat back one day and I just see everyone complaining about illegal immigration, barely mentioning legal immigration. And this was...
So before he goes down there, I want to get your guys' thoughts on, as far as I'm aware at least, Steve was one of the first people, to really start documenting this in a serious way. So obviously you had other political initiatives that have been, in existence since even before Steve was born, even before I was born, obviously, even before many of us were born. You had Enoch Powell back in the 60s. You had then... what was the name? Is it Tyndale? I think it's Tyndale or it's something like that. The leader of the BMP. Whenever I think of the BMP, Nick Griffin is always the first one that comes to mind. So I know you had those leaders at the time that were going on about demographic replacement, immigration, all of this stuff. Then in terms of the channel boats, I do remember, because it really pissed me off, and it's one of the things that really pissed me off, especially as reform started to take more of this like woke, for lack of a better turn, right? That Nigel Farage seemed to try and be piggybacking off of this stuff. He's going out to the channel recording these weird Jet 2 holiday, commercials to the backdrop of the boats and stuff like that. Active Patriot, yep. Because I remember I put out a post on X where Nigel Farage was trying to take credit for being one of the first ones out in the channel. John Tyndall, thank you, Joe. John Tyndall. He was saying that he was one of the first out in the channel. Obviously, then Steve and Active Patriot were there long before that. And he tried to piggyback off of these guys' work. And that lets you know as well that they say you only take flack when you're over the target, right? That's a common phrase that's often used to do this. You had what was it? Oh shit, I've lost my train of thought again. Oh yeah, the whole point with Nigel Farage and others trying to then piggyback off of what these guys were doing. So then these guys like Steve and Active Patriot and these guys were doing this stuff, quite clearly showing that there is a problem. And I think that's why as well then, as soon as they realized what, say for example, Steve was actually about, many people then tried to shy away from it and then tried to take credit for what he was doing or whatever, or try and co-opt what he was doing. Because again, people might think, oh, hang on, these guys were right about this. What else were they right about? And that's one of the things with anybody that's been on this side of the spectrum now, is that the more and more I've thought about it, the more and more it just makes sense, right? And the more and more contradictions I see with, say, the civic nationalist position and stuff like that. But yeah, I actually reached out to Active Patriot a little while ago. I reached out to him a couple of times. I understand he's very busy. This was before he had his door kicked in, the disgusting Stasi, police force that kicked his door in and left his house exposed, right, for the day that he was incarcerated or whatever. Recently, reached out to him a couple of times before that. Sadly, we couldn't make anything work at that point, but hopefully maybe we'll be able to make something work in the future. I've reached out to Steve as well, so hopefully we may be able to make that work. But yeah, these guys are putting in, the one thing you can say about them is that they were putting in the legwork beforehand. And it does show a lot about our political class, right? It does show a lot about our political class when they were trying to piggyback off of these guys' work, but then sanitize it, try and, for lack of a better term, SW1 it, right? Have it, make it politically correct and all of this stuff. And you saw that when Reform were going soft on Islam, soft on immigration as a whole, that they're gonna, in their entire first term, get rid of like 600,000 people, which wouldn't even be the amount of, as far as I know, illegal immigrants in this country in their entire first term, mind you. So as far as I'm aware, at least the last figures that I saw, the illegal immigration numbers alone, and this is implying that they are accurate, was up over like 700,000, at least as far as I've seen. It's absolutely ridiculous. Just in terms of illegal immigration, mind you, we have something that outnumbers our own army like 5-1, right? Not to mention how compromised our own army has become and stuff like that. But our military forces, they outnumber our military forces like 5-1, which is a scary thought. Not to mention then you have legal immigration, quote unquote legal immigration, on top. But just, for the politicians then to try and take credit for what these guys were doing, the legwork that they were putting in, shows that the ventures that these guys have put themselves into, right, at least some of them, have had credible enough, activity, so to speak, to then justify mainstream politicians getting behind them. But then it might then ask you the question, which is why I think a lot of people don't want to even ask questions of people like Steve and whoever else. Because the one thing Steve said is that all people have to do is ask us about things, and then instantly they'd be moved over to our position. And that's why a lot of people don't want to platform people like Steve and other people. But, the same people then will be for free speech and for all of this, right? So again, it's another seemingly contradiction within there. But yeah, I know a lot of you guys as well, whom you guys are mentioning in the chat, a lot of people that have suffered, prison sentences. Some people now, one guy I met on the bridge today, recently just come out on license, as far as I'm aware, just for talking about these things. So I'd be surprised if I get a knock at my door, in the near future. But ultimately, it's people being aware of these things, people being exposed to these things. The marketplace of ideas, so to speak. And ultimately, the way that I see it, the facts and the truth will stand on itself. With how many lies that we've been told, it's why people are getting so extreme, right? I know I do this stuff with my hands a lot. Sorry, guys. The amount of lies that we've been told. It's absolutely ridiculous. Yeah, I know. I saw that Nick Griffin has gone down a weird turn as well. The guy just mentioned that in the chat, Dingy Don. Nick Griffin, yeah, he went on a weird turn. He seemed to praise Zara Sultana recently, which was very, very weird. I can't really make heads or tails of that. But yeah, it's just really, really weird stuff. Really, really weird stuff coming from Nick Griffin, it seems, at the moment. But back at the time, he seemed to have a lot of things to say that, if you look on it now, have certainly been, you look at Enoch Powell, you look at Nick Griffin, you look at whoever you want, a lot of things that they've said have been prophetic. How many, you think of Enoch Powell's Rivers of Blood speech, it's hard to dispute that in the modern day, that he was 100% vindicated. 100% vindicated.
It was the time when it was over 1 million that came over in a year. And I'm sitting there and I'm like, I feel like I'm partly responsible for encouraging everyone to just focus on illegal immigration now, because I'm the big influential illegal immigration guy. So I sat back and I was like, right, I'm not doing this no more. It sort of timed around the time that the docks was all closed off and no one could actually go down and film because the border force put restrictions in. So by that point, I was just like, I need to move away from the illegal immigration thing, because...
Quick note, interesting how the border force will put restrictions on people like Steve and people that wanted to report this, but they won't put restrictions on the people coming in. Very odd, isn't it?
The greater problem is legal immigration, and everyone's distracted by a few thousand boats when millions are coming in through the airport.
Yeah, I'll agree with that. That migration on the whole is completely out of control, and it is very easy to distract us with the boats. It's like, well, look at this hand while this hand does that, and this hand is doing far more damage. if you really study that hand properly, because we need to get our own shit in order. We've got enough of our own scumbags. I mean, do you find that within your movement you've got more than your fair share of scumbags, of FNATs, for example?
So,
before we get into that, I just want to go over the chat, because I've seen the chat's got quite a few people putting in there. Appreciate you. Privacy First 2790 putting in there, lies that we've been told, diversity built Britain, diversity is a strength, trust the science. Yeah, absolutely. I come from a background where I was the first of my family to go to university, right? Pardon me. I did sports and exercise science when I was in university. And, there's a lot of things in there which the scientific method is useful for, right? The innovation of certain medicines, and in my context it was like training practices and nutrition practices and stuff like that, recovery regimens, all of this stuff. But yeah, the politicization of it, when Fauci was putting in these guidances, the 6 feet social distancing or 2 meters, whatever it was, complete lies. The COVID stuff, complete lies. You've seen that when scientists act either as political activists or when political activists larp as science, a lot of people die. So yeah, absolutely. Safe and effective, especially with regards to the COVID vaccine. Well, lower taxes, yep, absolutely. Labour said that they'll have to break manifesto commitments. So they intended to break these from the very start, in my opinion. And the person saying, yep, the West is dying by itself, not having enough children. That is absolutely a concern. I will say that, and it's where I know Bob from Speaker's Corner has been sort of arguing with a lot of ethno-nationalists online at the moment, saying that it's just solely down to things like abortion and the West killing itself. I don't think that it's solely down to just abortion. I've covered abortion time and time again. It's one of the greatest evils of our time, in my personal opinion, right? Especially with the numbers, right? You look at the numbers, we are killing, untold numbers of our own children every single year. And with the legislation that MSs or MPs like Tonya Antoniazzi or Antoniazzi, however you say her surname, right, has put through legalizing abortion up to birth, it's only going to get worse. We're looking at currently every year is about 200,000, I believe it is, or 210,000, somewhere around there, last I checked. And that is a massive problem. We do have to reckon with that, but that pales in comparison to the number of people coming in just every single year. So you can't say that it's just that problem. Yes, we are killing ourselves, quite literally. Yes, we are killing ourselves, but there is a concerted effort. I call it a genocide, and I know me and Joe, if you're still in the chat, we spoke about this. It's a genocide in 2 parts. There's encouraging the native population to destroy itself, and then also bringing in the replacements. And that has been a concerted effort. Absolutely. And yeah, person here saying here, always trying to justify it. I covered this. It was a very weird justification that people try to use because we have our own scumbags, and that means we have to take the scumbags in for the rest of the earth. I be of the mind, we can just deal with our own scumbags. In fact, the podcast I released today was actually talking about a couple of cases that happened either with British people or in Britain, specifically Wales, recently, and being like, yeah, look, we can deal with these things. There's been a miscarriage of justice even here with these people, of our own people, not getting long enough sentences. One guy, which I covered, absolutely tortured this woman who's a divorcee who basically groomed her during the closing stages of her marriage when it was really on the rocks. Basically leave, get a massive divorce settlement, nearly £300,000 in divorce settlement, and he absolutely tortured her. Funnily enough, he made them both convert to Islam. Funny that. But it was as far as I know, it was a Welsh guy. He was from Monmouthshire. So again, we can deal with our own scumbags. We should deal with our own scumbags. It's exactly as you mentioned, should not be a reason why we all of a sudden then need to open our gates to the rest of the freaking world, which many think governments will openly weaponize and either send terrorists through the open border or send the worst of their countries through the open border, because then it saves money for them. Absolutely. Come on, man. As this all-white poor areas filled with chaps is heaven. Yeah, we'll crack on with this now.
There have been the odd person that I wouldn't associate with and so forth. I'm not going to use names and use an opportunity to shit on people, but there are a couple of people that I wouldn't associate with in what you call my movement, just like there are people in your movement that I wouldn't associate with for other reasons. But I wouldn't say it's a common thing. Most of the people that I've met through politics, especially in my position, just care about their country, their fathers, their workers. They just want to get on with their life, but they've been forced to have to do this because they're being demographically replaced in their homelands. There's nothing they can do about it other than speak out and be active.
Yeah, see, I think the West on the whole is culturally superior But that's my take. I think our culture is strong and should be amplified and should be respected more than any other culture. Certainly if you're going to come and live amongst us. But I have a...
Again, going back to that point, I know we spoke about how he kind of contradicted himself. If it's multicultural, right, and I know he said multiculturalism doesn't work, but he seemed to pride himself on coming from a multicultural area. What is British culture? And the culture obviously stems from the people. That seems to be where the point that they don't want to contend with.
A different take on it racially. I don't think racially we are superior. The colour of someone's skin, for me, I'm colourblind.
Steve didn't say that.
Do you think that we're racially superior as a country?
I would say racially superior. I'd say we're superior as a country. If you look at the history of the British people and what we've achieved and what we've done over the world, our people are some of the greatest people that have ever lived on this planet. Let's just look at the achievements we've done. But that's not to say we're superior in terms of race. But the British people have been more superior than the Polish. Still white. We're both white. So it's not a case of a racial hierarchy. This is where I'm back down to the ethnicity of our people. This is what I focus on. And to sort of portray that as a racial hierarchy is kind of, it's not doing justice to our position, if that makes sense, because we're not sitting here saying we're better than everyone. We're saying we deserve to exist. This is our homeland and we have the right to exist here. This is our land, not theirs. But
it's a good point there where he differentiate. I think it's an important point to differentiate with. That maybe some people will disagree. I don't know. But what Steve seems to be articulating here is that we're not necessarily... This is a great pause, by the way. I have to say it's a great pause. I'm sorry, Steve. I didn't mean to pause it exactly at this moment, if you happen to see this. The point being is that we're not necessarily great because we're white, if you want to say that. We're not superior because we're white, but it's certainly, saying that white people have done good things. I think that's more so the point. Is that people have done good things and they happen to be white, not that they're white and that's why they're good, so to speak. Because as we've said, we have no end of scumbags of criminals in our own societies, right? So again, I think this is where, again, Liam's trying to sort of push him towards this answer that he wants. He wants either a clip or he wants to, whether somebody mentioned in the chat before, whether he wants to, try and get some reason as to why Steve's this way so he can justify it to his friends or whatever. Oh, pardon me. I can imagine the pressure that Liam was under in this situation, because obviously there's been no end of people that would have been on his back saying, don't talk to this person. Obviously, I know they agreed to not talk about sort of Tommy in a negative aspect, right? Just to not make the conversation so awkward, right? But, yeah, it's a case of saying here that look, we've done a lot of good things in the world, and we absolutely have. Let's make no mistake about it. We've done a lot of fucking good things in the world, and it just so happened, at least is what I'm getting from Steve's position at the very least, we just so happen to be white. That's just because we are ethnically British, right? When I say that makes us superior in any way, it's the accomplishments. It's the accomplishments like ending the slave trade, for example. It's the accomplishments like having one, and I know people will look at it differently depending on what perspective you're coming from, but having one of the largest, most expansive empires in the world or whatever, right? And I know depending on what sort of perspective you look at it from, it's going to be different. People are going to have different answers to that. We're still being vilified for that to this day. The technological advancements that we brought to the world, the Industrial Revolution, all of this stuff. We've done a lot of good fucking things in the world, a lot of things in the American Constitution. We might have different. Britain is not America by any means, so there might be differences where we have there in terms of population and all of this stuff. But a lot of the things that they derived the Constitution from were British common law. So there's so many good things which we brought to the world, right? And we just so happens that we're white, right? And he's definitely Liam was definitely trying to get the we are superior because of our race, and then when he says we are culturally superior, and then tried to make it implicated that Steve said that they were racially superior, when at least in this instance, at least in this interview, it's not what he said. It was indeed quite disingenuous. It was disingenuous, in my opinion, to do that, because Steve outlined his position on the quote-unquote racism question way earlier on in the interview a couple of minutes ago. So I don't think we're racially superior. If I think that I'm superior to a black person just because of my race, that's wrong. Right? It's just based on the homeland and based on the ethnic natives of these lands, right? That's where he's not dictating about Africa. He's not dictating about the Middle East or anything like that. So yeah, in my opinion, I completely think you're right. He was disingenuous to do that. And yeah, in many instances now, up and down the country, we only have like 74% of that culture left because culture is downstream from the people. And that's sadly just the reality. Whether it's a good culture or bad culture depends on the people.
But when it comes back to the cultural thing, culture is downstream from ethnicity and race. So our culture comes from our people. If our people do not exist, that culture that you celebrate and say is the greatest would no longer exist. Would we still have the same culture if everyone in Britain is mixed race? We wouldn't.
Well, I've met and know...
I suppose the only other thing you could say, I suppose you could say playing devil's advocate, so to speak. The only thing that you could say, I suppose, would not even necessarily come close, but the only thing you could say would influence the culture downstream would be something like religion. Whether it's a pagan custom, whether it's Christian custom, Jewish custom, Muslim custom, Hindu custom, Sikh custom, whatever it is, it doesn't really matter. It's the only other things really I could see that influencing down the line. But I'll leave the video play and I'll check in with the chat in a little bit. I think the question would be, what influence, if we're talking about culture, what influences the culture more? Something like religion or something like the people? I'll leave you guys leave your answers in the chat.
I'm trying to count hundreds I'm 45 years of age, so I've come across hundreds of people. I've got hundreds of friends. I run a security firm, so I've worked the door with some solid black lads, and we all think the same, and we all perceive the country as the same, and they're more Christian than me. I'm not religious at all, but in fact, if anything, some of my black mates have got better morals than me. So that's one thing I can disagree with through my own personal experience, for example. But you've been the leader of a few political parties.
Not so much the leader, but I have been like a leading face.
You've been a prominent figure.
Yeah.
So without getting into the minutiae of all of that, I want to talk to you about remigration, because that's one of your policies that you really lean into. So what is the actual meaning of remigration? And let's go into just how far you'd be prepared to go.
So,
good question.
Remigration is ultimately the process of returning immigrants back to their ancestral homelands. That's the basics of it. It's essentially, you can call it mass deportations, you can call it what you like, but essentially the process is removing immigrants and returning them back to the nation they belong to. That's remigration. How far I would go...
How many generations back do you go?
I don't think it's a case of counting generations. I think it's a case of, if they don't belong here, they should go. I don't think we should go, oh, right, so we're going to cut off at third generation, fourth generation's fine, because that's just nonsense. Because some of the rape gangs, like if you look at the Pakistani rape gangs, these are third, fourth generation people in our country that many in the civic nationalist circles, the conservative circles, whatever you want to call it, would say these people are British. They were born here. Their parents were born here. Their grandparents were born here. They know no other land, but they're still raping little children. They're still living in their own little bubbles. They're still amongst their own people because they're not us, and they never will be us. You could have 20 generations down the line, there would still be a clear divide between them and us.
In many instances, point to bring up there is that they seem to pride themselves on keeping themselves distinct from us, right? They seem to pride themselves on that. A lot of these places around the world, you look at Pakistan, you look at Afghanistan, you look at all these other places, not just inbreeding rates and stuff like that, but again seemingly stemming from like certain religious traditions and stuff like that is common within Judaism as well. They tend to prefer marrying another Jew or having going on to have a family with another Jew or another Muslim or whatever, and they pride themselves. I can't remember who said it was. I think it was Laura Towler. I think it was in that Laura Towler Ricky Doolan debate from a little while ago, saying that these people, if you call them British, some of these people, if you call them British, they'll actually take it more akin to an insult because they're actually proud of who they are. They're proud of their heritage and they're proud of where they come from, right? So again, it's like, was it Morgoth recently that put up about the cases of like Paul Ince and what was it? Paul Ince and I think it was Chris Eubank and a couple of others, basically saying when we called them British or if they called them English, it was a polite lie because the core demographic was never under attack. But now that core demographic is under attack, and it has been under attack for a long time. But now that the real effects of that are a lot more apparent and hard to ignore, that you have more and more people aware of it and now putting more backlash against calling people who would not be English, right? English, or calling people who would not be British, British. So, it's just, this is where, again, going in generations is not really going to help you so much, purely because, as well, you look at some of the first cases, of, say, Pakistanis, for example, grooming and doing disgusting things to children. You go back to the mid-50s anyway. You go back to the mid-50s anyway, when the Windrush was arriving. So you're going to end up at the same place. I can't remember exactly what paper it was. I think it might have been like the Bradford Express, something like that, from the 1950 or 1955. They said it was a group of Pakistani men, I think it was 4, if I'm not mistaken, had what they termed at the time, because obviously now we use a lot more simplified language for the most part nowadays, carnal knowledge. That's what they called it. Carnal knowledge, I mean knowledge of, this 15-year-old's intimate parts, should we say, of a 15-year-old girl. Back in the 50s. So, it's just a case of, and I can understand Steve's position now, it's like the one when you ask yourself more and more logically, and especially when you view the country as an extension of your home, you simply say, who's meant to be in your home? The people who are meant to be here. In England, that's English. In Welsh, in Wales, that's the Welsh. In Scotland, that's the Scottish. And how we then choose to divide that, how we choose to allow us as peoples, I don't know, like integrate or mix or travel between those things, that's another thing entirely, right? Because we understand that British ethnicity is made up of several ever so slightly distinct ethnicities, but they're very, very similar. We can work with that far more than large numbers of people coming from anywhere else, whether it's Eastern European, whether it's from Asia, whether it's from, Oceania and Indonesia, whether it's from, Africa or whatever. It doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter so much. Whether it's Native Americans and all of this stuff, we can work between ourselves a lot easier than we can with just large numbers of foreigners coming in. The biggest thing is that our politicians, where they've stabbed the British people in the back repeatedly, is because they wanted foreign voting blocs, because they wanted, at least the way that I see it, to completely erode the rights and privileges of the native British people. That's the way that I see it anyway at this present moment in time. It's a political betrayal quite unlike any other that I've seen.
And this is the problem. So if the majority of the country starts flooding in, like we're seeing now, for instance, and we're already around 75% of the population, when that keeps declining, there's going to be more and more problems. There's going to be more 3rd and 4th and 5th generation immigrants that could be problematic. Some of them, sure, they could be sound. They could have a job. They could live a normal life. Like you said, you've probably got friends with them and so forth. I haven't myself personally, but others have. Ultimately, do they belong here? No. Have they got somewhere else to go? Yes. Why are they here? There's no reason for them to be here. My position is total remigration, and until our people are secure and our future is secure and there is no risk of our people being demographically replaced in our own homelands, my position will always be total remigration. Everyone has to go.
This video was created by AI.
You see, they're right. Shut. I don't care. Your flamethrower's fake. And I can understand that. Especially when you see the extent that has happened in some areas. So you mentioned, some mentioned before, Tower Hamlets. Tower Hamlets has gotten so bad, I'm sure you guys would have seen, that they have MPs, or at least people trying to be MPs in Tower Hamlets. I covered it on one of the clips in one of the podcasts before. You'll be able to find it on my channel, on my Rumble or whatever. You have them, and this is where you see nationalism is fine for everybody else. It's not okay for the British, apparently, or not okay for the Europeans. You have them campaigning to be nationalists out in Bangladesh for the Bangladeshi Nationalist Party. Not sure whether you've seen that. And then also campaigning to be MPs in Tower Hamlets. You're seeing here now that these people openly act in their own sectarian interests, and that's cheered on in the name of diversity and quote-unquote multiculturalism. But it's not okay for the British people to do that. What's this, Joe? Liam hated the EDL not so long ago. He hated his dad being in the EDL because he provided security for rich Muslims. They were publicly arguing online. Then Liam got him locked up for not. Yeah, he has said that he sent his dad to jail, didn't he? I think he said that. I think he says that later on in the interview, if I'm not mistaken. I can't remember exactly what the context was around, but pardon me. Yeah, he sent his dad to jail because I think he was, yeah, exactly as Joe said, very, very abusive to say the least. His dad was Reggie Cray's boyfriend in jail. Damn. That's nuts. That's nuts, man. Nice thing, I try and empathize, obviously, with what people have been through and stuff like that, because obviously their past experiences are going to be in large part for, not always obviously, but in large part for shaping the person that you'll see today or whatever. But yeah, that's nuts. And just that speaks to me like the importance, particularly of like the next generation of young men coming up, making sure that they're good men, because then a good family structure, you know, with a strong head, with a strong person at the head of it, I think is just, you know, massively imperative. You know, and they say like the family, the nuclear family, so let's say like the nuclear English family, the nuclear Welsh family, the nuclear Scottish family, all this stuff is the bedrock for that society. Yeah, I don't think you can really get around that. And like single motherhood and all of this stuff, is subsidizing single motherhood and all of this stuff has just presented not only more destruction routes for the family, but more encroachments for government tyranny, you know, where they could say, oh yeah, well, we'll give you so much more ex-taxpayer money for healthcare and stuff like that. You won't need to take care of your own children, you know, and then we get to keep you in this area because we don't want to allow you to prosper so that you can take care of your own children and all of this stuff, right? So then we keep you in this little bubble where you'll keep voting for us because we'll keep giving you this stuff. And it's a very Faustian bargain from what I can see. Whenever the government at least especially with the government that we have at the moment, whenever the government offers you something, it seems to take something from you with the other hand. It offers you quote unquote security, it takes away freedom, or in many instances doesn't even give you security to begin with. But yeah, that's absolutely nuts. That's absolutely nuts. But yeah, I know Liam has a troubled, you know, past and with his family and stuff like that in and of itself. And yeah, it's awful. It's awful, and that's why again, fatherhood and a family, I think, is so important, vitally important for sustaining a good society.
If my Ghanaian mate Lawrence, for example, he was born and bred here, so were his parents, so were his grandparents.
One last thing I want to say, yeah, you can't, the one thing I will say, I empathise with Steve a lot, sorry, I know I'm pausing it a lot. When the current demographic, which as you can see, the native demographic is under attack in this way, and it is, as I know Renaud Camus said about it as well, is a genocide by replacement. You can't blame people for them wanting to reverse it in the most full ways possible, right? You know, almost like either leaving no stone unturned or making sure that there's going to be nothing that could then sprout into something in the future. You can't blame people for thinking like that when they're in almost like this warlike mindset. You can't blame people for thinking like that, man.
Parents, by Lawrence's generation now, my Ghanaian friend, isn't this where he belongs now? Because it's all he knows, it's all he's ever breathed, it's what he loves, and it's what he abides by, the British Christian culture of the nation. Does he not belong here?
No, he does not belong here. It doesn't matter how long you've been here or the time scale is irrelevant. This is not your lands. These are not your people. Sure, he's a victim of immigration. It's not his fault that he's been put in this situation. I can understand that, and I can sympathise to some extent. But the point still remains the same. This is not their land. They're not our people. They're not our problem, and they shouldn't be here. He's only taking part in the demographic replacement of our people. And for you to use the example of he's gone back 3 generations or so forth, I think it was 3 generations you just said.
Just as an example.
Just an example, yeah. This Lawrence guy, I don't know. I mean, maybe sound, he may not, but that's irrelevant to me. The point is that he should be deported, and those 3 generations of families have came over. They've taken opportunities from British people. They've taken homes that could go to a British people. They've taken jobs that could go to British people. They've taken school places that could go to British kids. They're taking advantage, whether they mean to or not. That this is the issue.
Yeah, and I think that's where he touched on the one thing, because I got this slightly wrong when Steve spoke about it at the Patriotic Alternative Conference. And I said that he said that our children are going to grow up hating minorities. When in reality at that conference he said, as I corrected it later, he said that they're going to grow up as a hated minority. I think in this instance he's seemingly speaking here that both not necessarily would be true, but that he said that he's a victim of immigration. And that's where I've said before that even if you're, pardon me, very pro remigration and stuff like that, pardon me, I wouldn't necessarily want to see, you know, everyone treated the same way. Like I think I spoke about before, where like, you know, the end result might need to be the same. The end result might need to be the same, but I don't think, at least most people anyway, would want to see one of the Pakistani gang rapists treated the same way as somebody that's come over actually wanting to find a new life or whatever, even if the sentiment from the public and whatever was that they didn't want them here. They were perfectly fine the way that things were, right? And that, you know, the government, and this is the way that I see it, the government had no right to load them into this gun and use them as weapons against the British people. So that's why I say the government is ultimately, our government is ultimately the ones at fault, whether because they're beholden to foreign interests, whereas because then they're acting in direct opposite interests to the native people, right? And what Steve's saying here is, you know, in large part true. People might not like it. For example, people might not like it, but it doesn't necessarily make it untrue. And that the government had, you know, at least based on the opinions that we have at the time, and that the fact that British people and Western people were never asked, right? It's a burden that's been put on the people that they never asked for, that they never wanted. But not only that, it's actively contributed to the erosion of their rights and freedoms, because as I said, you only need to put a certain amount of people in a community to sway the vote in a certain way, and the British people have no say, especially if they end up getting minoritized. The minute you become a minority, you essentially have no say because you can get voted out. I need a mod in the chat. Bear with me 2 seconds. Let me transition myself back. Yeah, as you can see, it's the first time I've done this, so let me have a look. Can I do this? Bear with me a sec, guys. Wow, we have 25 viewers on YouTube. It's interesting. Bear with. Because I'm not... Let me see if I can do this. Let me see if I can do this. Can I do that? We'll do that. There we are. Joe, you've been promoted. On popular recommendation, you've been promoted. Again, that's democracy in action, folks. Joe didn't have no say. Joe didn't have no say in that. I nominated him to he got nominated to the position, but I nominated him to do that. So well done, Joe. You got a promotion, and in fact, here you go. Why not? Toffee, there you go. You got a promotion as well on popular recommendation. Check your CVs in the post. I'm sure I should be fine. But Banhammer. All right. If anything else goes on, just let me know. But yeah. You know, everyone can have an opinion. All right, obviously, everyone can have an opinion, even though I got a feeling that people will be chucking down the Smite hammer. So again, maybe that's an internal contradiction, but who knows? But I don't think you can really argue that just on a logical thing, because obviously, if you have somebody coming in if you have a vacancy and you have people within your community or you have people within your nation that can fulfill that vacancy, and you let somebody from outside fill it, well, then that is a job that could have gone to an English or British person. That is just the reality, right? Unfortunately, that is just the reality. So, so that, you know, people can mock that sentiment all they want. You know, you can, absolutely. And people frequently do. People frequently do. It was the one of the biggest things that comedians all throughout the early 2010s were taking the piss out of it. They're going to take our jobs. They're going to take all this. They're going to take all that. Well, now the reality is you go into a hospital. You go into a hospital, you see a vast disparity of faces, right? Whereas you wouldn't have seen it that way in the 40s and the 50s. The reality is they have. It's just the question then is whether that's okay or whether it's not. And for a long time that we've been told that, yes, it was okay. And now people are being like, actually, no, it's not okay. And you have no end of people now. I'm being told that my conversation with Justine Winter, if you haven't seen it as well, told about how they took on nearly 2,000 Nigerians or whatever it was, despite the fact they hadn't had any training or anything like that. And they're doing so, actively doing so, at the expense... Chops off to me and I'll bin your ass. Chops off to me and I'll bin your ass. I like that, Joe. You have... what was it? Shit, I forgot what I was saying again. I lost my train of thought. Thanks, Joe. I'm going to chops off and you can't bin me. This is where you find out the moderators can actually bin the host. No, see you later, guys. But no, point being is that, the discourse is now coming back to where that, no, this is actually not okay. The person that's just come out of nursing school can't get a job. And then you put that in with all the DEI initiatives and all of this other stuff. It's like it's been a concerted effort. And if you ask me, it's been a concerted effort to massively depopulate, in particular, it seems, Western nations, so that they make them easier to control. And that's where they're seeing, the whole pushing through euthanasia and marketing it towards seemingly predominantly the natives. And other things as well, the marketing of other things, right? And then talk about how, Sarah Palchin got in trouble for noticing that many people who were in adverts on TV are distinctly, seemingly not British people, right? And that you see foreigners everywhere. And that is just the reality. I can tell you that because one of the things which I do at the moment, I watch it pretty much just for the first 30 minutes or like first 45 minutes or whatever it is with the Bush Tucker trial. I was watching I'm a Celebrity. The minute they start gobbing off, I can't stand any of them in there, right? I do get a laugh out of Angry Ginge. I will say that. Maybe that revokes my credibility or whatever. Sometimes I get a laugh out of Angry Ginge, right? But every time it goes to ad break, I see exactly what people are talking about now. And I never watch TV, so I never see any of this. And normally... right, I've got an American VPN on. Normally, I don't have it on at the moment. I got it on a British to make sure that the stream doesn't crash or whatever. I usually have an American VPN, and I don't really take care with the adverts anyway. I'm usually watching Rumble or watching YouTube or something like that. I watch British network TV, and yeah, you can see the massive overrepresentation. I actually see it now. Whereas I didn't actually see it before because I don't watch TV. But yeah, ultimately you can mock it all you want, right? You can mock it all you want, and people frequently do, right? Point being is that mockery doesn't necessarily make something untrue. Mockery can be a great tool for like winning over the audience and stuff like that, and that can be a good barometer as to what's right and wrong or what's good and bad a lot of the time. But not always. And that's the biggest thing, is that you can mock it all you want. You can mock the sentiment, they're taking our jobs, or they're this, or they're that. But go into a hospital. For example, and you'll see it. You will see it. And a lot of it is just confronting the reality. And it did say a lot then when, and I understand where Liam is coming from. as well, because I do have a few people, right, whom I really like, I revere. They're great people, right? But again, are they Welsh? No, they're not. Right? That's just the reality. I don't hate those people because of it. They're great people. They're absolutely great people. But the fact that, for example, Liam had to say there that there is his Ghanaian mate. Again, Steve's just like, thanks for the layup. Thanks for the layup, you know? Like you've just undone yourself again, and you had to preface it. That tells you all you need to know. I've heard about this book as well. The what is it? The Camp of the Saints. Yeah, let me know. Let me know what it's like. Let me know your thoughts in the chat on Camp of the Saints, because yeah, I've seen it pop up on my feed a lot. I don't know anything really or much about it, really. I'll have to look. Am I right in saying it's not banned in the UK, but it's hard to get your hands on? If I'm not mistaken, it's like massively expensive when they do so. They make it deliberately massively expensive for whatever reason, so that people can't get it, but they can still say that it's legal. Am I right in saying that? But anyway, get back into the video now. Apologies about that, guys, but yeah, I think we can, at least in the chat, you know, I would hope at least that even if there's disagreements or whatever, that they could be talked about or ironed out, right? Have a good discussion. But yeah, I'll say for you guys now, if you notice anybody that's being, because I'm monitoring the chat as well, but obviously I'm not always monitoring it. If there's anybody being, you know, deliberately disruptive and stuff like that, then obviously I've bestowed that, you know, privilege and authority on you guys. So I'm trusting you. I'm trusting you with that.
So our people still have to provide for these people. They still have to look after these people, even if they're working.
So that's the line. So the Poles that I grew up with, love and adore, the Turks, I mean, where I'm from, well, where I moved to from where I'm from, massive Turkish population that we've always been like thick as thieves. They contribute towards the economy. I mean, they've got me out of tight spots in the end. We've worked together. We've fought together. Have they got to go as well?
Yeah, mate, they've all got to go. This is the thing. They've all got to go. It's not about how nice they are. It's not. I always use the line, it's not personal, it's necessary. And the future of our people is more important than your personal friendships. And I will die on that hill. It doesn't matter how well you know these people, how friendly you are. They are still foreign. We are still being demographically replaced. The future of our people belongs to our people. And without it, there is no England. If there's no English, there's no England. And at the moment, the direction we're going, there will be no England one day.
What about Frank Bruno and Ian Ross?
This is where you see it now. Where again, Steve there made a point which many would say is controversial. What do you think, lad? But again, we're speaking in ideals and speaking in generalities. He said, for example, that, you know, I'll switch it again. The line where he said, the future of our people is more important than personal friendships. Again, it's the way I would read that, at least in my personal opinion, at this present moment, right, with my life experiences and stuff like that, is kind of like solemn. You know, it's like, fuck. It's an awful position for us to have been put in. And then my anger, more than anything, is ultimately redirected back at the government that has continuously enabled this. Thinking back to whether it's, you know, all the way back to Windrush and all the way post World War II, and many people would argue even before World War II, the run up to World War II and stuff like that, mistakes that were made and political decisions could have been made better. You know, people have this is still one of the most hotly debated topics in the world, or at least in Britain, right? It's governments had acted in the interests of the British people, we never would have had these problems. And now, sadly, it falls to us that we need to deal with them. Me personally, I don't take any pleasure in that. You know, I understand that the demographics matter, but it's like, oh fuck, we need to do this. I'm like, wishing that, you know, there'd been another way, or it never would have happened. but we got to deal with things as they are. And it's just, because I try to have a heart for people, it's very easy to get into the mindset thinking all of these people are bad people or whatever, which I don't want to get into the mindset of, but it's like, I think Steve says later on in this interview, whether they realize it or not, they, at least particularly in England, which is easily why I see figures like Steve and figures like Zuma Historian and others have come to prominence, because they are dealing massively with full-scale demographic replacement and genocide by replacement. That's what they're facing. It just hasn't hit many other areas yet. It's just like, makes me so angry. Makes me so angry at generations of traitorous politicians that have pushed these agendas purely for their own political gain. It's disgusting. And it makes you think why Tony Blair commuted the penalty for treason back to life in prison versus death, right? Make you think when he came to power, and even before that, maybe there was an agenda at play. But again, you're seeing here the example, though, of somebody understanding the scale of the problem and somebody keep coming back to personal anecdotes. And it's just weak. It's just weak because we can't deal with personal anecdotes to solve these problems. Politics is pretty much always done in generalities. People will use people's personal stories for propaganda and for marketing and all of these things, right? Reform done it really, really well, in my opinion, when Labour cut the winter fuel allowances and they had that really good advert where the granny was shivering in her home, right? You use personal stories like that to really tug at people's heartstrings, but that's not what influences policy. Influences policy is like the numbers, the statistics, and the overall trends, the generalities, and the ideals. And that's what we have to contend with.
Right. Would you send them packing?
Yeah, I would, personally. But here's the thing with immigration. No one cared about a Frank Bruno or an Ian Wright 20, 30 years ago because the demographics were still secure. This is going back to the 90s when we was around, I think it was like 89, 90% of the population. That's our future secure. People aren't looking over their shoulder thinking, oh, we're getting replaced. We've got rape gangs over here. We've got migrants in hotels over here. The whole thing's been exacerbated now. Nobody really cared about the odd minority back in the day because it wasn't an issue. It's like, oh, look, we've got the friendly black guy. That's how everyone see it. Now, we've got 1 million friendly black guys, and where do you draw the line? Because you can't just say, well, that one's okay because he sort of shares our values. That one's okay because he's Christian, but that one's not because he's not Christian. But they all come from the same place and they all do the same things anyway. So it's irrelevant.
What about the Poles, Lithuanians, Germans? Would you send them packing too?
So it's complicated. With the Europeans, it's slightly different because they are more culturally similar to our people. They are... Even taking aspects away from language difficulties, like you could assimilate a German within 2-3 generations, and it would not really be much noticed in terms of our people, and it wouldn't really, in terms of majorly affect the demographics. Of course, I wouldn't want millions of Germans coming over. I would say no, that's ridiculous. But the odd few, that's not problematic. But when you've got non-whites coming over, that creates a problematic issue where the demographic decline is changing, the white population is declining, and these people are very foreign to us. Like, Europeans can live amongst each other and be unified to an extent because you're from the same continent. You have...
Are politicians traitors or foreign plants? I would say, to be fair, if they're a foreign plant, they would also be a traitor by definition. I'll say that. So yeah, I'd say either way that they are traitors, but I'm just looking up at the thing, especially with regards to, like you mentioned there, Joe, the Turks we talked about on the podcast as well, the rival gangs of Turks that were operating in London that nearly cost a 9-year-old girl her life as she was caught in the crossfire of their gang warfare. I spoke about that on one of the podcasts a good while ago. I think it was about a month or so ago. If you want to go check that out. But yeah, I could see as well guys who were speculating that the 74% figure might be actually a lot lower. Yeah, I would speculate as well, because the government has shown they're not being forthcoming with the figures. They're trying to lie at every single turn about all of the figures, right? And that's why I think, especially from having talked to some people that seem to be more in the know than me on this, that the map in Wales is much different in reality, right, as to what they're letting on. Obviously, the census that was done 4 years ago. So it's a lot that can change in 4 years. There's a lot that can change in 4 years. And it has exacerbated in recent times with the boats, with legal migration. And it is going to come down, especially when you factor in religious ideologies and stuff like that as well, on top of, the rape gangs. They operated not only on religious supremacy, but on racial supremacy, right? But you're seeing that, again, like you guys seeing everything tying back to the government that have enabled it. Turks are the main ones who flooded London with heroin. Yeah, that certainly seems so. And there's so many groups that have flooded, London and all other areas with that shit. And that's the thing where it's sometimes difficult to resonate with these problems when you're in areas like mine, because as you imagine, still in areas like mine, I factor in like other valleys areas with regards to that as well. But with Wales seemingly still being so ethnically homogenous, whenever a big crime story hits the news waves or whatever, it's likely going to be white Welsh or white British guy, right? Not to mention, however, the rape gang that was caught up in Rhyl, right? The rape gang was caught up in Rhyl, which is a very ethnically homogenous area, at least as far as I can remember, at least according to the last census anyway. I think the next census will be 2031, if I'm not mistaken. The census is done every 10 years. I think censuses are done every 10 years. But you're seeing, there we go, 2031. You're seeing here as well is that Steve is acknowledging the problem that if you were to have a vast majority of number of people coming from anywhere into a society, it would be a massive problem. Hell, the German example that we gave, that was the whole point of why we were told in the 20th century we had to go to war with them. Because we were told that that's exactly what they wanted to do. But apparently, if the people are from Africa, or the people are from Afghanistan, or Pakistan, or Uzbekistan, or any other stan, he rips around the back, pulls out another jacket, he's Pakistan, right? If some of you have watched a certain comedian, you'll get that joke. But point being is that demographics are extremely fragile, obviously. And when they sway, they have massive downstream consequences. I don't think anybody's going to dispute that. And you see then, when you bring in large numbers of people from anywhere, they're going to their own sort of sectarian communities, just mainly out of convenience, right? Because they get to speak the same language as their people. They're surrounded by their own people. People look like them. People act like them, have the same customs. They're from the same place, speak the same language. They don't need to go through the extra effort of learning another language, of trying to learn these new customs, celebrate new holidays, whatever it may be. They don't need to go through all of this stuff. It's just easier. It's just convenience a lot of the time. And that can be from Germany, that can be large numbers from France, that can be large numbers from Poland, that can be large numbers from Eastern Europe, although then you may say that it may be easier because they're more genetically similar. The overall principle is the same. You think Liam's gay? I don't know. You'll have to find that video and link it in the chat, Joe. I'll have a look. Maybe we could do that as a little bit of a bonus video at the end.
Similar histories, even if they are complicated. But when you go to places like Africa and Asia and India and so forth, these people are clearly foreign. They're clearly very different to us, and they should not be allowed in. Now, I'm not saying we should let in millions.
There's no poop flinging festival in Hamburg. Let's just say that. There's no poop flinging festival in Hamburg. And there's none of the Batcha boys in Warsaw.
In the polls, I voted Brexit for the very reason to get rid of these people. But I'm not saying the odd one or two Poles is problematic compared to one or two Africans. One or two Africans in your village is more problematic than one or two Polish people.
Is there a touch of white supremacy about you?
No, I wouldn't say there's a touch of white supremacy. I'd just say I put my race first.
What I would have done there, rather than say that, because Steve made a very specific point there and said that one or two Polish people in your village is less of a problem than one or two Africans. In my opinion, at least on this example, to give a better experience for the viewer and to give more understanding to the viewer of exactly how Steve thinks, right? And to actually get him to reinforce his position, because I think, for example, you could ask Steve this position, still be sympathetic to his position, but ask him as a way to make sure that he knows what his position is and why he has that position, is just simply say why. You should simply say why, and either then have him list the cultural reasons, or maybe then have to go back to the race issue, to what he perceives as the race issue, or whatever it is, right? But actually get him to flesh out that idea. That's what I would have asked him to do, personally. So that's I think that would have been a much better question to ask. And even if it was just to get Steve to really consolidate and flesh out his position a little bit more, because you say, right, you have a 1-to-1 comparison, either 1-to-2 Polish or 1-to-2 African, whatever it may be. Why do you think that one is a greater problem than the other? Just cut and dry. Why do you think that that's a problem? Maybe you guys can, if you guys agree with Steve's position, maybe you guys can leave it in the chat or whatever. But then it would have been good to actually have that rather than go back to this white supremacy construct. It's a nebulous question, right? There's no clear way really to answer it. And if you go back to the earlier stages of the interview, pardon me, where he asked about the racial supremacy questions, this has been going on for nearly 20 minutes now, well, about 10 or 15 minutes now. Steve answered that question quite clearly and concisely earlier on. He answered that question quite clearly and concisely earlier on. That's why I thought, just say why. Why is that? In your mind, why is that? That's what I would have said. And I think you can ask that question even if you're sympathetic to Steve's position.
I put my people first, I put my ethnicity first. That's before me, before anything else. And if I got in the way of our people being... if I was in a situation where I was in the way and it prevented our people from progressing, I would step back and I'd go, right, I'm done. But I see it as I have a role to play at the moment. Our people need to be woken up. At the moment, they are very much sleepwalking into demographic replacement.
Agree
a lot
of
people have kind of like you, like sympathetic views to foreigners, and they think, this person's fine, what about this person, he's Christian and so forth. And the mindset needs to be moved away from that, because you have to think long term. You have to think as a collective, not as an individual, and you have to sit back and go, okay, so so let's just use a random example. I won't say you, but a random person.
You can use me.
Okay, so let's just say you, a random person.
Reality is as well, this is one thing that an idea I sort of explored, and it had completely destroyed to me when I saw that there was these charities or organizations, whatever, that were trying to basically put across false baptisms to make people appear Christian when they actually weren't, in order to put them through as Christian migrants or whatever. And that's why I put out that video, or part of the podcast, I can't remember exactly what number it was, but Christian immigration is a scam, at least in my opinion, because you can never ever verify that. You could never really truly verify that. And ultimately then, if you can't verify that, what's it then ultimately going to come back to? It's going to come back to ethnicity. Because ethnicity is the number one thing that is completely immutable. You can change religion. You can choose to become a Muslim. Right? The only religion I believe that, at least as far as I'm aware, you can't really convert to is Yazidism. Right? The Yazidis. Right, and they are an extremely, socially conservative for the most part culture and people as well. But you can change religion. You can't change your blood. You cannot change your blood. It's a bit like, can an English person be African or Pakistani or Polish? No, they can't. For the same reason a married person can't be a bachelor. It just can't exist. It's a complete contradiction. So that's why I think you end up coming back to the ethnicity question at one point or another, even if you don't want to. Because you can't change your blood, but you can change your religion. And there'll be people, charities or NGOs, whatever, that will be wanting to weaponize this. And we've seen that. I can't remember the exact thing, but there was an article I covered where they were saying that these charities were doing these fake baptisms in bathtubs. I think they were doing it in asylum hotels, I think it was, to then say that, oh, they're Christian. Well, see, we know people lie. And that's where, again, you end up coming back. Again, you have to go one step further than that, and you end up then coming up with people... people have their blood, they'll be traced back to a certain place in the world that they're indigenous to, and that's just the reality. That's the great lie of saying that anybody can be British or anybody can be wherever, Eastern European, Middle Eastern, from Japan or whatever. It's the greatest lie in terms of the absolute reality. And there's the person who said this is a far right channel. Well, I mean, I do call myself the friendly neighborhood far right thug, and I think with some of the things that I say, there'd be certainly people out there that would probably call me I don't know, like a liberal or whatever. But it's acknowledging realities. This is just acknowledging realities. I'm just a guy that is at least feeling that it's an acknowledgement of reality. A lot of the things that I say on the podcast, stories I highlight, all of this stuff, I don't take pleasure in highlighting them. But they need to be highlighted because these problems need to be solved. But yeah, I call myself the friendly neighborhood far-right thug for a reason.
Person's got a friend who's black, he's from the Congo or whatever and so forth, and you're like, oh, I love this guy, he's great, he sings the national anthem, like he supports the local club or whatever, right? But that doesn't change the fact that he's still replacing us as a people. It doesn't change the fact that they don't belong here. That doesn't mean that we hate this person. Once he goes home, I wish him well. Hope he has a great life in their own country. But here is a problem.
What are your views on Adolf Hitler?
That's a pivot and a half, isn't it? That's a pivot and a half. I can understand why Liam would ask this question. I wish there'd been a little bit more discussion around certain parts of this in the actual conversation. Still, that is a straight out of left field question. Has to be said.
I've never really been asked that question, to be honest.
That's why you're here.
Some good policies.
Hey,
I wouldn't agree with everything.
Good stuff. Good stuff, Dave.
Probably hugely misunderstood. Wouldn't die on the hill of defending Adolf Hitler, but I would say he's very much misunderstood politician. I'd say a lot of the stuff that he advocated for in the German people would do wonders for our people right now.
What do you think about the Nazi regime?
In terms of what?
Again, a very vague question. One of the things that shocked me, at least if, again, I'm going off of, YouTube video, which again, I haven't read the sources themselves or anything like that. But Zuma Historian, before the sword of Damocles came down on his head on YouTube, at least, obviously doing a lot of history videos, which, needless to say, we weren't taught this side of history in school. But a case of saying that Adolf Hitler in particular was very fond of the British Empire and stuff like that. That's something we were never taught in school. We're obviously taught about Lebensraum, living space, wanted to, conquer the entirety of Europe and Britain and all of this stuff. And now we're seeing that it seems at least that many of those narratives weren't true. At the very least, he didn't seem to have his eyes on Britain in the capacity that we were told. So this exchange on X recently with Naomi Saped, I'm not sure how to actually I don't know exactly say her surname, but having an exchange with Tommy Robinson about saying that no, a lot of the stuff that you're saying isn't actually true. People saying, well, Goebbels said this one thing. And again, I think this when you have so many different competing claims, so many lies that were told, again, the censorship and all of this stuff. I just wish we'd know the truth. I just wish, the truth would just come down and we'd, it would just be, what Hitler said about Britain or whatever, and we wouldn't have to have all of these competing things and trying to make sense of these things. Historians that were saying, reading your comments in the chat, Joe, you're making me lose my train of thought again. Historians that have pushed the line that we were taught through school, and now we're having all of this other information brought to the forefront, and rather than actually address those things, whether it's through debate, whether it's through whatever, you have then the censorship machine trying to come in. It's like, well, hang on, that makes me think that what that person's saying is a lot more credible than what you're saying it is. So again, it's just so many different things to try and make sense of. It makes your head spin. But I certainly agree there. Who was the person that said it there? Privacy first. I thought it was desperate. Couldn't seemingly get Steve on anything else, so then had to straight away pivot to mid-century mustache man. It's just like question came straight out of left field, and maybe because he wasn't getting the answer that he wanted, so to speak. I don't know. Maybe Steve wasn't falling for the trap or whatever, staying very disciplined and principled or whatever. It's just really, really weird then line to go down.
What way?
Are you for it or against it? Or would you have been for it or would you have been
If I was in Germany in 1930s, I would have been straight behind them.
So you would have been quite happy gassing all them Jews?
Well, that's a conversation for another day.
Maybe not the greatest answer, but again, look at the extreme. Oh, you would have been for the Nazis, you would have been for gassing Jews or whatever. Now, if I'm not mistaken, this is not me being a Nazi apologist by any means, but I don't think the average German person would have necessarily been aware of the full extent of what was going on with the regime, right? Because as far as I'm aware, at least they were being, surveilled in terms of their speech and in terms of their activity just as much as anybody else. They might not have been persecuted in the same way, they might not have been targeted in the same way, but you would have had the same targeting of collaborators and all of these things. So it's just a weird thing to go through, right? So you would have joined up with the Nazis in Germany, so that means you would have been okay with gassing Jews. And if you hear the stories from the Nazis at the time, they didn't like what they were doing, at least as far as I'm aware, right? They didn't like the atrocities that they were taking place in. They had to be basically this is from Jordan B. Peterson now, they had to be like plied with vodka and plied with all kinds of booze to basically get away from the atrocities that they were committing, so to speak, or the activities that were going on inside the camps and stuff like that. Whether you dispute the numbers and stuff like that, I'm not qualified enough to speak on that. I don't know. If anybody has any thoughts on that, leave them in the chat. I know people heavily dispute the numbers. Whether it's 271k or Ricky Doolan in a debate with Laura Towler said that it was 8 million. It's even more than the 6 million we've been ingrained to accept. So I know that there's still a lot of debate going on around this, and that's why, to have it go from this straight tangent, then it's like Liam was, jab, jab, jab. What do you think of Adolf Hitler? That was like the cross. And then he goes in for this big uppercut. So you would have gassed the Jews. It's like, bro, this is like rhetorical sparring. And a lot of people at that time, at least as far as I'm aware, didn't seem to necessarily like everything that was going on. But yeah, weird track to go down. And it just seems as well he's trying to make Steve uncomfortable, trying to make him say something, like either in a fit of defensiveness or whatever it may be. He's trying to put him on the back foot so much that he ends up, retaliating in a way that is undisciplined or whatever. So again, just such an extreme, I don't want to say extreme line of question. I don't think it's necessarily the best thought through. Could have just been like, what policies at the time would have attracted you to them, or what policies at the time do you think would have been good for Britain? I think that is much more informative than trying to go, so would you have joined up with the regime back in the 30s because or the 30s or the 20s, whatever. I can tell you there's a lot of people in this country that would. And there's a lot of people in this country right now that I'm seeing, right, who are saying that if the choice between, if it had to be a choice between fascism/Nazism and the woke communism that we've got right now, I'd go that way. And I make no qualms in saying that if it had to be either of those choices, I would say if it had to be either of those choices, I know which direction I would go. Right? I'm saying that as a person that mustache man bad. Mustache man bad. But when Steve says that he's a very misunderstood figure, can't but think that is by design. And there's a line of history. There's a line of history. I know that one bit that I've just said there is going to get clipped to no end, right? But that is where a lot of people are thinking. If you had to make me choose between being a Antifa goon, right, an Antifa goon, and being a fascist, I know which way I would go. At the moment, at least, I would hope that it doesn't either. Still for some kind of peaceful solution. I think that based on what Steve is saying, he's advocating for the most peaceful solution possible as well. That's why such a weird line of questioning, man. There's so many better ways, in my opinion, that Liam could have gone about this.
I wouldn't encourage murdering of any people.
I think that's the biggest thing.
But what I'm saying is,
I think that's the biggest thing as well. And I've paused it again because ultimately the person who wants to get the most out of this is the viewer. It's not necessarily yes, Liam wants to get a lot out of this, but it seems that he's coming in with this particular agenda. It's harming what the viewer's getting out of it. At least that's the way I see it.
definitely a conversation for today.
Okay, so we can go into it. I very much doubt the figures on that.
You did say nothing's off the table.
Yeah, you did,
So would you be for the gassing of the Jews if you was a German back in 1936?
No, I don't think we should have to gas people. I'll just say remove them. This is my position, but I very much doubt the credibility of all of that information. I'm not saying it's all lies, but I don't think everything's as we heard.
Oh, do you think the numbers have been exaggerated?
Very much so, yes.
Okay. What about, is gassing one Jew too many?
Gassing anyone's too many. You shouldn't be gassing anyone. Like I very much advocate for the most peaceful solution to fix demographic replacement. The position I advocate for with remigration is very much, we're going to return you to your homeland peacefully. There's going to be no harm done to you, and both sides are going to live happily ever after. I'm not here for saying, right, let's just line them all up against the wall and shoot them. That's not the line I would ever advocate for. For one, I'd have my doors kicked off in seconds. And two, I just don't think it's the sort of thing we need to go down the route. British people are never going to get behind something like that, even if that was the solution to the problem. British people are a little bit more moderate, so we wouldn't ever entertain that anyway. So my position is I wouldn't entertain that. I'd push for remigration, a peaceful solution to the demographic replacement. No harm will come to anyone.
What about the 500,000 Sikhs, the British Indians that fought in the world wars, that defended our shores? What would you do with those people?
They didn't fight for us. They fought for the empire. They fought for their...
Important distinction there, but you're noticing, because what about? And the thing is that, yeah, okay, you can have those questions, but I think Steve has been pretty articulate in his position. You know, he's been, you know, articulating his position, his worldview, his viewpoint very, very well. You know, I suppose you could say, as you know, people are coining onto the phrase at the moment, America first, America only. That's the phrase that a lot of American pundits have been adopting at the moment. So I suppose you could say, you know, he's kind of adopting, you know, English first, English only, if you will, at this point in time, right? Again, all of this has to be in the context of facing an extinction level threat, which I don't think anybody can really dispute at this point. Loving your own is not the same as hating others. Churchill, the mustache man, and the president of America, all dickheads who should have made peace. Basically the same ethnic group, 24th cousin. Yeah, I've been coming to the viewpoint now that basically there was no real winner of World War II, I don't think, especially when you look at how the country has turned out now, but also the fact that it's been such a measured, deliberate decline since the end of World War II. Right? Obviously the Germans didn't win World War II, obviously. And obviously the Italians and the others didn't win World War II. Right? I think Europe as a whole lost that war. And I think that's why you see many people now going down the route of like, no more brother wars. And obviously there's many other different things which, at least at this moment in time, with my level of knowledge, are in the realm of conspiracy. But I understand people may be far more educated than me on this stuff. They say Churchill had Zionist backers, Zionist bankers, all of this stuff, different voices, the seemingly a lot of Jewish voices in America that wanted to, what was the plan called? The plan to basically exterminate Germany, but also then enact basically a campaign of genocide against the Germans. Even so, going so far as to put in plans to, I can't remember if it was to sterilize, you know, the next generation of Germans or whatever, but a particularly cruel and vindictive plan. It was either after World War I or World War II. I can't remember. It's another one of Zuma Historian's videos. I can't remember exactly off the top of my head. But there were so many atrocities that occurred in that war. You know, firebombing of Dresden, obviously, the bombings of all cities and all civilian centers. Let's not do that again. Let's not do that again. But I think that the consensus that many people are coming to, especially when people still want to tout the line now, at least we're not speaking German. It's fine. We're speaking Arabic. We're speaking Urdu. We're speaking Hindi. We're speaking Somali. I'd be like, no, that boomer shit does not hold any water anymore. And you ask many people, they would have rather been speaking German. They would have rather been speaking German. And they would have rather their country been conquered by Germany than by other areas around the world that it currently has been conquered by. That's just the reality. That's just the reality.
For their own self-interests as well.
Is that not enough?
No. Okay. There's Gurkhas. There's Gurkhas, they fight for us. Most people have a lot of respect for the Gurkhas, but where I come from, the town just over from me, Cheriton, I live in Folkestone, town just over Cheriton, Gurkha stronghold. The whole town is basically Gurkha now. And that's because there's an army base there and they serve there, but they're just foreign mercenaries. They're paid to come over and fight for us. That doesn't mean they get the right to our homeland. They should be paid and sent back. That should be the logical solution.
In terms of meritocracy, what have you done for the country that supersedes what the Sikhs or the specific Sikhs done for our country in the world wars?
I think that's a bit of a fallacious argument. If you want to compare apples to apples on this, you need to compare every single contribution of every single British person. If you're going to compare a group to an individual, that's obviously going to be a completely incongruous comparison. Then if you compare all of our guys to what the Gurkhas done, obviously there is no comparison. And I can understand why then people say that they fought for the empire. We don't have the empire anymore, right? That was deliberately destroyed, right? That was deliberately destroyed. So I would, say that it's kind of logically fallacious there. Say, what have you done, Steve, versus the thousands or hundreds, however many it was in World War II that done this? All right, that's a completely fallacious question. That's a completely fallacious question, in my opinion. And the reality is, a lot of people wouldn't have picked up on that. But if you're going to compare groups to individuals, it's a completely fallacious starting point. But you won't find any more that's done good for Britain than the British. Because you go back less than 100 years, it was pretty much only British people that built here. So who was going to build Britain? The British. Whether that's through the World Wars, the Boer War, the Empire, whatever other things it was, doesn't really matter so much. Through the friggin' Tudors and the other wars, you go back to the Norman conquest, okay, not so good, but point being is that no one has done more for Britain than the British people. That is the reality. Now, you had other people throughout the empire, sure, they were fighting for the empire, and that's a distinct entity, or at least it's not Britain itself. The island is not the empire, right? It was the headquarters of it, I suppose you could say. But doesn't mean that anybody who ever contributed at any point for the empire and fought for the empire means that they should be able to come to Britain in unchecked numbers. Yeah, was it? I don't know, but I think today in Germany there are something maybe more 700,000 descendants of Red Army soldiers. That's another thing that we weren't told about. Thing is, with the school system in this country, you had no end of people. Right, no end of school teachers when you were lectured about the Nazis, going about the Nazi atrocities and stuff like that. But we actually had a module on Russian history. We had a module on Russian history that went from, I believe it was 1901 to 1917. Now, again, I don't know what it was like when you guys were in school. That Russian module, I can't help but think, ended in 1917 for very good reason. For a deliberate reason. And that was because they didn't want anybody to know about the atrocities that came after. We weren't told about the Red Army atrocities as they pillaged Germany and the rapes that occurred, the murders of children, the rapes of children, all of this heinous, disgusting stuff. Never, ever taught about that. But not only that, never, ever taught about Russia itself and the communism and all of that stuff beyond 1917. Bolsheviks take over, module ends. And that was a deliberate choice, in my opinion. That was a deliberate choice. And it was because they wanted to institute a similar system, right? We're seeing it's more of like a globalized communism system now. But when we were in secondary school, mind you, I talked about this with Victoria Rickson on the podcast. They were introducing a form of digital ID. They were introducing a form of digital ID where you'd have to put money into this, essentially like this mini bank at the entrance of the cafeteria, right? And that would be then linked to your fingerprint, and then you would use your fingerprint to pay for your food in the cafeteria. So they wanted to be able to institute this system, but a more modernized system. So what did they do? They deliberately didn't teach the next generation coming through about what happened. Because they were allowing it to happen in their own home. They were allowing the rapes of Britain to happen. at the hands of the Pakistani and the other rape gangs and so on. Truly, truly disgusting. Truly, truly disgusting.
Don't think you should ever use that argument. So my ancestors fought for this country, for my people to have a future. They didn't fight for it so Indians can come over and live here and open up a corner shop. Nobody fought for that. Nobody wanted that. If you went back and spoke to all of the veterans, I can guarantee you a good 99% of them would turn around and go, I do not stand for that. I do not want that. So to using the argument of they fought for the country, what have you...
A lot of them would also say that I fought for the wrong country, and we know that's true.
...done is such a ridiculous sort of analogy. This is my country. I don't have to explain why I'm here. Like, my people fought for this country. My people have bled for this country, and they've done it for a future for our people. And now we are betraying their memory by sitting here and even discussing the fact that Indians should be allowed here.
Have you ever had your head kicked in for any of your views?
No, but I have had a gang of Pakistanis turn up at my house with baseball bats once.
Now, he says I'm really excited. I'd be obviously absolutely terrified. It's one of the things that has, been in the back of my mind when even just speaking about this stuff from time to time, right? It's because you know that these people will go after your family. These people will go after your family. They have no qualms of going after everything that you hold dear, right? It's absolutely awful. And, it's good to hear that Steve obviously didn't have anything bad happen to him, but it just goes to show there that the community that he was in, they came out on his side, and she says, and they chased him away. But yeah, it speaks to another element, not only of a lot of the people in, they're very vengeful, and not only that, the way that we bring kids up, the way that we bring people up, the indoctrination, the social indoctrination, DEI, all of this stuff, it's made these people think that they're inherent victims and that we are oppressing them by virtue of race and all of this stuff. It inherently makes them very vengeful, and in instances then you see them, getting very violent and all of these things, not to mention all other examples. There was that instance in one of the shopping facilities in Birmingham, or in other places I believe it was, where the black teens threw the public seating off of like the third floor, and it very nearly hit someone, could have killed them. It's just, they have a lot of them. The reality is they just have no respect whatsoever. And we've not only brought people in that already have that mindset, things like colonialism and all things like that, but we've also said that mindset is justified via the school system and stuff like that, and via the things like the Equality Act and diversity and all of these things. It's horrendous what's been allowed to happen. And then when these people do get violent, and then a lot of the times you see that, a lot of the people that were on Liam's side or whatever will say that, it's perfectly fine for Steve to get his head kicked in. Or Piers Morgan, as you mentioned, Joe, he's saying it's not that much better than Piers Morgan. Piers Morgan saying, I'd gladly deport more English people just so I can get a fucking curry. It's absolutely disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting, that sentiment. There's no words for it. But, it's just... Yeah, I can understand where you say that, Havoc, where he says our men didn't like talking about the war. Yeah. Oh, there you saw that with Alec Penstone. Where he says, is Britain today worth fighting for? He says no, essentially. And Adil Ray right across from him says, why is that? I'd be like, you know exactly why it is. The reality is, when you look around at England, you are yourself emblematic of it. And annoyed that when Adil Ray with his comments on Sharia law and stuff like that as well. But yeah, it's that's the thing. We brought in a bunch of people that didn't need any other reason to hate us anyway. Already had ideals of racial and religious supremacy. And now we do have the very real prospect of getting our heads kicked in just for words that we say. Not to mention other things that our government will capitulate for, like I got my dog just down by here to my right-hand side. There's many areas of this country, I believe, I can't actually take her because it would be deemed intolerant. There's no place for that in Wales.
That doesn't surprise me. How did that go down?
I just went down for baseball bat. The neighbours went out and they ran off in a car, but it could have went a very different way. I've had like numerous death. I get a death threat every day, but no one really cares about that. It's just part and parcel of the politics.
I'll probably get them now just for platforming.
Yeah, you may. But
I want to actually, let me interject this. I want to know, am I going to get more backlash for platforming Bonnie Blue or Steve Laws? Put it in the comments. Are you more disappointed in me that I've platformed Steve Laws or Bonnie Blue? Now we'll move back to the serious conversation.
Who do you think he got more backlash for? Bit irrelevant to the actual conversation that we're having and the points that we're drilling down on. Who do you think, just as a general question, who do you think he would have got more backlash from, Steve or Bonnie? Just as a general thing. Leave it in the comments. Leave like Bonnie or Steve or whatever. Who do you think, you guys, the viewers now, who do you think he would have got more backlash from, Liam in this instance?
Conversation, because I'm interested. Let's just say I fell in love with a Greek woman. Her father's Greek. She's half Greek. She's lived there her whole life as of her previous family members. I fall in love with her. We procreate. I have a baby. That baby's now quarter Greek. What do you do with my quarter Greek baby?
That wouldn't be such a mixed race argument because you are two Europeans having a child. That's something that has happened throughout history, and unfortunately it's something that's going to continue happening. It's not something I would encourage, but it's not something I would turn around and go, okay, we're going to round your child up and sling you out. That's not something that I would advocate for. For one, the percentage on people that actually do that is very, very low. And if it's not encouraged as time goes on, it's never going to be a future issue. But as it stands, it's a very low percentage. I wouldn't even put that at the top of any priority whatsoever.
Woodlander, how you doing?
What about if I fell in love with a black woman and we had a mixed race child? Would you separate me from my child?
I wouldn't separate you from your child, but
how would you deal with that situation?
I would encourage you both to leave if that would be the best option.
If you had the power to make one of us leave, would you?
Yeah, non-Europeans I would.
Okay, so you'd separate a mother from their child if their child was non-European?
No, because I'd let you all go together.
But what if the British person had to stay where they are?
But why would that ever be a situation? This is a weird hypothetical where it's
it's just to get inside your mind just how extreme
so
you'd go.
You can take it down to that, like, there are various subjects, nuances in these situations where, for instance, there are people that have been in those situations, and it's complicated, of course.
Now, this is where it's obviously a contentious topic, and that's why, again, I think it's good for the viewer that this is now coming up a little bit later on in the conversation when it was just ham-fisted straight into the front part of the conversation, because I don't think, at least, correct me if I'm wrong, when people think of remigration, you know, whether it's returning Britain to an ethno-state or getting to a certain percentage of the population, right? I know a lot of people say that it should be, say, at least bare minimum 95%. I know that's what a lot of people say, right? There should be 95% English at a bare minimum. I don't think most people, the minute they hear remigration, instantly think of, you know, mixed race families and stuff like that. So I'm happy that this is now coming up in the end, or towards the middle. Sorry, and I just wanted to know what you guys think, because another argument that I've seen, and I'm not sure where I sort of stand on this issue yet, purely because, for example, you have the element that, you know, one of the parents would be, you know, ethnically English or ethnically British, whatever it may be. And then you'd say that Steve's ideology is doing what he feels is the best for the English people. But in this instance, it seems then, because of certain choices or whatever, that then this actual English person, one of the parents or whatever, is then being forced to leave their home or whatever it may be, leave their homeland. I think that is where that he may lose some people. I know I've seen a lot of prominent commentators, not necessarily prominent commentators, but people who have like a fair few good amount of followers on Twitter saying that, look, you're going to lose me if you then start talking about some of the children of native English men or native English women. I suppose I just want to know, I guess, where you guys stand on it or whatever. I'm not sure, but I think most people would agree, at the very least. Like, it's a little bit like an analogy in weight loss, for example. We're speaking about it from a personal trainer's perspective. A lot of the health benefits you get from weight loss, or you can get from weight loss, occur within like the first 20% of you know, weight loss, of body weight loss. A lot of them can come from just that first significant portion of weight being lost. And as you get more and more lean, then the actual benefits tend to, as you get into a healthy range, the more and more you get further down, like in body fat percentage and stuff like that, it tends to, diminishing returns, so to speak, in terms of health benefits, stuff like that. I'm not talking about aesthetics here. I'm not talking about aesthetics like the way you look and stuff like that. Health benefits is what I'm talking about. I think most people, obviously dealing with things like legal immigration and just dealing with things like foreign blocks, foreign communities, Pakistanis, Bangladeshis or whatever, the ones that have outright colonized many areas of the country, you deal with them, you've pretty much gone like the vast majority of the way to solving the problem. That's what I would say. And I think where Steve said the British people tend to be a bit more moderate, I think that would be where most people then would say, okay, maybe this is good enough or whatever. The demographic trend has been reversed. There's not a war being waged against the English people or anything like that. Yeah, exactly what you're saying there, Woodlander. Steve's pushing it as far as he can. Even if it only goes halfway, it'll be a blinder. And I completely understand that because, again, context is there's a silent war being waged of genocide by replacement. There is that context, and I'm salient with that. I think it's exactly as you said, even if it only goes a certain way there. And I think a lot of people use this to try and bring it back constantly to this mixed race families question or whatever, as a way to try and discredit the movement from getting any kind of credibility anyway, even though that would be, as far as I can tell, relatively far down on the priority list versus, generations of legal and illegal migrants that have come here that never had any business being here, never ever should have been here, right, that are in their own enclaves, foreign families and foreign communities that never ever should have been allowed to be here. Send those back first, and by that point, you've already gone, at the very least, most of the way to solving the problem. And I think, once the main bulk of the problem is solved, right, once you've got the most main benefits sorted, depends on how you progress then, I suppose. But yeah, I can understand why people take what many people say is a very, very extreme line. But this is the point that we've got to in Britain now, where you say Britain for the British, or England for the English, or Wales for the Welsh, Scotland for the Scottish, Ireland for the Irish, or whatever. That's viewed as extreme in and of itself. So you see the war that's being waged, man. You see the war that's being waged. And that is where it ultimately always has to come back to, is that, goddamn, the government is hell-bent on our destruction and is loading these people often into you have the people that are coming over because they want to, because either they want to expand the caliphate or they're on an ethno-religious conquest or whatever. You have people coming over here with bad intentions anyway, whether it's legal or illegal. And then you have the people the government have loaded into a gun and shot at the back of the British people, shot in the back of the head of the British people, and trying to eliminate them and bring these people in their place. And that's not okay. Never was okay, never will be okay, never is okay, and that's ultimately what we have to deal with. I'm going to do, ladies and gentlemen, I need to quickly pop downstairs. I need to go to the toilet. I'll transition it. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. First they came for the foreigners and I did not speak up as I was not a foreigner. Yeah, I understand that. I suppose I'm just trying to, again, Steve said that, there's a little bit of nuance and that you can have this discussion around it. After that, everything was lovely and they didn't come for anyone else. Yeah, and I understand why a lot of people think the way that they do, I suppose. It's just, again, where you have that element of where you're then affecting a native British person, whatever it may be. It's just questions asked, and that's why open discussion, in my opinion, is good, at least with regards to this. When you have a good line of questioning, you can actually get to the reasons why. But yeah, I will be back in a moment, guys. I just need to quickly nip to the toilet. But looking forward to seeing your comments in the chat and everything when you get back. If you vehemently disagree with me, leave them in the chat. I think discussion is very, very important, and ultimately, my views on these things are open to being changed, a lot of times. So yeah, if you think that I'm completely wrong or I'm coming about this the wrong way or whatever, leave them in the chat. All right, guys, I'll see you in a minute. is anyone still here? Fell asleep in the bog. He's left, he does. Wonder if there's anybody still here. Sorry, guys. I should have let the video play. Sorry, guys. I should have let the video play. I did not fall asleep in the bog. I did have some people. Did have to attend to some things though. I had to feed the dog. Had to sort a couple of things. So I do apologise. But yeah, for those of you who may have had to go or whatever. Yeah, for those of you who may have had to go, it'll be available as a recording anyway, so you can go back and pick up from where you left off anyway. So, nope. Right, I am back. Anybody still here? Anybody still here? Say, I did not lefty you. I did not lefty you. I can attest to that. Like I said, in it from start to finish. Joe, you still here? Anyway, if you're not, I'll be cracking on. Fairly soon. Anybody still here? Any of my recently appointed mods still here? Moderators? Anybody? Anybody? It doesn't let me see who the viewers are. Oh, there we go. Hey guys, how's it going? Can see you guys are still here. Awesome, awesome stuff. So we've still got Dave or Dave Toby. We've still got Privacy. We've still got Banksy. All right, let's crack on. Joe, what about it? Joe, thank you very much, mate. Really appreciate you. Really appreciate seeing you today as well. So looking forward to hopefully hearing your thoughts on the remainder of this. As we go on, but yeah, I understand people have things to get up for and stuff like that, and are not light owls like me. My sleep schedule is absolutely fucked at the moment, so I'm like not falling asleep till like 3-4 a.m. It's pain, but anyway, I can't remember exactly where we were. Thank you for being with me, guys. We'll get straight back on with it.
It's complicated. It's not something that should ever be encouraged.
What, to procreate with another race, or
yeah, to mix race? I don't think it should ever be encouraged, because one, it creates a child of nowhere. They're a child that's not part or parcel of their own people, and they're also not part and parcel of the people. So from the mother, say the mother's African and the father's English, you're no longer seen as English, and you're no longer seen as African. You are seen as an other, and it becomes problematic. So this is where a lot of mixed race people have resentment, and a lot of them turn that resentment towards the British people, and they actually promote promote immigration and so forth. So these people,
I have seen examples of that. And I don't know what it is like in terms of like clinical literature or whatever on like the mental effects of mixed race families and stuff like that. I would imagine the biggest thing that's going to impact like the child in that instance would be the cohesion with the family, particularly the mother and father, and obviously race is just one of many factors. You know, how well they get along, the overall family environment, if there's any other kids in the picture, all of these other things. Are they both working? Is one of them working? Is one of them not? Etc. All of these other things can play a role as well. Yeah, my sleep schedule is fucked, mate. My sleep schedule is absolutely fucked. But managing to keep life somewhat together. I'm working on it, but it's managing to keep life somewhat together. I'm one of those fuckers that stays up on their phone really late. Stays up on their screens really late. I don't do myself any favours. It's completely self-inflicted. I've always been a naturally late sleeper anyway. Like late to sleep, late to rise. I'd be the perfect night shift worker for the most part. But yeah, that's just the way I've always been. But yeah, it's awful. It's awful. But yeah, the thing is that particularly from an identity standpoint, I can understand what Steve is saying, and I think there's a difference. I think there's a difference between actively encouraging something or actively saying that something is immoral, and not necessarily saying it's immoral, but discouraging it. You know, I think that there's a difference between the two. A lot of people, if you discourage something, will immediately think that that necessarily means that it's immoral. there's something wrong with it from a moral standpoint. And I'm not sure if I would agree with that, at least from a moral standpoint. But in the context of, the government is definitely using the normalization of things like mixed race families to normalize British replacement. It absolutely is. That's why they put like mixed race families or overrepresent minorities in TV adverts, on marketing. It's absolutely why they do it. They are attempting to normalize it. And that's what gets me, is that it's not a natural, it doesn't seem to be a natural evolution, right? It's not a natural evolution. It's been done deliberately. That's for me where the problem lies. Because I do understand to an extent what Liam is saying, where you have two people, sparks fly, and they love each other and all of this stuff, right? But when you know that the government is doing it with an agenda in mind, that is different. That is very, very different, in my opinion. So I can understand what he's saying, right? I can understand what's being said. I can understand the point that's being made. It's different when the government is trying to normalize it for political reasons versus when it is happening naturally or when it's happening in very small amounts, and then the government is trying to increase it and trying to make it seem more normal than it actually is. The morality question is a little bit of a weird one, but the political normalization of it is certainly something which you can have a lot more productive dialogues about, for my opinion. Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, I'd be the first to say that, again, I've said time and time again, and other people probably disagree with me as well, is that from a moral standpoint, and from the case of two people getting together and having a family because they love each other, and then they have a good family structure, they bring the kid up in a good way and all stuff like that. Yeah, absolutely. I think maybe you'd be a good person to ask in this instance. Do you think that the government is trying to use it as a tool as a further tool in normalising British replacement, though? Do you think? That's an open question, and there's no judgment with regards to that. I'm opening, the door up for discussion in that regard. I want to know what people think. Ultimately, when I say these things and when I speak my mind, I want to know what people think. That's ultimately. Please just do let me know. I'll carry on playing the video.
People. It is a complicated subject, I understand this, but these people have an inherent bias towards their immigrant parent. I've seen it, you must have seen it. Let's use a prime example, Bob Vylan, I Heard You Want Your Country Back. Half Jamaican, half English. Everyone in the country was calling for his deportation when he was sitting there saying, Heard You Want Your Country Back. He's a mixed race fella. So the public will move to that position when they feel threatened. And this is where the line becomes problematic, because the others, whereas you got the immigrant parent and the English parent, that child belongs to no one, essentially. Even when you fill out your government passport form, it's white British, mixed other. That's what they would be. And unfortunately, these people are victims of immigration, and somewhere along the line, a line's going to have to be drawn in the sand, and that someone's going to have to go, enough is enough. Otherwise, we're going to have a nation that is like Brazil, where everyone's mixed race. There's no inherent culture. There's no dominant ethnic group. It's just hellhole. And that's...
I think it would be by resolving the main problems with regards to immigration, the enclaves that are, deliberately foreign, and they keep themselves as foreign enclaves. Dealing with illegal immigration, obviously, but dealing with the generations of legal immigration is going to go a long ways to solving that problem before we even need to have anything resembling this discussion, if we ever would need to. I've seen, I think it was the England 21 under team, it's exactly what you're seeing now. I wonder how much, not only the diversity quotas, but then obviously you have differing physical capacities across different ethnicities and stuff like that as well. Brazil number one. Brazil number one. I'm not sure. I don't know if I want my, I've seen a lot of the slums in Brazil. I know a lot of people that go out to Brazil to do like jiu-jitsu competitions and train and stuff like that. They got to be very careful. Obviously in the favelas, it's very gang run and stuff like that. But yeah, I can understand the sentiment he's saying at the very least. I think, as I said, the mixed race question, even if you need to ask it, it's a drop in the bucket. Anything else, and it's it's something that goes to the extremes of, immigration, the immigration debate, that I don't think we'll ever really even need to have that question. I don't think we'll ever be confronted with the possibility of turning out like Brazil, at least not anywhere in the near future. I think we do certainly have a lot of problems with regards to a lot of immigration, however, in general. And I think a better way you can probably think about it, at least in my perspective, is just encouraging, as I see many other people do that don't align with the ethno-nationalist position, is encouraging British people to have strong families. Encouraging them to have strong families and have big families as well. I think that's going to be obviously a large part to reversing the demographic trend, because we're killing ourselves as well. He apparently sees England as only sees England and Northwest Europe as well. He said, "I've never heard of this term before, P-assist. Can you let me know what this term means? I've never heard that term before, P-assist. I'll carry on playing the video now, but I've never heard the term P-assist before. If you let me know what that means, I'd really appreciate it."
It's the direction that is heading in Britain, unfortunately.
Is there any part of you that's scared? Do you fear anything, any kind of attack? I'll give you an example. Now, I know that I'm quite happy to speak out against radical Islam. I'm also happy to speak out against Muslims that don't speak out against radical Islam. It's their moral obligation to call out their own community. And I'm happy to say that, irrespective that I've got Muslim friends. I've sat up drinking and partying and doing real haram stuff with some of my friends I've grown up with that are Muslim, and I've had debates with them. They've got a glass of red wine in their hand and a £50 note hanging out their nose, talking about...
Did Liam just rat out a bunch of his Muslim friends as distinctly doing things that are not Muslim? I'd be very concerned about that.
About the Prophet. I'm like, no, you're not a Muslim. So, and you must know well enough by now that I'm as outspoken as most men. And I know that I'm a target for a radical Islamist. They'd love to shut me up. But you could be a target for any non-white, essentially. Yeah. So how do you sleep at night? Do you fear you could come under attack? And, where do you go from there?
To be honest, right, it doesn't bother me in the slightest. If it happens, it happens. I don't walk down the road looking over my shoulder thinking, oh my God, I'm going to get attacked one day. It doesn't bother me. I'm fully aware that there's an awful lot of non-whites that despise me. They see me as like the devil and they want me gone. But the feeling's mutual, so there's not really a problem there. Like I've said, I've had people turn up at my house before. That's only been a one-off, so touch wood, it doesn't happen again. But ultimately, it's just part and parcel of politics, isn't it? There's going to be the risk that I'm going to get attacked. I do not fear for it. I have 3 children, so I do fear for their future.
A little bit there where he said that feeling is mutual. There's a lot of things that people could run with there. Maybe even if he's trying to make his point, he could make it in a better way when he said that they think that he's the devil and then the feeling is mutual. It's like, again, you always do have to try and look beyond what people are saying sometimes, right? You've got to try and think that like we said before, like when we're highlighting some of the stuff that Liam was saying, the fallaciousness in some of his questions, the stuff that's not being said, which is conveyed through the words nonetheless, the ideas that are conveyed. I'm not sure if you can hear that in the background. My dog's decided that it's time to come in and do the happy stomps. Pardon me. But yeah, I don't know whether maybe you could call that a Freudian slip, maybe. But yeah, I suppose that's what you really see. Really, maybe he tipped the hand more towards Liam, just with that slight admission, saying that again, well, that feeling is mutual. It's like maybe there is more than meets the eye, right? Steve Laws was at 100% white society. Yeah, I think that's absolutely the case. I think that's why he says his position is total remigration. Do you think? Because in this interview, I'll ask you this, in the chat. I'll look at your response. Let's see what your response is. Do you think that it's largely because feels as though Britain is under attack from a demographic replacement, like he says, or do you think it's because of other reasons that he's not quite being so forthright with, if you know what I mean? Forthright. That's the word I'm looking for. So yeah, William Luther Pierce. I've never heard of William Luther Pierce. No, you have to drop a line in the chat as well about who this person is. I've never actually heard of William Luther Pierce, but my mind is open My mind is open. Follow Hitler regime or let them on. Yeah, I completely understand what you're saying. I don't think that it would need to go that far. And that's my opinion. And this is where I guess you could say that my opinion differs from Steve a little bit. But yeah, it's a case of the demographic issue is a problem. I guess it's just how far we go. That's the issue. I think that's where Steve would actually lose a lot of support with his viewpoint, if you will. So I don't think most people would want, like a 100% white society or whatever, or want a national socialist regime. That's the one question I've always had, actually, now that you bring it up, is the socialist question. I know I asked it before, was can you have nationalism without socialism, or does nationalism inherently imply socialism, and do you need socialism to fulfill the aims of nationalism? It's a question that it keeps coming back into my mind. It does keep coming back into my mind. And yeah, I certainly think that you could find somewhere between those two, extremes. And that certainly seems to be, I don't know, maybe that's what the Trump administration is doing, I suppose, maybe. Even they're using the term like remigration. I suppose it's just dependent on what we use the term remigration to mean, I suppose. Yeah, I suppose, yeah. I suppose you could say it is 100% not possible, because I raised this up before, that when you have the question of mixed race people, is that you have the English component. You have either, say, the English father or the English mother, whatever it is, or the British father or the British mother, whatever it is. So they do have that element there that would, tie them to this land, right, and tie them to the people. So, yeah, I suppose you could say it's not 100% possible. I suppose that, and that's where, again, I think you lose a lot of people. Not you, as in Steve. Now, as in Steve, you lose a lot of people then when you start saying you want to, deport the families that are mixed race of English people, for example, but then you would deport them along with it. It kind of is a little bit incongruent with the whole wanting to put the English people or the British people first. I can absolutely see that. And I suppose even if it wasn't possible, that I think somebody said in the chat earlier that you could get it to even like halfway. If what Steve was saying, for example, that you could even get like halfway to it would massively reverse the trends, and it would massively solve the problems. Yeah, I think a lot of people would like it like Poland, where it's majority Polish people, and then the people who are coming in are extremely heavily vetted. I suppose it's, how do we reset it? I suppose the question is, how do we reset it? Is in, we undo the trampling of the rights of the generations of British people that didn't want this level of immigration, that always objected to it, and we get back to the starting point and then decide who comes in and in what number. Another option is that the most Natsal group I've seen are fucking retards and are either closeted pedos or meth heads, especially the American nationalists. It's just some 40-year-old man yelling out. Yeah, a lot of the American nationalists, I can see what you mean. Some heavy allegations there, though. Some heavy allegations there, has to be said. But yeah, that's where I see a lot of the groups splintering off at the moment. Like, one of the groups is like essentially like a National Socialist fight club. Like, do we really need the National Socialist stuff? Do you need the more so the socialist stuff? Do we really need that in order to have a nationalist movement? That's a question I keep asking myself. And then a lot of them, I know Steve put up a post on X one time, which he deleted very quickly, I think, which he was right to delete. But yeah, a lot of them makes me think, like, obviously what you're seeing in front of the camera is one thing. You can never know what's going on in their head and stuff like that. Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, I think that's the danger with Britain being so fractured at this moment. Old school proper men, no gay flags. Yeah, I think that's where most people would sort of settle, to be honest, especially when you see the degeneracy being pushed through the school system, and I can speak to that firsthand. It's disgusting. yeah, I think that's where most people would agree. Most people, even on, you know, the nationalist side, still think that, you know, what Hitler done was bad. I think most people certainly think that. I certainly do, you know. Right, we'll get cracking.
But they've had no problems in terms of anything, so that's not an issue. But I wouldn't say I'm concerned at all, to be honest. If I get attacked, I get attacked. It is what it is at the end of the day. It'd be no different than any other British person getting attacked.
Sure, here's a unique version of your
nice
CV that will help you stand out.
You could be a target for murder. Do you think somebody could potentially kill you?
I don't know, maybe. That depends how influential I got in terms of politics. But as I stand right now, I don't think there's people out there that generally want to murder me. If they do, it's just sort of like a throwaway comment. I don't think there's anyone really going to be hunting me down.
Yeah, you see, I think very differently. I think we are living in times now where there's so many radicals plonked amongst us that we're kind of playing Russian roulette. But this is like an illegal immigrant and legal immigration thing, but which is a different subject matter. Let me ask you, so let me think of something nice you could say about someone of color. Who's the most attractive black woman you can think of?
Interesting point.
I don't think black women are attractive.
Not any of them?
Not any of them.
Any Asian women?
No. White women.
Just white women?
Yeah.
So, for example, if Halle Berry was sat opposite you saying, Steve, let me give you a blowjob, nobody will find out, would you refuse that blowjob?
Yeah, she's brown.
This is a nuts segment. You see there where... This is what I mean. I think for those of you guys who've been here since like quite close to the beginning, you'll have known that I've drilled down quite a bit on Liam's line of questioning. His face kind of exemplifies here my like response to the line of questioning that he's chosen. You know, just like sheer bewilderment, like this is the line that he's gone down. But it's insinuating... What is the point here? What is the point of this? Is it insinuating that you know, a blowjob from Halle Berry is going to get him to reverse his position or whatever? It's just so absurd. I can't help but think that this was just done for the camera. There's no way that this like ever crossed Liam's mind as a legitimate question of his political philosophy, as a legitimate question of Steve's political philosophy. Now, this is an absolute absurd tangent. I suppose the question would be, and for you guys who are not watching live at the moment, because it is very late in the UK, for you guys who are not watching live, who are instead watching watching the re-recording, leave down in the comments if this would cause you to change your entire political philosophy if you're on the right wing, or even if you're on the left wing. Could a blowjob from Halle Berry? In fact, hang on. Let me see if I can do this. Hang on, guys. Bear with. I'll do this. Let's right. Let's do this. So I'm actually gonna run a poll. There's only you guys. There's only 9 people that are watching. So. Actually, I can't remember how to. I'm just going to put H and make sure that I avoid the YouTube censors. Okay, I'll do. Hang on. There we are, running a slight poll. I know there's only a couple of you here to vote on it, but anyway. The biggest thing is, one thing I can say, perspective, is that they have been. So I can attest to that personally. I showcased on one of my previous interviews, I believe it was the conversation I had with Nicola Lund, if I'm not mistaken. You can go find that down below. I photographed on a Welsh educational campus as a college, I won't say where, And they have the one flag up year round. They have a Ukraine flag up year round. They've got it up now, I believe. And during the month of Pride, they did indeed have the Pride flag up. And in freshers and stuff like that, they do, I think they had one last year. They had like a drag queen story hour, if I'm not mistaken. They also put all like the pronoun badges and stuff like that all through freshers and stuff like that. So yeah. And the school system, if you watch my interview with Kimberly Isherwood, actually highlights a lot of the, you know, gross stuff that's being pumped through public schools. In fact, I'll quickly run and get them, actually. I see that some people have answered my question in the poll. If you bear with me 2 secs, guys. Also, I want to thank everybody that's new who's subscribed. Thank you ever so much. I really appreciate it. So we've got this one. Kimberly. There we go. Let me grab the link for this. And I'll put it in the... So consensus is that most people would not, for a Halle Berry blowjob, change their political opinion. That one there, which I've just put in the chat, is the link to my conversation with Kimberly Isherwood about the indoctrination of the school system. And this next one, oh, not that. I wanted to reach out to Nicola Lund because she was an ex-school teacher herself. And I wanted to speak to her about if she noticed the indoctrination of the school system when she was a teacher herself. She then told me about, it's in that interview, the very ending segment where I'm recording the outro segment with the handheld mic, that I showcase the image from that campus with the Pride flag and with the Ukraine flag. It's a bit difficult to see because there's no wind, so the flags are down. But yeah, they do. Make no mistake about it. I drove past the school on my way to interview somebody else for the podcast fairly recently, about a month or so ago, and I saw that there was a Pride flag flying on the flagpole inside the school as well. It was a secondary school, if I'm not mistaken. It was towards Newport. So yeah, I have seen them. But yeah, those are two good interviews you can check out if you want to know about the indoctrination of the school system. If you want to know about the the pride flags on campuses and stuff like that, I can attest to that firsthand. It's absolutely rife. It's absolutely rife within the school system. Maybe from that one film that she was in. But 4 votes, so there we go. We'll end that poll. That's quite interesting. 4 votes said that no, they would not change their political worldview for a Halle Berry blowjob. If there was somebody that would give you a little bit of the sucky, right, to change your political worldview, then I don't know, keep that shit to yourself. But yeah, you never hope you see it in your school for sure, because it really depresses me. Really depresses me whenever I see it, whether I just happen to be driving past somewhere and I see this heinous child mutilation flag flying outside. It's disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting. But yeah, these absurd tangents that Liam is going down, it's really weird, man. Really weird.
I don't know why you're so shocked.
I'm just thinking about the comment section now.
The comment section can fire away, mate. If it's white, it's all right. If it's brown,
you're not having it.
Nah.
What about the police?
Preference,
you must have come under attack by the police. You must be a target.
Everyone has their preference after all.
Surely. Because if they must fear that your views will spread further afield, and then they'll have a whole new army of people to deal with on the streets. And remind me to ask you after that question.
Yeah, so perspective, I've seen them in colleges. I've seen them all over universities, yeah. Colleges and universities. I believe I've also seen one flying on a secondary school campus as well. Just as I happened to be driving past as I was going to interview someone. I happened to be on the route to where I had to go. And just so the school happened to, look over as I was driving at the flag, and I believe there was a pride flag at the top. So I've seen it at secondary school level as well, I believe.
Or if you can remember 2 questions, Could you form an army on the streets, or are you a small minority that are big on X, but you wouldn't be very big on the street? So they're the two questions. Are you a target for the police, and could you form a street movement of, say, 100,000 people?
I'll answer the second one first, so I don't forget it. 100,000 people, no. The only person who can do that in the UK is Tommy. I'll accept that. Everyone can accept that. But in terms of a street movement, we can very much build a street movement. We're working on it at the moment. But it won't be 100,000 numbers. I'm not going to lie to you. It'd be at a push a few hundred. That's probably the limit with what we could get out onto the street at the moment. But what I can get out, other people may be able to get out more. But that's probably the best I could get if I really put a lot of effort into it and done it. But in terms of the police, ultimately, yeah, I get a lot of shit. I get arrested at protests. I've had my police knock on my door multiple times. I've been arrested. I'm currently on bail now, but obviously I can't talk about that. And yeah, so I do get a lot of shit from the police, but I think we all do, don't we? If you're a nationalist, most people do get shit from the police, especially if you're slightly influential and people listen to you.
I'm surprised I haven't yet.
It doesn't bother me. They're just doing their job at the end of the day. They're going to be told, right, go and harass that person. Crack on, mate.
Yeah, I think if you're remotely anti-establishment, you are a target for the police. The higher you get up, the more politicised it becomes, and we know what side of the fence they lean on up there, which is a sad state of affairs, because we are, as much as I don't agree with a lot of your views, I'm well aware that we are on the precipice of losing our country for good. And I don't think people realise just how quick that could happen and how quickly you can radicalise people. Probably from both sides, but not that I would never ever compare like an FNAT to a fucking Islamist. So just let's not get that twisted. How would you define me? Because some people think I'm far right. I personally think I'm centre right. I like to think I try and be as fair as possible. But am I what you call a civnat?
I would call you on the cusp of liberal to civic nationalist. I'd say you're a liberal that doesn't like Islam. Fair assessment, I would say. And in terms of your immigration views, I would say you're very much not open borders, but you're not closed borders.
Oh, I am.
But you're not in a way.
I hear something. I wouldn't want any new.
I just had a thought, perspective. What would your thoughts be if you're still in the chat? Because obviously one person I see frequently being either reposted or in quite close relationship with, but I don't know anything about really, so I don't, make any judgments on the person or anything like that. What would you make? I'm just thinking, given that the discourse that we've had on Steve in this instance, which I think is very productive, and I appreciate your input. I want to make sure that that's conveyed fully. What do you make of somebody like a Zuma historian, for example? What do you make of somebody like a Zuma historian, his views and his history videos and stuff like that in particular? I just want to know your perspective on that as well. Annoying that Pete North and Laws got harassed by police treated like a criminal for nothing. Yep, absolutely. In many instances, they outright don't police the criminals, do they? They police the people that talk about the criminals. It's absolutely disgusting. In this instance, civic nationalism, he did go over it earlier in the podcast. I think it's just nationalism without the main focus being ethnicity. That's what I get from it. And Steve clarified, or at least in his view, his worldview, clarified earlier on in the conversation, that the ethno-nationalist position is just the nationalist position, and the civic nationalist position is one that co-opted the nationalist movement to basically be more about values rather than the people and rather than the genetic makeup of the people. That's how I understand it. Anyway, so you remove the central focus on ethnicity, right? It seems to be because people want to get away from the racial connotations with it, and then you make it more about these nebulous values and nebulous, contributions or whatever. It's the economy, it's GDP, it's this, it's that. That seems to be what it is. It seems to be like grouping it in with the liberal position almost, but trying to LARP as a nationalist, essentially. That's how I get it. That's how I understand it. But yeah, I feel it'd be quite interesting to know your views on like a Zuma historian and stuff like that. I've watched his videos on like the perspectives of veterans after World War II, Rhodesia, I understand that other prominent right-wing figures, like Carl Benjamin, for example, I believe have essentially called him a Nazi apologist or Hitler apologist. But then I see that others that, like Harry Robinson, I believe, who's also part of the Lotus Eaters guys, who said that Zuma historian's a pretty good friend. So I just want to know what you think about that. Just having some open discourse about it. Zuma's also a Nordicist as well. His videos were defending the Reich's war crimes. Has he defended them? I don't know if I've ever seen a video where I could be wrong. I don't have a great, memory of every single thing that he said. Has he ever really defended like the war crimes and stuff like that? I understand obviously people dispute the figures of like the Holocaust and stuff like that, but has he ever outright defended the Nazi war crimes and stuff like that? Just if there's an example or whatever that you know of, either in the chat or whatever, because I understand that he obviously says at the start of his videos that nothing that he says is to be taken as his own political opinion, and I've always thought that initially, at least, or based on what I've seen, he seems to do a fairly good job of that. A lot of it is just retelling either just the events as they were and leaving, including the details that were omitted, or occasionally giving his own political perspective when he uses a term like if a genocide took place or something like that. Obviously, a genocide is a term which, it was a term coined and based on a criteria by humans, I suppose. So you can say that when you call it that, people have different definitions of what a genocide is. So you could make the argument that that's political, I suppose. But I appreciate your input on stuff like that. Really, really would appreciate your input.
Foreign migration.
So that's fair. You wouldn't want any more to come in.
No. So that's I've got to be open and honest about that. The state that we're in now, I wouldn't want any more foreign migrants entering the country. Not in a million years. Not until we've got our shit together, and then, if they're part of a family that's already here and they can contribute and add to the economy, and they've actually got a genuine skill set and a CV and a DBS check and a criminal record check, then I'd be open to, okay, well, if you can contribute and make the country a better place, I can sit there and I can think about it. That's my honest opinion. But but it's interesting how you perceive me, because I know that people that you knock about with, because I invited you on after you insulted me on X and I didn't respond. I thought, you know what, we got...
What was that? I called you a prat.
You called me a prat. We got bigger battles to fight, and I've been called a lot worse. I thought, well, you sound like an interesting guest. Come on, rather than like all that stuff on X. It's like, fuck that. Let's talk about the real world. But a lot of people on your side said that I would pull out of the interview and that I'd never have you on. Why did they say that?
Well, it's your circles you run in mostly, because most people in the civic nationalist, liberal, I'll say CivNat just to keep it simple. I'd say most people in the CivNat sphere are...
And just what is a CivNat, so I'm clear?
So a civic nationalist is basically, long story short, they think anyone can be British.
Right.
Which is a fair assessment of you. You think most people can be British. Your African friends you think's British.
They're African British. They're not British.
British is British, mate. But I'm not debating you. So
but I'm not saying they're British. No, that's not a debate. But in my mind, I think they're...
I suppose then you come back to the what is British or who is British or what does being British mean debate. I suppose that's where you come back to, right? I'm increasingly seeing, and I don't think you have to agree with Steve with regards to everything, in acknowledging that ethnicity is an inherent component even to being British. And like you said there, British is British. And I think that up until recently, up until very, very recently, with the mass migration changes and stuff like that, everyone had an inherent knowledge of what being British meant. And that you didn't even really need to ask the racial question. You didn't even really need to ask all of these other questions because it just wasn't a factor. everyone knew that the people coming across on the Windrush boats weren't British, because they were coming from elsewhere, and that, you know, their descendants would at least therefore be maybe British subjects, but not necessarily be British, because they're not British in terms of their DNA. So, but like you do a DNA test and it traces you back to Britain, you do a DNA test and it traces you back to Britain, it's like, that tells you a lot of what you need to know. At least that's how I think most people, or a lot of people, would see it. Whether that means that it's the only thing, because then, you know, people talk about religion, for example, and they say, you know, the Christian traditions and stuff like that. Well, I'll leave it up to you guys whether you're in the live chat right now or whether you're in the comment section later. Would people still be English if they then reverted to their old pagan traditions? Or ultimately then, if they all converted to Islam, would they still be English? It might not be, for example, a native English tradition, right? But would they still be English people? I suppose is the question. I suppose that's the question. But I just wanted to check the viewers on the Rumble page. That's why I transitioned out of that. Do you think is Reed, you guys who are watching now, or you guys who are in the comments later on, do you think his read on Liam is correct? Do you think his read on Liam is correct? A lot of people saying that Liam is basically a leftist, a lefty. Do you think that he is correct in his assessment? And do you think, or what do you think, what comes to mind? What's the instant reaction? Maybe you can leave this in the chat if you're watching them in the comments. What's your instant reaction when Steve says, for example, British is British? What's then your instant reaction? Is it to question? Is it to agree? Is it to disagree? What is it? What is it?
They're African British. If they held their culture...
Biggest thing is there, he's admitted something there when he needs the clarification. When you need the clarification there, it says something about the position, right? I think we can say that.
And their views in front of ours, and they'd lived here for their 40 years of living, then I'd say, well, you're not for the country. So I'm...
in between.
I'm not really a black and white person. I'm into the nuance, and I do think, okay, well, not everyone's the same, and you've got to make a few allowances here, but I know that I'm a better judge than a lot of other people. So I think if it was under my control, I would be able to sit down, interrogate somebody, and know there'd be a plus for the country, or there'd be a negative for the country.
But do you think, I know not to push back on it a little bit, but do you think that is a logical way to control immigration, where you've got to look at every person, you've got to work them out, and you go, yeah, he's British. No, he's not British. Do you think that's that's a logical approach?
I get it would be far simpler from a logistical point of view, but I also am mindful that there are other races and ethnicities in the country already that have been here for a lot longer than me, and they've managed to assimilate, and there are success stories within...
I suppose the difference there, and it's a little bit like what you pointed out there, Dave. I hope I don't mind me abbreviating your name to Dave. So where Liam said there that there's been a lot of people with different ethnicities that have been in the country longer than me. But I suppose the difference is where you can see the difference, even if you disagree with Steve and how far he wants to push things, they haven't been in the country longer than the native English people have. They're your bloodline that extends back thousands of years. Oh, I have done that much genetic research. I know who is even by a haplogroup as well as ancient populations. Would you mind expanding on that? That sounds really interesting. Would you mind expanding on that? Like what type of genetic research you've done and stuff like that? That sounds really interesting. I'd like to know more. Yeah, I think what you said there, that race and genetics do go together. I think the biggest thing is for me is that when I increasingly come back to, you know, you end up running against what I call the ethnicity question, so to speak. And obviously, you know, race is a part of that. Race is a part of that. And that for 2,000 years, at least outside of wars like the Norman conquest and stuff like that, and other conquests, other wars, it's been relatively undisturbed, at least from areas of the world, outside of Europe. Outside of Europe, it's been relatively undisturbed. I think that's where Steve was making the distinction earlier between, whereas if it was with Europe and other areas of the world, it would be different. Even though obviously if you had mass numbers of people coming in from other areas of Europe, it would be just, arguably just as much of a problem. But I'd really like to know about the genetic research that you've done, and the haplogroups and the ancient populations. It sounds really interesting. I can see where Steve is saying here, though. I suppose the question is, do we have the luxury of being able to have this relatively individualistic approach like Liam wants to propose? Do we have that luxury at the moment, I suppose, is the question. But not only that, with how much people feel that it needs to be reversed, a lot of people feel it needs to be reversed, do we have to sort that out first? Who is more Celtic and Anglo-Saxon, like Germanic populations in the Iberian Peninsula? Yeah, I suppose that's where, until the recent, mass migration waves came across, could you say that we all had a relatively inherent knowledge of who each person was, even if we didn't know specifically? We all had an inherent knowledge, really, that we were of one of the groups. Would that be fair to say? If it's not, let me know. But as I said, I'm aware that on a lot of these topics, I espouse my opinion, but it's always open to change. Not only that there's a lot of things that I'm very ignorant on. But I think up until recently, a lot of people knew inherently that you were going to be from one of those groups, purely because it was completely undisturbed for hundreds, if not thousands of years, so we didn't have this problem. And I suppose it's where that introducing massive numbers of people from elsewhere in the world have sort of created these problems now, where we even need to ask these questions, I suppose. It's like ancestral records. So would that be in the modern day, at least, like ancestry.com, stuff like that? Is that what you'd be referring to? Or like stuff like that, like records going back, the databases of records going back? Is that what you'd be referring to? Is that what you'd be referring to, or do you have other methods of researching? Let me know.
Multiculturalism, I'm just kind of being a bit of a dichotomy here, although I know it doesn't work unless there's a top tier culture which is ours.
Question again, is that multiculturalism though? If you have a superseding culture, is that actually multiculturalism?
Making sense.
So you want like a caste system like in India, ultimately, where you've got one class above and one class below, and ultimately you want the British to be the above class and then all of the immigrants to be below, which is kind of, when you break it down like that, sounds a bit silly, when really you could just remove the foreigners and we just have the British people here, and then there's that hierarchy you've got.
But
I don't think necessarily that's what Liam was saying. More so that everybody in that instance would be seen as an individual and seen as equal, basically. And that within that, then, even though they may have, I guess Liam is saying maybe that they have certain individual little customs and norms and stuff like that, but they all have to fall under this umbrella of what we would deem as British culture. But everybody within that is an individual. I suppose there's no big overarching class and this caste system like Steve seems to imply. I'm not sure how he got that. If you're watching this retroactively after the live stream, then let me know what you think. I'm not sure how he drew that from what Liam said there. Because you could have everybody under the same culture, that wouldn't necessarily imply a caste system, which in theory then would be based on race. I don't see how he's made that jump. That's fair enough. Yeah, I haven't used Ancestry yet. Anyway, I've wanted to, but I've just never been able to. Every time I've gone to it, I'm fair to say I'm too poor for it at the moment. I can't be doing it at the moment. I can't afford that expense, even if it's relatively cheap. I can't remember how much it was last time I looked at it, but yeah, I'm up against it enough at the moment as it is. But yeah, what have you? Are there any notable things that you found as a result of that? As a result of the research that you've done and stuff like that? Are there any either notable findings or things you like to mention and stuff like that? Always the overall point that you're making being that either you can distinguish or that it's not possible to distinguish between like who is more Celtic or Anglo-Saxon or all of these other Germanic populations. Is that the point you're making? I don't want to straw man you, or I don't want to. Yeah, see, like $10.99 a month. It's just with everything going on at the moment. It's just not something that sadly I expect. I'd like to, but I'm just up against it enough at the moment, which is why I appreciate that. I believe at the moment, if I'm not mistaken, let me just double check. Bear with me 2 seconds. Just gonna pull something up. I think it might be the same. Is that yeah? You were actually the member of the channel, which I greatly appreciate. Thank you ever so much. It's hard to really put into words how much I appreciate that kind of stuff. Obviously, that you take the time to actually become a member of the channel, thinking that what I have to say, at least in terms of either commentary or promoting discourse, promoting dialogue and stuff like that, is useful. But yeah, it's something I'd like to do, because I like that on certain softwares, like whether it's Ancestry or others, that you can they like animate like your old family photos and stuff like that using AI and stuff like that. It looks like they've got some really cool tools back from when I first looked at it. But yeah, I've tried to do some looking back into like my surname and my family history and stuff like that, but I've obviously not been able to do it yet. But yeah, I really appreciate that input. It's really useful. Thank you.
Want the hierarchy? It needs to be done. I mean, you go to Poland, I mean, you can smell the cultural hierarchy in the air. It's beautiful.
Oh, there you go. You just basically have done everything that I said.
Tastes and feels like. But I quite like some of the foreign people that are here. I enjoy what they contribute. I enjoy the difference. I don't want to live in an echo chamber, but not at the detriment to the country's safety also. So there is leeway with me. There is movement. So let's go back to why your FNAC group didn't think that I'd actually have you on my show.
Because for one, ethno-nationalists and civic nationalists have always tried to have debates. I know this is a discussion, not a debate, but there are a lot of ethno-nationalists that would like to debate the influential civic nationalists, so both audiences can hear the conversation and they can make their own mind up. But at the moment, a lot of civic nationalists sort of, once they've got their audience, they gatekeep that away from the ethno-nationalists because, God forbid, they hear the truth. And
what gets me with regards to this, I think we're coming up on the one point now where I think Steve come off a little bit weak. A lot of the things I think he said, that he remained, at least whether you disagree or agree with his principles or not, he remained, principled and measured and professional in the way that he answered a lot of things, right? And the ideas can be absolute dog shit, but I think you can make the argument that he presented them very well in the way that he conducted himself, it seems. This is the one thing that I think I wanted to drill down on a little bit, because I remember he put out a post on X. Again, maybe you can call this playing devil's advocate or whatever. He said, why would you give free speech to your enemy, essentially? Why on earth would you extend that privilege when you're talking about like free speech absolutism, for example? Why would you extend that free speech to your enemy when he can use it against you or whatever? I don't know whether maybe his tune now has changed, which is one of the things, right? Let's assume he's never fully articulated this position. So, Steve, if you're watching this, I'm not saying that this is your position. I'm just putting this forward as a hypothetical. That the government, for example, you would want to bring forward in Britain would say be a nationalist, socialist government. In fact, I'm going to transition away from the video just so you see meaningful. I'm using that as a hypothetical just in this instance. I'm not in any way implying that is the case, but that in theory then would imply that not only would there be then restrictions on free speech and stuff like that, but then it would in theory then bring about restrictions in the platforms that would then rely on free speech to be able to function. So podcasts, which in this instance, a podcast is what he's appearing on in this moment. So is there an incongruity in his position there? That's, I guess, my question. And it's a question that I would like to pose to him. For those I said it earlier on in the stream, I've actually reached out to Steve because I think he'd be quite an interesting guy to have a conversation with, and I would actually like to pursue a different line of questioning or dialogue to what Liam did, to try and drill down more into the principles and political initiatives and stuff like that. To seemingly actually get at some of the ideas and the changes you like to implement. But one of the biggest things, like for example, having a podcast like this, having an outlet which relies on free speech, then if for some reason the sword of Damocles to come down, well, that means that this has to go away. That means that if this was something I was reliant on for my living, then my source of living has gone away. So that would be a concern that I would have. And then the fact that he's seemingly saying that he wants to have debate, and to have debate you have to have free speech, and to do that you kind of have to extend that free speech to somebody whom you would perceive as your enemy. And given what he said before, it may be a little bit of an incongruity there. So I don't know whether maybe his view on that has changed slightly. Right, and obviously there's limitations to free speech. You can't harass people, you can't make threats against people, all of this stuff. Can't I guess like stalk people through cyber communication, stuff like that. I don't know. Right, you can't use it in that regard. You can't make credible threats against people, threats against their life, all of this stuff, unless you're on the correct side of politics, unless you're Ricky Jones. But in this instance then, when he said before that why would you extend free speech to your enemy, and then seemingly at this instance he's on having a conversation with somebody that he's disagrees with and is reliant on that free speech principle in order to have this conversation, maybe there's a little bit of incongruity there. I don't know, but maybe he's changed. Maybe you change your position, Steve. I don't know. I think that would be a pretty good conversation on where you would stand on things like free speech and stuff like that. So I'll be the first to say, in terms of like freedom of expression and stuff like that, you could certainly make a good case that certain things should be curtailed and stuff like that. Whether it's like, the pride marches and the rampant exhibitions of, what many people would consider as disgusting, degenerate activities, especially when children are around and stuff like that. That's not, I don't think many people would say freedom of expression. That's just disgusting degeneracy, preying on children. But then I suppose how far then does that go? I think a lot of us would be in agreement when we say that we want that, a lot of degenerate stuff to go away. But then, all of that, the... I lost my train of thought there for a moment again. I don't know if you can tell. If you've been in the stream since the start, I lose my train of thought a lot. So, has he changed that principle, so to speak? Or where do you draw the line? Where does Steve, in this instance, draw the line? Because he's taking advantage of free speech in order to promote his ideas. Seemingly then, if he believes what he believed in the past still, then that would mean he wouldn't afford the same courtesy to others, even if they disagree with him politically. Germanic DNA is very strange, like my highest admixture is R1B. You'll have to explain that to me. I'm like a gorilla when it comes to this. Welsh is closer to Celtic, but higher up north of England, having more Germanic ancestry. I get that, and I think there was a bit of a thing where people were saying like the only true quote-unquote Welsh people are the ones up in the north of Wales, because the ones in South Wales and stuff like that are mainly, I don't know, immigrants from England or whatever. They're not the true Welsh. The last true Welsh are up in like North Wales, up in like Rhyl and Llandudno and stuff like that. The far left, Peter Vesic, I hope I've got your name right there, sir, or madam, whatever it may be. Far left equals hate and extreme violence. Yep, absolutely, completely agree. Covered recently that the Antifa guy that Steve Edgerton interviewed, that he said that they don't call you a fascist because it's true. They call you a fascist to justify killing you. It's absolutely true. Free speech thing is more about what platforms, as well as your enemies might not hate you entirely with debate-wise. Yeah, maybe. It's just I remember him saying that a little while ago, and I think he got either a fair bit of backlash, or it, like, again, kind of backfired a little bit, maybe being like, oh, Steve isn't for free speech or whatever. I don't know. It seems that that's where it goes hand in hand with socialism, because it seems that the minute socialism comes into the equation, freedom of speech, next thing you know, private property is gone. All of these other freedoms, which we would then seemingly take for granted, just go out the window. Seems that when it's socialism that comes on the scene, at least to me, is when the real problems come. And I saw somebody explain this really well, or give a really good analogy, in my opinion, in my comment section. It was that socialism is like the grass which the snake hides in. You know what I mean? I don't know if that makes any sense to you guys or whatever, but socialism is like this, obscuration and the necessary part of it, the camouflage of what you need to make these really tyrannical ideologies come through, whether it's Nazism or whether it's communism. So that's the way I see it. I see that the minute you have this socialism coming on the scene, you tend to have these problems coming up. And that's why I'd really like to have a really good conversation with somebody about, can you have nationalism without socialism? And in fact, I tell you what, I'll quickly see if I can run this as well, because we got 9 people in the YouTube, so we'll see if we can run this. Let me run this. I'll run this for the next couple of minutes. Oh shit, I can't spell. Right. There we go. Right, I'll run that. And I'll check in with that in a little bit.
That's kind of problematic. The only person who's done it from the civic nationalist movement who's actually entertained it, other than speaking with you now, was Lawrence Fox. And that debate managed to bring an awful lot of people over to my position. A lot of people messaged me after saying, didn't realise how wrong I was. Once I heard that debate, it was all clear as day. I've moved over to your position and so forth. And that was hundreds of people. So this is why I think a lot of people think these debates won't happen.
You and Lawrence Fox had a debate. What was the debate then?
I've not seen it. So it was on an X space. I'll send it to you when we finish this. And ultimately, it was just about... It's just about immigration, basically, and his position and my position. And obviously, he's kind of more where you're at, to be honest.
I'd like a traffic light meritocracy system.
There was that one clip that was clipped from that space, if you haven't seen it, that Lawrence Fox, I believe, essentially, correct me if I'm wrong, he said that Steve asked him if Britain was to become 95% Black African, and I believe he clarified it by saying they would all be Christian, would you be okay with that? And he essentially said yes, which makes it a little bit weird when you see then a lot of these types like Lawrence Fox and Tommy Robinson and the others then pushing the demographic question and pushing the point about demographics and stuff like that, and saying that about white minoritization and stuff like that. At least at that point, which was a little while ago now, that space was a good while ago, Lawrence Fox may have changed his opinion. I don't know. But it's a case of Steve directly asked him, would you be okay with, Britain that was 95% Black African or whatever, if they all had these shared values and whatever? And Lawrence said, yeah. It's a bit weird then when you see these people pushing the demographic lines of discussion.
What Australia used to do. If you qualify, if you contribute, if you're kind, and we've got a full background check on you, then you're welcome. But if you step 1 foot wrong, I mean you fart in a lift, you're going home. That's probably the best way to define my view on it.
See, the obvious problem with that is, you look at that's basically what a H-1B visa is in America, and all of the Indians have come over on those visas and taken over all of the work from all of the Americans in the tech industry and so forth, and just completely decimated them. And that's an obvious problem there. When you say, high skill.
there's a lot of backlash to H-1B visas in America at the moment. I'm not sure if you've seen, because of, I'm not sure if it's exactly what Steve was saying, but because of similar principle.
High skilled in what? For one, because you always hear of these high skilled immigrants coming over, and then the next thing you see is they're working at Uber Eats or Just Eat or something like that. And like, I understand some of them come over and there are doctors and so forth, right? I understand that. But why are we not training our own? Why are we not putting our own people forward for this? Because there's a number of people that apply for those applications that just get rejected, and they just go outright rejected. And then some Indian fella or some Pakistani fella come dropping in, gets taken onto as a role as a doctor, and that's another role that should be for our people when they shouldn't even be in the country. Like, I can understand that people have sympathetic views towards immigration because they've got a friend that is immigrant or so forth. Most of it, I think, is where you grew up. So you grew up in like London, as you were saying, Crawley, wasn't it, you said?
London over school, yeah.
It's a very multicultural area, even back in the 90s and so forth. So you guys have always been around them. So to you,
sorry guys, that was absolutely hilarious, something that just happened then. My dog come in. She's down there sitting like she knows she's done something wrong. She come in because she'd stolen a sock from my girlfriend. She's stolen a sock from my girlfriend, and she's now just left the room. And she wouldn't give the sock back from my girlfriend. That's why I muted the camera. I muted the microphone, sorry. So that wouldn't come through. But basically my girlfriend was trying to get the sock from the dog, and I was just laughing because it was funny because my dog turned her back on my girlfriend and tried to hide with the sock in her mouth. I'm sorry, I completely derailed the conversation, but I just thought that you guys might have seen me laughing whilst I was on mute. That's why. That's why my dog was being a mischievous little shit. And yes, it is a Labrador. Yes, it is a Labrador. It's a black Labrador, so that's why I'm kind of scared that Steve would deport her. But yeah, that's what I was going on. Do you think Liam Tuffs has an amazingly small head, or is it just me? Probably now that you've said it. Yeah, she's a lovely black lab. She's a lovely mischievous little shit named Bailey. And in fact, if you go on over, and I'll put the link in the chat. I'll put the link in the chat to this video. My most recent conversation with Justine Winter, which you should go and watch anyway, because it's a really amazing conversation. If you want to know, by the way, how the whole asylum seeker scam ties in with the NHS nurses in NHS hospitals and stuff like that, and the whole scams going on, how about how immigration and the asylum system, the asylum scam, ties in with these things, then go and watch this interview. I'm going to link in the chat now. It's extremely important. And she actually jumps up on Justine partway through the interview. It's about an hour in. I call her the little interloper, because she's going round as we're having this conversation. I just put the link in the chat, by the way. As we're having this conversation, the dog is going round, constantly harassing things, nicking my slippers, nicking my girlfriend's slippers, nicking socks, tearing cushions down, all of this stuff. Walking around the table, because we're at my dining room table where we are having this conversation, hitting the cameras, the tripods with her tail, right? And you had then at one point, partway through the interview, about an hour in, jump up on Justine, and I'm just like, there's the little interloper, there's the little shit. So yeah, just that's my little shit of a black Labrador, who decided that she was going to nick a sock from my girlfriend today. But we're just looking at the poll. Yeah, unsure. 6 minutes, 3 votes. 6 minutes ago, 3 votes. I'm going to close that poll now. Unsure. Yeah, I completely agree. I understand what you're saying. Perspective, when you say some elements of socialism are good. I'll be honest, you know, areas like mine, mining towns and stuff like that, were mining towns at one point, a lot of, ingrained socialist mindset. So yeah, I think they kind of, needed it in some ways, and that you can understand why, in the face of what people may seem as like an exploitative figure at the top of a business or whatever, that they want to have a collective voice against it, because obviously collective bargaining is going to be an important tool, right, and an important way to even the odds in terms of force, right, to even the odds in terms of force. But you're seeing now how the unions in particular are pushing this very, very hard left-wing agenda. Unison, the biggest union in the country, pushing this, most hard left-wing agenda. I believe they're pushing the LGBT stuff. A lot of the, union members and the people who make up the infrastructure of Unison, they are like some of the most like hard left-wing types, some of the most like pro-Palestine, free Palestine, genocide the Jews, these types, right? So yeah, I can see why people say that the fruits of some things are good, like government looking after the people. I just think the one thing I'm thinking is that whenever we go down the route of socialism, the more power we give the government, because the family is seemingly the only thing that's opposed to that as kind of like the counterbalance. I think we, at least at the moment, definitely need to do more to strengthen that, promote having, bigger families, obviously, try to get the fertility rates up, obviously, and then dealing with mass immigration alongside of it. But the bald dude has a large head. But yeah, that's a really, really good conversation if you want to go and know more about the way that it ties in, the way that it all ties in with the NHS, how you go from small boat often to these little communities where they get the badges and the uniforms and the wigs and they wig swap and all of this stuff. In that interview as well, I can't remember if I showed it in that interview, but I definitely showed it in the first one. There's a picture Justine sent me with a nurse. It's quite clearly a nurse of like either African or whatever other ethnicity within Africa, whatever, clearly of some kind of African descent. She's black, right? You can even see that with the whole scrubs and the cap and the mask on, right? The N95. You can clearly see that. And she has a nurse's badge, clearly visible, with a white nurse's face on it. So it's a massive, serious problem we have with rogue nurses within inside the NHS, and it is tied directly to immigration and the asylum scam. So I would strongly advise going and listening to that or watching that.
It's normal. It's like a normal thing to have all of these blacks around. But most other people in the country, especially people who come from areas where I come from and so forth, like small little towns on the outskirts, there are no foreigners. It's completely alien. So when you see like gangs of blacks and stuff in London, you're like, how is that even a thing?
Changing.
Because where I'm from, it doesn't exist. And this is kind of where I think the differences in like for CivNats and FNats is sort of coming from. So a lot of like your movement, I'd say, have come from similar sort of backgrounds as you. Like you've all been multicultural areas, whether it's like Crawley, Luton, London, wherever, right? Whereas my sort of movement, they're all been from like small towns, and no one's had like black friends and stuff.
This is an interesting point.
It's very different.
Being a product of your own environment.
Yeah, so you are very much, we're both products of our environment to an extent.
I know who's disingenuous. And the one thing I've got to give you credit for, whether I agree or don't agree.
So sorry, I'm not sure what the actual thing that was said there. I do apologise. I was going to show something, but she's got to let back down now. So actually, yeah, you mentioned their perspective. Some of them even abuse patients. They do. There was one instance of a foreign nurse, I believe it was. There was an elderly gentleman there that he refused to push any kind of call button or get any help or anything like that. Justine came in the next day. He, I believe, urinated and defecated on himself and chose to basically sleep in that because the nurse, who I believe was of foreign origin, and he quoted this apparently and said, had put the fear of God into him. So a lot of these people, they're not trained. They can't do catheters. They can't do any of this other kind of stuff, right? They can't do the basic medical procedures that the trained nurses can, right? And in many instances, you see that our nurses, often girls or young women, are sidelined in favour of, Nigerians, stuff like that. There was nearly 2,000 Nigerians that were brought in, and some of them were later struck off later. But they're imported Nigerians like it's going out of fashion. But yeah, you're right. They absolutely are indeed then resulting in a poorer level of care that we would be, expecting from our native populace, should we say. The one thing I was going to say, I can show, because I think she was on the photos from one of the protests that I was at. Well, not protests, banner drops that I was at on one of the bridges earlier. There she is. Hey, Bailey. Hey, Bailey. So yeah, there's the little interloper. Please don't deport her, guys. Please don't deport her. She's Aberystwyth born and bred, I promise. But But yeah, small head equals frontal lobe prematurely stop growing. I wish you hadn't pointed that out, Ian. I wish you hadn't pointed that out. You know, some things that you just can't. Yes, things you just can't unsee. Yep, that's Bailey. That's Bailey, guys. So yeah, she was at the banner drop with me earlier. Took her out because otherwise she would have been kept up in the house all sequestered for hours. So I took her out with us, even though the weather was not on our side. But yeah, she was the little interloper. She was the little interloper that stole the sock. That Bailey is a free elf, or Bailey is a free Labrador.
Is you've stuck with what you believe in. You've not buckled, and well, you genuinely believe the things that you say and you practice what you preach. And I mean, I wouldn't say the same thing to a radical Islamist, but I do respect somebody that dies on their own sword and is prepared to take massive backlash, which I know that you get. I even know I'm going to get that just for having you here. But it's like, there's no way I'm going to let a character like you slide by and me not say, whoa, I've got to find out more about you. Like, how have you come?
Hey, Perspective, celebrating 1 month of membership. Thank you ever so much. Really, really appreciate it. I only hope that you continue to get value out of this channel, and hopefully the sword of Damocles doesn't fall down on my head. I did a banner drop this month. It was fun for Homeland Party. Where was it? I believe you're saying there, Homeland Party. Where was it to? If you don't mind me asking? And was there any sort of like a social media post or anything about it? I mean, I'd love to check it out if there's any social media posts or anything like that. I follow a lot of the Homeland Party guys. I haven't seen much about it though. Assuming you're referring to the Homeland Party, obviously. But yeah, banner drops are a great experience. I find it's good to get a general idea of what the public thinks. You know, you people are honking your horn as they're going past, and you either see them giving you a good, like a good upward fist celebrating, or they give you the bird and then you know exactly where they stand. But for the most part, when I've been on banner drops, it's been resoundingly positive. Got loads of beeps in Leeds. Oh, there we are. Presuming it was a lot of positive beeps, I presume. What's the demographic situation like in Leeds at the moment? Has it been one of those areas that's been massively hit by the demographic changes? I know a lot of the bigger areas of England have. So yeah, hope there were a lot of positive beeps, to say the least.
I respect you for coming on, mate. Let me come on, because like I said to you earlier, most people would just shy away from it. They wouldn't do it. They'd be like, oh, he's too extreme. What he's saying is too radical. I do not agree with that. You've told me outright you don't agree with a lot of what I say, but that's not an issue. I can still sit here and tell you it.
Oh, totally. Well, I think we need more discourse like this. I mean, the only way to get a solution or find alternative routes to success is through conversation. And if you're a free speech advocate, which I am, I'm not a free speech absolutist. I don't agree with call to violence or, call for war, but I'm a free speech advocate. So that means I need to allow someone their free speech and not just say it, actually mean it and do it. So hopefully by this will showcase the fact that I put my money where my mouth is. We don't agree on everything. In fact, there's a lot of things we disagree on, but it's like, I want to hear what you got to say. This is a free speech platform, and as we agreed, and I've stuck to my side of the bargain, I've not hammered you or pushed down or anything or tried to squash what because I want to know why you feel this way. And here's a scenario, actually. You know those group of Pakistani men that turned up to your house with baseball bats? I know you dealt with the situation fine, but let's just say it went the other way. And they smashed you to pieces with them baseball bats. And they smashed your legs in so bad that they nearly had to be amputated. And you got shipped to the hospital. And an Asian doctor saved your legs from being removed. Would you still want him to go back to his home country?
Yeah. Because in my vision of what Britain should be, that would be a British doctor. The only reason it's not is because our people haven't been given those opportunities, and there's so many immigrants in the country now that we need more immigrant doctors to actually treat the immigrants that are coming over, and it's a catch-22. It's like a Ponzi scheme, just keeps going and going and going.
What do you make of that? So I understand a lot of people would be expecting him again. Liam has gone down this route of trying to maybe guilt trip or try to play on Steve's emotions, right? I think in large part really hasn't worked, right? they may be saying here that he's such a good guy, he can stay or whatever. In fairness, the one thing you can say to Steve in this position is that it's consistent. It's a consistent answer. It's a consistent answer with his position, right? And you can see there where he's saying that, what he deems as our people haven't been given opportunities. I think that you can make a very good case that in large part that is true. We've seen that in many instances, a lot of people who are going through nursing school or medical school and stuff like that have been denied these opportunities, right? In favor, and that's exactly what the DEI initiatives are. That's exactly what diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives are. They're to deny, our, if you want to say our kids or the future generations coming through, future nurses, future teachers, or whatever it is, right? The opportunities that they would be given otherwise. And yeah, I can see what he's saying there. Can't catch him out, Liam, because he's dead right. Yeah, I can understand, and it's the biggest thing. It's where you go back to saying that, again, the sentiment with regards to immigration very quickly changed back in the 50s, and the sentiment hasn't really changed from that point onwards. And the government, in order to continue doing this, has had to stamp over the rights and say of the native British people in large part. And ultimately, the question is that we'll have to reckon with, is that okay or is that not? I think that's the ultimate question that we'll have to reckon with. A job I did for an Asian family and it went well, but they also have been sharing cameras. I would still deport them, in my opinion. Yeah, that's the thing, because the principle is the same. And I fully understand that. And Liam has thrown out a lot of these anecdotes with people that he knows. And I could put in similar anecdotes as well. Because there's lovely people that I know that are not from Wales, right? There's lovely people that I know that are not from Wales that, if it was up to me, right, I would not want to see them sent away, right? I would not, because I know that they're lovely people, right? And that's when maybe I would disagree in those particular circumstances. I have anecdotes that I could pull on, I suppose. But that doesn't change the political reality, is the point that I've been able to get to. And that if it was going to come down to it, if it was, which is why in Wales in particular, because I don't think the problem is as bad as it is in England, we have a problem. We have an ability to stop this more proactively. We have ability to stop this more proactively so that we could avoid situations like that. Because this person that I know, and he's an absolutely tremendous guy. He's an absolutely tremendous guy. In a mixed relationship, mixed children, as far as I know. And I'm sorry, mate. I'm sorry. I do have personal anecdotes like this. But the point being is that it doesn't change the overall political reality. And it doesn't change the fact that in England, especially when they're on about reclaiming certain areas from colonization and from foreign, essentially, foreign ethnic cleansing, I fully understand that as well. I have my own anecdotes. It doesn't change the political reality, I suppose. And if I'm going to be pushed, to it, then yeah, I suppose. I'm just hoping it doesn't come to that point in Wales, at least. I'm hoping it doesn't come to that point. I can understand why people think that way, though. I understand. Admittedly, it's still something that I'm working through, and it's a bit like where you rationalize it or go through. You have to weigh up emotion versus pragmatism, I suppose. And if it came to the point where we just had to be purely pragmatic about it, then yeah, I'd understand what we'd have to do. I understand what we have to do. I'm just hoping it never comes to that, I suppose. I'm hoping it would never have to come to that. So like even people were saying when the core demographic was under a bit, you'll have to tell me what dusky means. I don't understand what dusky means. But I think of it when people said that when the core demographic wasn't under attack, people didn't so much as have a problem with it, but now that the core demographic is under attack, and I fully understand that. I fully understand that. It's, you know, nobody necessarily had the problem with my background. What do you mean my background? I don't get what you mean by my background. My background, as far as I know, you trace back several generations. I'm just Welsh. Right? I'm just saying that I have people that I know. There are anecdotes that I could pull on that I have similar to Liam, for example. I'm not saying, however, that those anecdotes trump the political reality. That's the point. That's the point I suppose I'm making. And I understand I don't always make sense because I don't always explain things the best. I gotta be honest, I don't always explain things the best. But I live in a place of relative luxury compared to a lot of people. People flee to areas like mine from the big cities, as I said before. So I understand the scale of the problem. I'm just hoping, I suppose, that the measures that we can put in place to control it will be a little bit different. And I'm hoping that the scale of immigration with regards to the areas like mine is not as big of a problem as the census would have us believe, in the sense that I don't necessarily believe that the census is more accurate, which is why I'm increasingly exploring more of these political initiatives. Was Tom Jones Welsh? Well, I guess not, I suppose. I don't know, what is his... I've never had a look to exactly his genetic background. I'm assuming not. I'm assuming at one point his parents, or not necessarily his parents, but several generations back, he wouldn't have been from here. I'm assuming that. So yeah, that's what I mean. You might have me with that one, and I'll be perfectly happy to admit that you might have me with that one. The one thing I hope that I can convey, though, is that even when I'm talking about these individual anecdotes that I have, purely from an emotional standpoint, I'll say that, purely from an emotional standpoint, it doesn't trump the reality. My true feelings have been exposed. I don't get what you mean, mate. So let me tell you something. In communities like mine as well, there's no end of places where I can see now that, you know, there's several places, whether it's food shops or spas or whatever it is, pretty much all run by foreigners. I wouldn't miss those people. I wouldn't miss those people, and I'd happily see those people go. I'd happily see those people go. I have personal experiences, but they don't trump the individual reality. The political reality. They don't trump the political reality. So if it came down to it, and I actually said this earlier as well, I know which direction I would go. If it came down to it, if I had to choose between my community, if I had to choose between the Steve Laws position and my community turning out like Luton or like London or like whatever, I know exactly which direction I would go. Put it that way. I don't use my emotions. I don't use my emotions to push political narratives. I understand that we need to speak pragmatically, and we need to speak about the realities, and we need to speak in ideals. I understand that. I was bringing up a personal story, right, of where I can relate to at least what Liam is saying in some limited capacity, even if it doesn't influence the overall political landscape. I hope that makes sense, because I don't want to see my community turning out like many others where it is dominated by foreigners and where you feel like a foreigner in your own community. And increasingly, I am feeling that more and more and more. I am feeling that more and more and more. I hope that makes sense. I will never use my emotions to justify, getting in the way of, political initiatives that would need to happen. But I'm human. I still experience them. I'm human. I still experience them. I suppose that's what I'm getting at. If that means that my true feelings have been exposed, then so be it. I've spoken as an open book from the very start. I've spoken as an open book from the very start. Like I said, that means my true feelings have been exposed. And if... I don't even know what that means. I don't even know what that means. Maybe I'm just trying not to become completely heartless, I suppose. But then again, I understand that in some aspects, and especially with regards to England, where the situation is a lot different, that the realities are a lot different, the solutions are a lot different. And I stand with them in that regard. I absolutely stand with them. I hope that makes sense. But I can understand why some people wouldn't like that. But that's my opinion. I'm open to, convincing or whatever. But that is just a personal anecdote that is understood to not be something that is to be taken as the ultimate in influencing my political decisions. Because I literally reach out and I say, I don't want Wales, or I don't want my community turning out like many others have. And I've said that since the very start. And I have lost, jobs and stuff like that, and been lambasted as a fascist and a Nazi and an antichrist. To then, I've got to quote my true feelings exposed or whatever, just because I feel things, and I have personal experiences from people that I've met from where I grew up and stuff like that, whilst also acknowledging the political reality.
Sure, I'd be absolutely grateful that they saved me, but I would still deport them. They're just doing a job at the end of the day. They're paid to do a job. It's no different than me being a painter and I've had to go and paint some foreigner's house. I'm not doing it because I want to do it. I'm doing it because I'm paid to paint that house.
Saving your legs is quite a big thing. And also, this is, again, it's hypothetical, but it all has to be, because this is a very kind of unlikely situation. But it's just to get an understanding of just how far you're prepared to go. How would you break it to that Asian doctor that saved your legs from being amputated? Would you say, cheers for saving my legs, mate, but you've got to fuck off now? How would you word it diplomatically? Or would you just hit him with it?
They'd get a letter saying you're going to be deported. If they do not respond or anything, then they'd get a knock on the door saying you've got this long, pack your stuff, you've got to go.
Would you sign it at the bottom and send him a picture of your legs?
I'd say, Steve Laws said you're deported, goodbye.
Not even a thanks for saving my legs?
Oh, if it's the person who saved my legs, well, thanks for the legs, deport. It's not going to change. You could give me £1 million, I'm still deport you. It's not going to change my opinion.
So you've got 3 daughters.
Yep.
If one of them fell in love with a black man, what would you do?
They've been told not to. They know very much the risks that comes with it. They know my opinions on this, and they will not do so.
But you can't help who you fall in love with.
But you can very much guide your children to stay away from foreign savages.
But if they didn't, and they...
You can see his demeanour change in this aspect. You can see his demeanour change. Those of you who went on, obviously, that little monologue a little while ago, let me know what you think. Do you think I'm like some Civnat lefty cuck or whatever? Just let me know. But, in the case of this example, yeah, I'd fully understand. And the biggest example, again, the political reality is, as I've spoken before, is that, you know, the people that have come here, the descendants now, the people that have come here from before, who have taken the positions of whatever it might be, you know, surgeon, nurse, doctor, whatever it is, that in this instance of fixed Steve Laws' hypothetical legs, if the government had done its job, it never would have been, you know, it never would have been a reality anyway. Yeah, they should still be deported. Absolutely. And yeah, if you want to apply that to, I know I spoke a little bit more about what my feelings are like, but if you want to deport the person whom I said because of political pragmatism or whatever, sure. All right, fine. If you want to do that, you know, it wouldn't necessarily affect me. I tell you that, it wouldn't necessarily affect me. Even though, you know, I think that, you know, they're a great person. Like, he's a great person. It wouldn't affect me. So if we need to go down that route, all right. But what you're seeing here, I would 100% support a father's right in this instance to enact some standards on whom he would want his daughter to be with, right? And obviously, I suppose the thing is that when they get to a certain age, whether it's 18 or whatever, you know, they could essentially do whatever the hell that they want, right? But in this instance, Steve can have whatever criteria he wants for his daughters, whatever. And he could, you know, enforce that if he wanted to via stigmatization or whatever. I don't necessarily think there's anything wrong with Steve in this instance saying that I want my children to resemble me in this way, and I would not like you to do that. Say if my kids with race mix, I would not financially support them at least. Yeah, I can understand. Red birds, blue birds thinking. You'll have to explain that one to me. You'll have to explain that one to me, what red birds, blue birds thinking means. But I can understand that. I can understand that for sure. I understand that thinking that, you know, if I was to have a daughter in the future, you know, may want my grandchildren to look like me. Or at least, you know, still retain their, you know, genetic heritage, so to speak. I can understand why people would not want to do that. And this is widely practiced elsewhere throughout the world and is not demonized at all. I mentioned that before, you know, Jewish people often marry and elope with Jewish people because they want to preserve that ancestry, and we don't see anything wrong with it. There's other constraints within the church then as well, particularly with regards to both of you are going to be Christian, which is a little bit different, obviously. But these types of constraints on reds be with reds, blues be with blues, I understand. These kind of constraints, they exist for certain reasons. So in the church, just because you both take a vow to follow the Lord, basically, and fulfill the duties within your marriage, basically. Within, I don't know about Jewish customs specifically, but you have, what is it, white be with white birds, white birds be with white birds, black birds want to be with black birds. Yeah, it seems for the most part. For the most part, because there's definitely in-group preference that exists. There's definitely in-group preference that exists. And the biggest thing is that this is where we see that the father, in this instance Steve, being the head of the family, is to be the one that set the standards for that family. And that would require their leading by example. And all other things. Yeah, I said, yeah, Muhammad Ali. Yeah, he's a prominent one that I said about quite violent, not violent, but quite strong rhetoric quite strong rhetoric at one point with regards to race mixing and stuff like that. So much negativity in your voice, but you're cool. What do you mean, Ian? What do you mean? You'll have to tell me what you mean, man. It is the one thing I will say. It's 1 a.m. I don't know if you're in the UK. It's 1 a.m. in the UK. My girlfriend is in bed, so I have lowered my voice down a little bit just to not be too disruptive. Right? But you have to tell me what you mean. What you mean by when I said there's negativity in my voice, but I'm cool. Don't know whether that means that my answer to what you asserted before was satisfactory or whatever. Maybe not. I don't know. In the case of, did you see that lefty saying to be Welsh you just have to love it? There's been many lefties that have said that. And I'll be the first to say, to be Welsh is in your blood. You have, your genetic history will trace you back to a specific area of the world. That much is certain, right? Your DNA will trace you back to a certain area of the world. But yeah, I have seen many people saying that, and I don't subscribe to that theory of you just, to be Welsh. Not anybody can necessarily be Welsh, right? Because Welsh is in your blood. Thank you, Perspective. I'll see you again very, very soon. But yeah, it's another thing to go along with more replacement migration. A lot of the people that say that stuff, you just have to be Welsh. To be Welsh, you just have to love it, and it's just to fuel more replacement migration, which I'm completely and absolutely against. But yeah, I've seen many people saying that. But yeah, I suppose, Ian, it's the case of where I'm also having to, again, I've never really discussed these issues in a public forum before, and that's actually why I appreciate your comments in a way of challenging me on that, because it forced me to think about things in a way that I'd never thought about them before, and actually try and articulate things in a way that I'd never articulated them before, and really reckon with these ideas. A person that just has ideas and speaks about them. At the end of the day, the most of the time I speak about news stories and stuff like that. And yeah, I have feelings. I've grown up in an area where there's been a very, very small amount of foreign people, and the one person whom I mentioned in particular is just a person whom I think is just a really nice and loving person. Does that mean that I'm all of a sudden pro-immigration and pro all of this stuff, pro-replacement, anti-Welsh? Anybody can be Welsh just because they say they are? No. That's the biggest thing. I think I'm able, and when it would come time to voting for a political initiative, I understand that my emotions and my feelings are secondary to the actual political reality. I do understand that. All right, well, I'll spend some time working it out. But in this instance here, where Steve is saying that you have very strict requirements on maybe who your daughter can go out with and who they can't, or who she can't rather, there's nothing wrong with that. At least in my opinion. It's for a father to lay those lay those guardrails in place, if you will, and if he wants to do that along these lines, he absolutely can. I don't personally see anything wrong with that. I'm very likable. Thank you. That's actually one thing I do actually try to be. It's a thing of my personality. I do actually place a lot of value on being liked, which is kind of weird in the thing that I've chosen to do. And that's actually why I've chosen to do this. I've lost a lot of friends. I know that. I've lost a lot of friends from my political stance and the things that I've said and the stories that I cover and the things that I say in my opinions. I've lost jobs. For it. For going against the politically correct line, anti-immigration, anti-Islam, all of this stuff. it actually weighs a lot on me. I will be honest. It actually does weigh a lot on me because I don't actually like not being liked, believe it or not. It's one of the things that I don't actually, some people that just don't care, right? And I actually don't like hurting people's feelings, believe it or not. And that's why I say the things that I do, cover the news stories and have the political opinions I do, because in spite of that, I've seen that these things are true. I've seen that these things are true, that we are a target for demographic replacement. That our government is waging a war against us. I hold our government chiefly responsible in that regard. So I believe that they are the ones that have betrayed us ultimately and stabbed us in the back and shot us in the back. And I'm very keen to see the government change course, right? And in many areas of England, like I said, and even in many areas like our cities, like Cardiff and stuff like that, you walk down Cardiff, you barely see a Welsh person. Why are there mosques in Cardiff blaring the call to prayer at 5 a.m. in the morning? I understand that. And when the time comes, if the time was to come, there's a time for those emotions to be set aside, and there's things that need to be done, I suppose. I understand that.
They accidentally fell in love with a black man, would you disown your own children?
I would not let it happen. I'd go around and make sure that did not happen.
But if they, love is a whole different. There's going somewhere where you're not allowed to go, but when you get chemistry and love, you can't control that. So if that was to happen, and I've seen families destroyed because someone's fell in love with somebody and they've chosen the person they're in love with over their own parents and brothers and sisters. It happens. You got to be honest. Chemistry you can't fuck around with. So let's do it hypothetically. If one of your daughters fell in love with a black man and wanted to marry him and did marry him, would you disown her?
So here's the thing, right?
This is a politician's response now, Steve.
No, the thing is, right, at the end of the day, as you say, you can't control that, but you can very much teach and mould and guide your children to take the correct decisions in the same way you can encourage your children not to become a crackhead. It's the same mentality.
Just checking in with the chat. This is the only place, just before I get into that, this is the only place in the conversation, or one of the only notable places in the conversation, where I think Steve came off, pardon me, I think Steve came off a little bit weak in terms of his answer, purely because it seems as though he's trying to dodge around engaging the hypothetical directly. That's how it seems to me, at least. Now, again, maybe he's trying to recenter it back in reality, and that in his world it simply will not happen. He either knows or has extreme confidence that his daughter is not going to go against him, not going to go against his ruling, all of this stuff. And as a result, then he's not even going to entertain the question. I understand that. And I think the idea for him in his mind would be so either painful, the betrayal that would be associated with that and whatever would be so painful, that he doesn't even want to contend with that. And as a result, it does make it look, as Liam said, a little bit like a politician's answer. But I'll let him finish off a little bit in a moment. Where are we to? We used to have an agency that recovers lost friends. Maybe I can help you. Some of them, I don't think that'll be necessary. I've seen some of the things that they share on other issues in which I'm vehemently opposed to. They won't be necessary, but thanks for the suggestion. Manic Street Preachers or Stereophonics. For me, I've listened in terms of music to more of the Stereophonics, but I can vibe with both in terms of that. The reason why I know that we don't have any far right politicians in this country is because I'm far right, and Nigel Farage in the rest of the right wing politicians is a little bit to the left wing of me. Yeah, I agree. In this instance, that not even in the case of being far right necessarily. But the case of Nigel Farage and Reform and the others, I don't like how they treated Rupert Lowe for a start. You know, they stabbed him in the back and threw him to the meat grinder, essentially, because he dared offend Nigel Farage's ego, right? And then the softening on Islam in particular, you know, saying we have to politically accommodate Islam, which, in my opinion at least, Islam is an ideology which, due to the political changes it demands that its adherents enforce, would eat our political system from the inside out. And we're seeing that more and more and more, especially with the fact that their demographics, and they can very easily exploit the democratic system because they have multiple wives, they have very large families, right? They view very patriarchal, obviously, and view very negatively things like abortion and as far as I'm aware anyway, and homosexuality and all of these other things, and transgender ideology and all of this stuff. Obviously, a lot of the transgender ideology that's marketed towards kids, it will result in their sterilization. So there's a inherent component with regards to that. It will massively, in my opinion, just based on all demographics and adherents and how much they grow every single year, will eat our political system from the inside out. And I think that's a massive problem, in addition to the fact that we're importing, you know, hundreds of thousands to millions every single year, which is a massive problem, obviously, in itself. You could say far bigger problem, and has always been a far bigger problem. But in this instance, where Steve seems to at least be a little bit dodging around the hypothetical, at least from attacking it directly, and I think in this instance, Liam is trying to push for a yes or no answer. And maybe Steve doesn't have a yes or no answer at this point. That's one option. The other option would be that he knows what the answer would be and he doesn't want to say. And that's why he's dodging around the question. And obviously the other option that he would have then would be to engage with it directly, which is seemingly what he chose not to do. This is what I see in a lot of like interviews and debates and stuff like that. It can make the person come off a little bit weak because it seems as though they're trying to dodge around the question. But I'll let the rest of his answer play out now.
You go, right, stay away from drugs. If someone offers you something, do not take this. If you see your children hanging around with the wrong crowd, you nip that in the bud straight away, and so forth. So there are ways you can do this to prevent that ever becoming a thing. So I wouldn't be too concerned that that's going to happen, because I know that I've raised my children the right way to not do so. They know my views on it. They know an awful lot of everyone else in my family's views on it. They know that it's not acceptable. They know that that is not the right thing to do. It's not, and I've also warned them of the risks that come with that as well, and that they're very woken up. Obviously, I'm not talking about my youngest two children, but this is my eldest, because she's close to 15. The youngest are too young for those conversations at the moment. But the eldest very much understands no.
Unless you're in the UK public school system. Okay, let me just see if I
can squeeze a real answer out of you. And to make it easier for you, I'll give you a bit of my past you probably know about. My dad's a rapist. I disowned him. In fact, I got him sent to jail. I was one of his victims. He didn't rape me, but he abused me. I didn't just disown him, I testified against him and I sent him to jail. So I'm familiar with disowning my own if they do something I don't agree with. So if one of your daughters fell in love with a black man and married him, would you disown her, yes or no? It's a big question.
It's a very extreme hypothetical to go to, or not even a hypothetical, an extreme example. See, you're talking about your daughter eloping with somebody you don't agree with, and then you disowning her because of that, and your father not raping, but abusing his own son, and then his son disowning him and sending him to prison. The first question needs to be whether these two are actually comparable, which I think is questionable. But I think you can understand what Liam is getting at. And in fairness, is one thing that he should be doing in his position is trying to seemingly press for an answer. The only issue is it is extremely personal. Obviously, it's an extremely personal matter. And as a result, you saw Steve sort of sit back because he realizes that he's not going to get out of this very easily. He's given a couple of examples on how you can, stop your kid from falling in with the wrong crowd, or, if you see them getting into drugs, you nip it in the bud straight away, not exactly saying, what the conversation would be like or anything like that, but at least conveying the reality that he's making the environment within his family clear, right, to his family, the standards that he's set and what he wants for his family, right, which I think is perfectly fine for him to do. And you're seeing here now where he literally says, which I think is okay to say as well, I think it's okay to say, that I don't know. He says here in a moment, I don't know what I would do. I would imagine it's potentially the first time. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, my phone just went. It's the first time he's probably been confronted with such a question, right? And maybe it's the first time he's really had to think about it and been pressed on it. Because you see, Liam here is not letting him out very easily. And it's been the one instance where Liam has seemingly, in this interview, seen what Steve has said, pulled it back, refocused it, so put it back on the focus that he wanted it, which would be good for the viewer. Pulled in a personal anecdote, which is actually, somewhat credible and relevant, and then use that to try and force a little bit of an answer out of Steve a little bit more. It's actually one of the few examples in this where I think Liam, in my opinion at least, as an interviewer or as a person, the reciprocal in the conversation, done quite well to seemingly try and hold Steve's feet to the fire here.
Question.
It's a big question.
Be honest.
Probably, yeah. Wouldn't be happy about it. I don't think that situation will ever come to play, if I'm honest with you, because I've raised my daughters the right way, like as I said to you a moment ago. So I've put all preparations in place to prevent something like that happening. I also live in an area where there's barely any blacks, so that's a bonus. But ultimately, it's a tricky situation. I couldn't really honestly answer it until that situation ever happens.
Well, the thing is, a man with your views, it's a very horrible question to be asked, because you know deep down what the answer really is, and to say it can't be nice. You'd disown your daughter, wouldn't you?
I don't know, to be honest. This is the thing. Like, you could talk about it, but
this could be your American History X moment.
I wouldn't, because I know that, for one, I would deal with the bloke. It would be gone. It'd be out of the way. It'd be gone. There'd be no black fella around to be the love of their life, because that'd be gone. That'd be dealt with. So there's no vision where I see this ever happening. This is why I can't answer the question. It's like sitting there and going, what would you do if oxygen disappeared tomorrow? But I can't envision that ever happening, so I don't know what I'd do.
Yeah, but hypothetically, if it did happen, but you've already answered.
Again, that's what I see as well. It seemed to me, at least, that the example Steve there gave was a little bit weak as well, because you could easily just say, well, if oxygen disappeared tomorrow, you'd die. You'd suffocate and you'd die. Obviously, that's that's what would happen. So I think that's just where this is. It's almost like the father in him came out there, right? That's almost what it's like in this instance. The father came out in that moment, feeling that he was seemingly protecting his daughter, right, from what he would perceive is a threat or something that is not good for her, right? Which is a father's duty. I'm not speaking as a father in this instance because I'm not one, but it's one of the responsibilities that they would be given, is to do what they feel they need to do to protect their family, right? So yeah, you can understand why Steve would feel a little bit up against it there, but until he's confronted with that reality, I suppose you could say he doesn't really know what he would do. He's seeing there that he seemingly does have a very good idea of what he would do, but sometimes I suppose you don't know what you would do until you're confronted with it. You know, there's many examples you could pick from where, you know, the minute people are confronted with something, they instantly change. Or the minute they hear something about something, they completely change. Steve talked about, for example, when he was on the space with Lawrence Fox, that many then people instantly change their position. Sometimes they just need to either be confronted with something, or, you know, they're confronted with a difference of opinion, or confronted with the situation that they've always said, this is how I'm going to handle it, but then in the moment, maybe they act differently. I don't know. Point being, though, is that people are going to seemingly grill Steve over this, is that for whatever reason, who is seemingly to tell him how he can run his family? Who is to tell him how he can run his family? As long as he's not, I said, being abusive, you know, neglectful, you know, or anything like that. Who's to tell him how to run his, you know, who's to tell him how to run his family and stuff like that? Bring it back up on screen now.
I'm not going to press you anymore. You have said that you would disown
you. Probably would. If she came home with a black man, I would not be happy about it. But to say overall disown as in never speak to them again in my life, that's a big thing that I probably wouldn't answer on a podcast, no. Like in terms of a final
Which is understandable.
Answer.
Have you seen American History X?
Yeah.
Do you reckon you'll ever have an American History X moment where you think, shit, maybe I got it wrong?
The true ending of that film actually was meant to be where he shaves his head again and he goes for it. That was meant to be the original, but the actor sort of bailed out from it.
Is there a scenario that could ever happen, you think, that would make you change your mind?
I can't speak on that. I've never seen American History X or the end of it, so I can't speak on that. Maybe you guys in the chat can let me know.
No. I know what's at stake. The future of our people is more important than any personal grievance I have, any personal alliance I have, or anything. It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant what your problems are. It's irrelevant what my problems are. Everyone else. The future of our people is all that matters. And it doesn't matter if some nice Indian guy saved my legs. That doesn't help the future of our people. That just helps me.
And why are you so passionate about preserving the country's identity? And why do British people mean so much to you? Let's tap inside your heart now.
Because there are people. I care for my people deeply. My children, I have 3 daughters, and they are going to grow up into this country. They're going to have families in this country. They're going to have careers and so forth. And all of the people that I want around them, I want them to be my people. I'm not saying all of our people are perfect. We have plenty of our own wrong-uns, but we deal with our own wrong-uns. The foreigners do not belong here. They're not the same as us. They're completely alien to how we live. Sure, there may be the odd one or two that can sort of blend in to some extent, but they still stand out like a sore thumb when push comes to shove. If it's, say, Pakistan versus England, they're going to cheer for Pakistan during the cricket. Just silly little things like that can make them as another as it is, let alone the fact that they're actually Pakistani. So I care about the future of our...
Also, never mind the fact that obviously a lot of these people, they hoist their flags above our buildings. You know, they openly declare themselves to be not British, and if you say that they're British, they'll take it as an insult, right? Or at least they won't take it as a term of endearment. They don't want to integrate or assimilate, right? Then you have he said the question was, why do you care about the British people so much? Well, and this is the thing, I think it gets back to that little bit of discourse we had earlier, and talking about, you know, emotions and political realities and stuff like that, is that ultimately, especially on a nationwide scale now, if the British people don't look out for the British people, who's going to? It seems that they have nobody else to look out for them, really. The next biggest person that seems to be looking out for the British people seems to be, you know, sorry, I was just checking the chat over the other side. Seems to be figures like you know, the next one I can see who's calling for like investigations into rape gangs or whatever else it is the American government, it seems. And they've recently just put out a thing where they said that South Africa is not invited to the next G20 summit or G20, whatever it is, in Miami next year because of the ongoing genocide against the white South Africans. And they refusal to even acknowledge it. We've seen, and I've hammered this point home time and time again, I understand a lot of the people who are tuning into this for the first time may not having an understanding of the entire backlog of episodes that I've done. That if we don't look out for ourselves in terms of our politics, in terms of demographics, in terms of all manner of other things, in terms of our culture, which ultimately stems from the people, nobody else is going to look out for us. Nobody else is going to look out for us. I'm with Steve. Just look at the grooming gangs, knife crimes, black gangs, terror attacks. Yeah, especially many of these areas. And we've seen, I covered this before, that black individuals are very overrepresented for the percentage of the population. You know, in some things, they could be as high as 2 or 3 times the percentage of the population that they make up in terms of certain crimes or whatever. It depends on what sort of specific crime that you're looking at. We certainly have serious problems. We certainly have serious problems. And the reality is, as Steve said earlier on in the interview, is that we're not just dealing with people coming straight across and doing this. We are dealing, sadly, with many, many descendants of these people. We are dealing with many, many descendants of these people, you know, 2nd, 3rd, 4th generation, which is what makes these issues a lot more complicated, right? But yeah, the sentiment here, it tells you a lot. That if you have to ask who's gonna, or why do you care about the British people so much? If that's a question that ostensibly a British person is asking, if that's the question that a British person is asking, then what do you what does that tell you? What does that tell you?
Our people, I know what sacrifices have been made by our people to create England as it is today. And the fact that our people are just letting it go and betraying all of our ancestors just makes me truly sick, because this is not what they fought for. This is not what they visioned as a future of England. Like, this is not the England they visioned. This isn't even England. Like, if you look around and anywhere you go, it's just foreigners everywhere. There's vape shops, there's kebab shops, there's Turkish barbers, there's foreigners selling drugs on the end of the street, there's foreigners raping some kids down the road and stuff. Like, everywhere you go, it's just not England anymore. And that's because there's too many immigrants. Like, you can beat around the bush, but that's the simple fact.
Well, I'd agree Absolutely. With you there. But there's not just too many immigrants, there's an obscene amount of immigrants, far too many, an astronomical level, totally out of control, and it's fucking embarrassing. I mean, I love the country, I love the people, same as you. I feel very, very embarrassed of our government being our representatives. I mean, I really do. I mean, I loathe Parliament. The people in there that are so detached from the likes of you and me, I just think, how have we got into this mess? Have you ever been abroad on holiday to a country outside of Europe?
Yeah, I've been to Turkey.
Oh, blimey, but that's almost 100% Muslim.
Hated it.
Did you?
Yeah.
What did you dislike about it the most?
The food's crap. The people, they're just like, it's like a whole country of kebab people. Like, that's the only way I can explain it. Like, you know, when you go in the kebab shop and like they're like, hey, boss, blah, blah, blah. It's just that everywhere. And it was just like, oh, it's not for me. Didn't like it.
Are you chili sauce or garlic sauce, man?
I don't really eat kebab. I used to when I was younger. When I go to the pubs and that, I used to have chili sauce and that. But now I wouldn't eat kebab now.
Then you had your fucking racist epiphany and you thought, right, that's the first food.
That is when I first heard that some little girl got pushed into a kebab and chopped up from all the Pakistani rape gangs. And then after that, I was like, no.
And a lot of people won't be able to argue with that, and they'd think, fair play.
For those of you who may not be aware, that's the case of Charlene Downs. Charlene Down's a young girl who was groomed into these Pakistani rape gangs, and reports have seemed to indicate that she was murdered and chopped up and put into kebab meat in a one of these quote unquote restaurants. Yeah, that'd be enough to put you off that next doner, eh?
Just disgusting. You don't know what's in that meat. You don't trust the people serving it. Like, it's just no.
Yeah. See, there's things that I can't argue with, even if this was a debate, because the crime against humanity, the crime against children, the crime against our culture, it's off the Richter scale, and I can see why people are leaning more towards your viewpoint, because things are so out of control now. The pendulum's gone so far that way that people are happy to go completely the other way. And there's probably, as Piers Morgan, someone mainstream ever not said, right, I want to have a head-to-head with you?
No. So I had Louis Theroux team reach out to me back when I used to do the dinghy stuff, but I said no because I've watched loads of his documentary things, and they're obvious stitch-ups, and I was only 2 years into my activism back then. I was like, no, it's just not happening. But other than that, no big names really, no.
I mean, you've done a great job of being exactly who you are, which I'm very grateful for. That was the deal. But we'd never edit this to make somebody look worse or better. It's just like, if this is what you're saying, this is your answer, we're not going to doctor it, and I'm also not going to edit.
What's not true, Ian? What's not true? I just saw you put in the chat that something's not true. Is that the Charlene Downs thing you're talking about? What's the bit that's not true?
I'll never do to make myself look better than what I am. It's like, well, I am who I am. I've got plenty of people that dislike me.
Yeah.
Even your lot don't like me. It's like, fucking hell, can't win.
Your lot hate me.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see. I mean, the thing is, I've never really had a massive discussion. And with X, because it's such a toxic platform, but I'm very grateful for it, because it allows voices like mine. I mean, I was completely and utterly fucking censored just through my views. And I think you called me a liberal. So Elon Musk has now opened up that door for people to speak freely, and I think, well, you should be able to listen to people's views, because you'll never know what they're capable of if you don't know what they're saying or thinking. I think.
What's that, Ian? Truth is cool. Yeah, absolutely, completely agree, completely 100% agree. What was the bit that you were saying wasn't true though? What was the bit you were saying wasn't true? Was it something that I said? Was it something that Steve said? Was it something you were referring to in the video or me? Just let me know. Just let me know, man.
I think the shutdown of free speech is one of the most dangerous things you could possibly do to a nation. I mean, you look at Anjem Choudhury. Imagine if he'd have been completely... I mean, he shouldn't have been allowed to fucking hate preach on our streets. I mean, Jesus Christ. What the fucking hell was the country thinking then? But I'd still like to have seen him have an X platform so people could see just how radical this piece of shit is and get him banged up sooner than he was. I mean, Christ, imagine how many people he's responsible for converting and radicalising.
This video was created by AI.
Shut up.
On X, which I'd imagine is the only platform you're going to be allowed on. Is there anybody out there that you'd like to debate?
Well, I want to debate Tommy Robinson. I'm probably arguably one of the largest ethno-nationalist accounts in the UK. He's arguably the biggest civic nationalist in the UK, if not the world. He's very confident on his position, which I believe. I know he's your friend, so I'm going to go easy on what I say. So
this we agreed on also.
Yeah.
I'd never have a friend of mine bad-mouthed in front of me.
Yeah, no, I understand.
I'd like to see that. I'd really like to see that. I think that would be a really, really interesting clash of ideas, for sure.
No, exactly. But to answer your question, yeah, I very much like to debate Tommy. I think he's leading our people down the garden path to nowhere. I think he knows this as well. I think he may have started with the best intentions, but I believe civic nationalism will lead to our people being replaced, and it needs to be addressed. That's all I'll say on it.
Yeah. The thing is, mate, like you've said some fucking wild things, but you're not an unlikable bloke.
So I'm not horrible. Well, I'm just telling you what I think.
And you've explained the reason why you feel the way you feel, and I suppose there's no flexibility with you. You've seen rapes and murders and crimes and scary stuff coming from foreign people, so in your head it's a lot easier just to expel them all.
It's not just the rapes and murders, it's the future of our people. This is the priority. our people are going to become a minority in our own homelands. And to understand what that means is we're going to have no control over our destiny. That means we're not even voting our way out of any of the problems. We're not even going to be able to have the strength if there was a civil war to be able to get ourselves out of these problems, because we will be a minority. Sure, we may be the largest minority for a small amount of time, but all of these other small ethnic groups, they're not going to ally with us if things go tits up. They're going to ally with the other foreigners. Like, all the Africans are going to stick together with other Africans, and the Asians are going to stick with other Asians, and so forth. Like the Bangladeshis and the Pakistanis and stuff will go against the Indians, and so forth. So you have all of these problems.
Good point.
And they're escalating. And our people, if we're a minority, we have no control over our destiny. We have no control over our future. Our people have no representation. And it's over. It's gone. We've lost England. And it would just be a slow decline. So my solution is remigration, total remigration. That prevents a civil war. My position presents that there ever being a civil war or violence on the streets. And it won't be like a civil war where there's half the country against half the other country. It'd be more like Northern Ireland, where there's cars getting blown up and flats getting burnt down and so forth. And that will escalate drastically.
Hey, Ian, no worries. Hey, no worries, man. I've been having a bit of a... It's kind of gone through my system now a little bit, but I was feeling a little bit from the whiskies I had earlier. So yeah, no worries, man. Take your time. No worries at all. Whereas Dave, deep down, Liam and Tommy know Steve is right. I certainly think there's obviously a lot of credibility to what he has to say, especially with the fact that the one thing that he has been over time, I mentioned this before, the one thing he has been massively over time is consistent. You cannot say that he hasn't been consistent. That's certainly one thing that you can't say he hasn't been, whether you agree with him or not, right? You know, on certain things, or whether you disagree with him or agree with him on certain things, you certainly can't say he's been inconsistent, or at least seemingly anyway. Charlene Downs, so it was CHARLENE and then DOWNES. As apparent, that's the name of the girl that was. There's been several news reports written that she was ground into the kebab meat, allegedly, after being taken in by these gangs and so on. Absolutely horrific story. I've spoken to several people that were down there who have had correspondence with the family. As far as I know, she didn't have a very good family life either. Her father was not good. Not a good family life whatsoever. And she ended up then falling in with these people. And now she's no longer here. This was a good while ago. I can't remember exactly when it was. But apparently she got murdered and then was ground up and put into the meat and so on. That's what there's been many news reports written about it. I can't remember exactly what news reports, but when I've spoken about it on the podcast, I've linked some of the news reports down in the description. I can't remember the numbers of the podcast off the top of my head, but yeah, that's allegedly what happened anyway. Oh man, there's been a lot of news reports written about it. There has been a lot of news reports written about it, so I don't know. Like I said, I don't know if anybody's ever been convicted for it. But it certainly, she's not the only girl that has been murdered. It would seem there was Becky Watson as well. I don't think she suffered the same fate, right? The same alleged fate, right? But yeah, I would, when you read the excerpts of the gangs and stuff like that, and how brutal they were and the things that they put those girls through, it wouldn't surprise me. It wouldn't surprise me at all.
Without remigration. So they're the problems at hand. Sure, the rapes, the murders, the thefts, the assaults, all of that is a huge problem ongoing, but it's still a minute problem compared to the overarching problem in the corner as we're being replaced in our homelands.
And in regards to CivNats, do you hate them because they don't follow your script?
No. See, I don't hate the Civ Nats. I do very much dislike some of the leading civic nationalists who understand what's at stake and they still push it. I do very much dislike those people. Hate's a strong word. So I don't use it too often. But I would very much say a lot of them are misguided. A lot of civic nationalists are either scared of being called racist, they're scared to say what they truly think in case they get their jobs, in case they lose their jobs. So the civic nationalist position is the safe position. Oh, I want the immigrants gone, but only the illegals and the criminals. And inside, I really want them all gone, but I'm not going to say it because I'm scared. Or for whatever reason, there are people who are generally civic nationalists and love it, and that's mostly because they've got skin in the game. Their best friends are Jamaican, or they've got a mixed race nephew or something. So there'll be people with skin in the game. You can never win those people over. I'll never be able to win those people over. They will always see me as the enemy. But the people in between who are just misguided, that's the audience that I need to bring over to our position from my perspective, because they are the ones that are open to our position but not quite there yet and need a bit of guidance.
And out of interest, and you can be as ruthless as you like, man. I mean, you know, you've said this is political, not personal, and I'm fine with that. I've got thick skin. So if you bear in mind the conversation we've had today, and I've given you some insight into where I'm at, you know.
Yeah.
Footlong, Xavier, Lawrence. I mean, there's a lot more than that. But I've given you examples, and I'm in favour of them staying with me. I'd never want them deported. I don't want any new foreign migrants coming in as of today. I don't want anybody from outside of Europe coming in until we get our shit together. I'm trying to think what else I would have said that would have given you a good idea of sort of where I stand on the whole situation. But you put me as a civnat. How would you perceive me? Be as honest as you like. I will not take it personal.
So I don't think I'd ever bring you over to my position. Someone like you, I don't think I would ever bring it over. I would see you as a civic nationalist who's got skin in the game, who've obviously got friends that are foreign. You grew up around foreigners, so to you that is the norm. So you wouldn't want to see these people deported, and I very much suspect that you'd be the sort of person that'd fight against people like me if it ever came to deporting them. You would choose their side over ours.
What about as a human being? Do you quite like me, or do you think I'm just a fucking ignorant?
No, you seem sound talking to you out.
I wanted to pause it there. So I think that's where I'm not sure, because I think Steve there, the one interesting thing that he said was like people he wouldn't be able to bring over. And I think you could argue, based on what I said earlier, to bring it up again, you could argue that I have based on what I said, there's a very, very, very limited amount of skin in the game, you could say. However, I think you will have a certain amount of people that will understand the political reality, will absolutely understand the political reality, and if it was to come to it, would understand the reality that Steve is posing. You'd be able to put those emotional, whether it be the, friendships or whatever it is, aside. I think you would have a certain amount of people that would be able to do that, and that it might be a case of they might not like it, but they understand the reality. They understand the reality that the target is on the British people's back for demographic replacement, and that we're all just at different stages of it. In many areas, like in England in particular, some of the cities started to creep into Wales as well. You're in basically full-blown reclamation, i.e. cities, towns have been conquered, they've been taken over, ethnically cleansed and colonized, and they essentially need to be reclaimed. Then you have many other areas where either the problems just aren't as big, or they haven't hit those areas yet, where it's about being proactive, where it's about putting solutions in place that stop it from ever getting that bad. I think for the most part in Wales in particular, which is obviously my main area of concern, is that for the most part we are in times of proactivity, but I do think that we see the demographics changing every day. We see the demographics changing every day. Even people that vehemently disagree with me on politics, even people that are far more to the either center line or even to the further line, whether they see it as a problem or not. People are in agreement that it's happening. I'm like, okay, we need to stop this. We need to stop this. And yeah, I think, because I don't know whether you guys were in the stream before when we talked about how this civic nationalist position is going to rebrand as Christian nationalism and stuff like that. I've been on the record, saying about how that's not going to work, not going to be workable at all, because people will game it. They're doing fake baptisms in these asylum hotels and stuff like that to try and game the system, right? So I understand that. I've called that out many times. I've called out, the church, seeming like the Catholic Church, for promoting the demographic replacement of Western nations. I just think that some areas of the country are in different stages, and as a result, they just need slightly different solutions, but all geared towards the same political, philosophy or underlying concepts, if you will, that guide that. And that the acknowledgement that either restoring or preserving ethnic homogeneity is extremely important. I don't think anybody can doubt that. Whilst my plan moving forward, keep trying to learn more. Ultimately, I was on a bridge with some activists today. Okay, so some of them were in the chat earlier. Some of them were watching the stream with me earlier. I believe they've gone off now. And we were having a great time with, been in the game for a long time, trying to learn as much as I can from them, get involved with politics, because ultimately it's our duty to, right? Try and understand more about the scale of problems that Wales faces in particular, because I do not think our government is being forthcoming with the scale of the problem, and with how many people have, for example, been led into the country through England, through legally, and have come over to Wales. That would be massively informing my perspectives a lot more, and my opinions on things, some things that I've changed, some opinions on things that I've brought up here now might change. Could very well do. Ultimately then would just be to keep highlighting prominent news stories. I suppose that's mostly what I do outside of the actual, if you want to call it activism or whatever, is that I just cover news stories. I cover news stories and I think people is important to know. So when I'm doing just standalone political commentary, talk about anything that's interesting and I feel people need to know, talk about whatever stories have interested me, and if I'm browsing through X and I want to highlight clips to highlight what we've got in store, right, if we don't solve these problems, right, just keep doing more and more and more, just try and raise awareness. I think that, as Steve said earlier in the conversation, as Steve said earlier in the interview, that people are sleepwalking into this. We're sleepwalking into demographic erasure, and then by that extension, cultural erasure as well. and that the attitudes that many people have had ingrained into them through public school system, through the enforcement arm of the state, just the police, and through legislation, that more awareness needs to come so that people can essentially unite behind changing those things that have enabled these kinds of problems, and understanding that, as you pointed out, that there's going to be emotions, I suppose, that you might have to reckon with, and understand what sort of needs to happen politically. As I mentioned very early on in the conversation, or very early on in this recap, that the rights of the British people, in fact, let me come on screen. The right to the British people have been trampled on for generations, and the question then will be, is that okay, and do we have to stand for that? And should we stand for that? I think that's the premier question. And obviously then if we say yes, which I'm not saying that's my answer, by the way, if we say yes, then that means as though we're perfectly content to let the overruling of our grandfathers, great-grandfathers, fathers' democratic rights happen, and by extension ours and our children's, as this speeds on more and more and more. And if we say no, then the number one question we're going to be dealing with is the demographic question. And I guess that is... I don't really know how to deal with that. I suppose other than there's going to be a lot of people that are going to be not only incentivized, but probably not just incentivized, but made to leave and go back to the lands where they would be native to. And that's just the reality. Emotions aside, you know, personal friendships and whatever aside, I suppose we deal with the bulk of the problem. We deal with the obvious problems, which is not just illegal immigration, but the foreign enclaves that are set up inside our countries. We deal with them as a matter of priority, and then I suppose where we can decide where to go from there, I suppose. But that will be for the political minds at the time. Who knows who knows what we've got in store for 2029 in terms of governance. Who knows in 2030 something, in 2034 or whatever, or if there's an election sooner than that, who knows, like a snap election or whatever. Maybe you could be seeing, if things get worse and worse and worse and worse, you might be seeing a Steve Laws led government or whatever. And then ultimately it will be whatever happens from that point onwards, that the ramifications of that won't be known, whether he's looked back on fondly in history or whether he's looked back on negatively in history, until probably long after he's dead, and probably long after we're all dead. Right? A lot of the central points of where these problems stem from are involving individuals that are long dead. So you had World War II, Neville Chamberlain is dead. what's his name? Winston Churchill's dead. All these other big figures are dead, right? It's what happened at that time and the ramifications that it's had long after their deaths that cause us to look back on them fondly or not fondly. I suppose we're going to have to wait for that to happen. But certainly the main question that people are going to have to ask themselves is that, that's why I hold the government chiefly responsible above all else. Was it okay for successive governments to trample all over the British people's rights? I think the answer to that should obviously, at least in my opinion, be a firm no. Hey, no worries, man. No worries at all. Honestly, no worries at all. Hey, when drink is involved, we say things, I've been there. And if anything, bro, I appreciate I've never been put in this position before. This is the first time I've ever gone live, for a start. But it's the first time where I've ever had to articulate these in a public forum. And I usually talk to myself a lot anyway. To try and work through things, right? It's just a thing that I do. And the one thing that you said where like I seem likable, that's one thing where no, I don't like the feeling of being, at least for the most part anyway, if it's people that I care about, and the Welsh people and the British people that I deeply care about, I like being liked. It's one of the things I've always put a lot of weight on. But no, I appreciate it, if anything, because I'm coming out in a public forum, and I should have my views, my ideas stress tested, even by people that not only are opposed to me, but people who are seemingly on the same side as me, but are making sure that I'm being consistent and I'm real. Because I spoke with Joe Marsh. I don't know if you're familiar with Joe Marsh. I interviewed him for the podcast. He's a Welsh nationalist activist. And he said before that he's been, speaking with people, and he was the target of a BBC undercover sting. You have to be extremely careful with who you associate with nowadays. I fully understand that. And I suppose the best way that I can do it, the best way that I can show that this is at least exactly who I am, and if I have things wrong, if certain opinions or whatever don't make sense that I have, that people can call me on that and show me that, then that's beneficial for me. Tuffs is a traitor. I like to give people the benefit of the doubt a lot of the time. Like Steve said, he's got skin in the game, but yeah, I can understand why people would think that. Especially then when you see him and Tommy going out to Israel and praising Israel for, being pretty much near enough an ethno state, it would seem. I think they're like, what are they? How much percentage like Arab are they or whatever? I don't actually know. I can't remember. Is it? I don't know. I've heard people say this like 20%, but I don't know. They get accused of being apartheid and all this stuff. I don't really know. But yeah, the one thing you can say with Liam though is that he give Steve a platform. He gives Steve a platform which seemingly not many people are willing to do. Many figures like Steve anyway. He gave them a platform which many of them are not willing to do, especially on the civic nationalist side. Lawrence Fox did briefly, and then seemingly never heard from the two of them, never interacted again. At the very least, Liam sat down for some dialogue, even if it does seem that it's gamey and it's trying to get gotchas and all of this stuff. He didn't approach it the right way, in my opinion. And yeah, you could say that the political aspect is certainly a problem, because ultimately the biggest thing is if it's taken to its logical conclusion, it probably will result in the in the replacement of the British people. Another prominent figure with seemingly similar politics to Liam, although Liam's not a Christian, obviously, is Ricky Doolan. And in a debate with Laura Towler that he had before, I've talked about it before, I think, he basically said that he didn't think there was any such thing as a native British person. That's ultimately where that line of thinking leads, which is obviously then going to result in a native British replacement. So I can understand fully why you would say that. We hope that Liam at least is genuinely taking the perspective on board, even if, and at the very least he's giving them a platform. But yeah, Ian, no worries at all, my friend. No worries at all. If anything, we'll have a beer. We'll have a beer. It's on me. It's on me sometime in the future. We'll have a beer, my friend. Or a wine, or I don't know, whiskey or whatever. I've been on the whiskeys tonight. So whatever you drink, my friend, it'll be on me. No hard feelings whatsoever. No hard feelings whatsoever. Do some more talks like this. It's good. It will get loads of watches. I can only hope so. At the end of the day, I'm only offering it out there because I feel that talking about this is extremely important. The government doesn't want you talking about it. The government doesn't want you talking about anything to do with this. Not even anything to do with anything that's not deemed politically correct, right? They don't want you talking about it because talking is a way of thinking. And if you're not thinking about it, then they'll just push all of the initiatives that they want. That's ultimately the way that I see it. Chiefly, I view the government responsible for the disgusting traitors that they are. And that's who need to be held to account above all else, because they've enabled all of this stuff. If they'd done what they were supposed to, we'd never be having any of these conversations. If they'd done what we were supposed to, we wouldn't have had Pakistani rape gangs, wouldn't have mosques everywhere probably. We wouldn't, we'd probably still have Rhodesia, right, if we'd done what we were supposed to. But yeah, the interview itself is nearly finished now. But yeah, we'll have a drink, my friend. Ian, we'll have a drink, my friend. No hard feelings whatsoever. Thank you for this, mate. I really appreciate it. Anyway, last 5 or so minutes now of the conversation itself. But yeah, thank you for tuning in with me, guys. This has been an extremely long stream, nearly coming up to 6 hours. I felt time has flown. Time has absolutely flown, right, for me. So I really, really appreciate this. And I appreciate you guys' input. I really, really do. And thank you for staying with me. We're nearly there now. It's late in the day, long in the tooth. We're nearly there. We're nearly there.
So I'd noticed him sounds like, as a person, like I said to you, politics aside, like I talk to you friendly,
what's being said,
but
right,
if we're talking politics,
guys. I know you guys can. Right, bear with me 2 seconds. I hope that this doesn't fuck everything up. Right. Say a little prayer. Hope that this doesn't fuck everything up. Okay, I hope I'm back. Sorry guys, I had to unplug my thing because it wasn't coming through. The audio wasn't. I'm just gonna double check. It does this glitch from time to time. OBS does this really weird glitch from time to time. There we go. Okay, it's working now. Sorry about that, guys. So here we go. Here's the last couple of minutes.
I'm talking to you outside, notice him sounds like, as a person, like I said to you, politics aside, like I talk to you friendly, like, but if we're talking politics, then yeah, your politics is a problem to me. And I'll be honest with you, I generally think your politics is leading people to nowhere. And if it's encouraged, our people will be replaced.
Yeah, because I know how frustrating it is when somebody isn't on the same page as you. I mean, this is a very extreme example, but I'm asking a guy who's, the Refugees Welcome Brigade, completely doesn't know the difference between an economic migrant and a refugee. No one's fleeing no war. There's no war in France. And I'm saying to him, there's a population of 20,000 people in Crowborough. This video's recently gone viral. He's there protesting against the protesters. And I've said to him, what's it going to take for you to realise that mass immigration of illegal men is a bad idea? And I went through scenarios and I cut to the chase and said, what about if your daughter was to get raped by one of those men in that army barracks? Because they're housing them in army barracks in Crowborough. Well, I wouldn't politicise it. I said, it sounds like you're making excuses. I said, okay, Your daughter's been raped in front of you. You've seen it with your own eyes. Would that change your stance? He wouldn't budge. So then it was very difficult. That's no longer politics for me. That's now personal. That's like, you fucking moron. Like,
if you haven't seen this video, it's absolutely nuts, by the way. It's one of the few videos that I think I either showcased it on the podcast or whatever. I can't remember. It's one of the few interviews or one of the few conversations that Liam done, which seemed to be really well done. He really was giving this guy, I understand why, very emotionally charged situation, and this guy was clearly very committed to his ideological stance, right? But yeah, the guy just would not budge. Like, if, you know, imagine that he was the guy, I don't know if you heard, the 18-year-old, I can't remember how old the guy was, but the girl was 18 years old. There was an Italian couple that recently, a gang of 3 to 5, now 3 people that have been taken into custody are Moroccans. There's potentially 5 people implicated in it, but they have not said anything about the other 2 people that are potentially implicated in it yet. There's 3 people for definite. And they held him down and forced him to watch whilst his fiancée was being raped. And she tried to fight back. You know, she begged them to stop. The article which I read, it's in the Daily Mail. It's literally in the podcast I talked about today, episode number 76, if you want to go and find it. Absolutely heartbreaking story. And the Daily Mail describes how she goes through all of these different kinds of emotions. And I can only imagine if that article had come out and Liam had read it and had literally presented it to him right in front of them, say, this is your daughter and that's you being restrained by this gang of Moroccans, what would you say? What would you say? But this just goes to show, ladies and gentlemen, something completely different, how ideologically indoctrinated some people have gotten. And the question is, how many more examples do we need? We had the hotel, Canary Wharf Hotel, Britannia Hotel, Epping, countless others. There's the actual rape of Britain, which is obviously not asylum seekers, they're all legal immigrants, right? Which is why you can't ignore the legal immigration problem, right? The one rape gang up in Rhyl, which I mentioned before earlier on the stream, which is extremely ethnically homogenous, and there was a gang of, I think it was Bangladeshi, a Sikh, and Bangladeshi might have been in Indian or wherever the Sikhism sort of comes from in the world, I can't remember, and I can't remember where the other 2 were from. None of them were native, obviously. And that's how hell-bent, like, how strong this grip is on people. And it makes you think. One question I want to ask you guys, whether you're in the comments after this stream has ended or whether you're in the live now, is, can we reach these people? Can we reach these people? And if so, how do we? How do you get this guy to see the problem? How do you get this guy to see the problem? Do you show him that, like, is it Ross Kemp? Is it the Ross Kemp video where he says about the what is it, the guys that were saying about, oh, how do you respond if you rape a woman, how they responded to the idea of raping a woman, and they never ever could relate to it on an empathetic level, right? They never ever could relate to it on an empathetic level. It's sorry, I just seen your message. I'm assuming you mean pen pal. I'm sorry. I don't want to upset anybody's wife. I just want to put that out there. That's about it. I don't want to upset anybody's wife. But thank you, man. Thank you. And like I said, we'll definitely have a drink sometime. If to, I don't know, maybe bring you on stream or something and have a drink. We'll make it happen. Either way. Are we able to reach these people? And how many examples do you need? It's a question, will some people ever be reached? I don't know.
I can't even say what I'd like to do to him. So I get how politics can swing very much into, like, this is actually personal because you're just not getting it. So I'm just curious as to where I am on your spectrum of, yeah, it's political, or I could see this getting personal, but I'm not going to start attacking you online after you've been honest enough and good enough, in my opinion, to come on knowing that I'm going to ask you questions that you're going to have to give honest answers to that are going to be very unpopular with a lot of people. So for me, I think, okay, well, I'm not going to take a personal approach. I am going to keep it as political, and, you know, good luck to you. And I hope that you don't get harmed for your views.
Yeah, like, see, this is the thing. If you're coming at me from a political angle and you're critiquing me, I do not care. If you're attacking me personally, I'm just not even going to respond. I'm not even going to acknowledge it.
I'm like that.
Yeah, it's just like, mate, I get this all day long. I don't need it. Like,
what did I throw at you? I get bald, angry, Phil Mitchell. I think, oh, that one again.
I get like, there'd be like videos of me talking there, just like a screenshot of the worst sort of angle you can possibly get.
I was hoping to pause it to get a good one with what he was talking
about.
There you go. Zoom in on his face. Yeah, I've seen no end of that, and it's not an argument whatsoever. Obviously, people used to try and discredit or anything like that. It's not an argument whatsoever. When people get like a really badly timed screenshot or whatever, you know, it doesn't discredit the ideas in any way.
It's you, Steve, but like 1,000 times. It's just like, oh. But yeah, so we all get stuff like that. It doesn't bother me. But realistically, come at me with in terms of political questions and anything you want. I'm not going to hold it against you. Obviously, if you was coming at me with like ulterior motives and stuff like that, then maybe I'd be a bit pissed off. But overall, I'll talk to anyone.
I purely wanted to know how you've come to where you are. You know, what's moulded the man? Who is Steve? Final question: who is Steve Laws?
Father, patriot, self-employed painter, keep myself to myself. If I had my way, I'd be at home just watching the football, enjoy it and playing my video games, just chilling out with the kids. Like, that would be me. I didn't want to.
Now, when I first watched this video, that bit about the video games took me off guard. I can never, there you go, use another perfect example of, sorry, Steve, I didn't mean to pause it here. I'm sorry. Playing video games and stuff like that. I never would have expected that. It's something you never would have expected. The reality is a lot of the people that either have the same or similar views to Steve are just regular people. You know, some as we spoke about before earlier on in the stream, some of the people that are the most critical and most depressed and most angry about the way Britain turned out about today are the veterans that fought for it on D-Day and the veterans that fought for it in World War II. Right? They just regular people. In that generation, obviously, you had 14-year-olds lying about their age to go and fight in the war. But a lot of the people, like who I were on the bridge with and people that I've met on bridge drops and stuff like that, they're just regular people. Either they work in factories or they're self-employed tradesmen of some kind. Painters, decorators, electricians, construction sites, all of this stuff. Or house building, whatever it might be, landscaping. They're just regular people. And I started speaking about it. I'm just a regular person that sees the way that things are going, sees England as a prime example of let's not fucking turn out like that. Not because England isn't good, and by the way, I take all manner of pleasure in telling the English around Six Nations season back when it was interesting to shove the fucking chariots up their arse down the spoons, right? That's just a little bit of a joke. Obviously, I like these little rivalries, and I think we all do. Six Nations is one thing. I think if we know that if things are to continue, we're not going to have anything like Six Nations anymore. Right? If we're conquered and colonized and replaced and essentially genocided by replacement, we're not going to have these things anymore. These little things that we take for granted, not just to mention our lives, freedom, prosperity, all of this stuff, right? In our home and in our only home, but the little things that we take for granted as well, the little Six Nations rivalries and stuff like that, which have some capacity to get heated, and we give each other shit over it and stuff like that. Particularly between the Welsh and the English, I've found in my estimation. But those little things are more fun. They're more fun. They're not going to exist if things keep carrying on. But a lot of the people that have just come to this are simply regular people that see the way that things are trending and like, we need to stop this. we see ourselves going towards that waterfall, right? Like, no, we need to pull back. And if we don't pull back now, we're not going to have a chance to.
Do this. I was forced to do this. I had no choice.
Well, anything you want to ask me before we wrap it up?
Yeah, same question back what you asked me. So what's your personal opinion? Well, what's your personal opinion on my politics? Don't hold back.
No, I never would. My personal opinion on your politics is I think you need to be a little bit more flexible. Maybe spend some time in different towns for long durations of time where there are different cultures that have managed to assimilate over the years. I think we can both agree there's one in particular that's really struggled the most. But I think politically we're never going to agree 100%. A lot of what you say holds a lot of weight, and I can see why you are the way you are. But yeah, I've got no problem with you. Because
Sam?
I don't mind. This is the weird thing. I don't like racists as such, but I don't mind anybody being racist towards me. I don't like collective bullying, so that's another thing I take into consideration. I don't like people ganging up on one person or one group if there's not legitimate reason. But the thing is, because the UK is in such fucking bad shape at the moment, I have to listen to everyone's opinion and find out how they come to their conclusion, because I think a lot of people are confused, scared, uncertain, unsure. They've got families to protect. What's the best way moving forward?
Just before we continue, have you ever thought about how to rebuild civilization from scratch? No?
So, politically, I can see why you're appealing to a lot of people, but for me, it's not quite where I'd ever be.
Do you think it's a generational thing? Because a lot more people are older than me, so I'd say 35 and above, are very more civic nationalists compared to these youngsters. Youngsters that come into nationalism now are very ethnocentric. They understand what's at stake. Do you think it's a generational thing?
It could be. Yeah, it could be.
Sorry, I've just seen your chat. I find it quite interesting. Just wanted to ask more so. Do you think that's a demographic thing? Genuine question. Do you think it's a demographic thing, or do you think that's like some kind of consequence of training and stuff like that? I'm not sure, because I know that different places of the world, different demographics and different religious outlook, should we say, they have a very different approach to training and stuff like that. You can see that when you see, in my opinion, like if you look at the UFC at the moment, Islam Makhachev and Khabib Nurmagomedov, and what happened recently with Dylan Dennis in the UFC, they take things like that very seriously, and it does seem that they either don't have the empathy, or they just, if you're not on like their team or whatever, so to speak, they just look through you as if you're not even there, or not even human almost. So I just wonder if you think that's more of like something to do with the training, or a fusion of the two, or just a demographic thing. But yeah, I think it's a thing with where I trained jiu-jitsu for a while. I haven't any time this year, although I do want to go back. Haven't really had that experience, because pretty much everyone where I train is ethnically Welsh, right, for the most part, or ethnically British, and I don't really seem to have that problem. You have a couple of arseholes in the gym, like, who don't really care too much about your safety when you're grappling and stuff like that. But I have a very limited experience in that regard, but I can understand what you're talking about. I just wonder if you think that maybe that's a consequence purely of the demographic stuff, or do you think that's the training and stuff as well? I can understand what you're saying, especially if you have that 26 years of experience. I can understand what you're saying. The biggest thing that he said there, one thing I wanted to touch on is, again, and this is the biggest thing that I think people are going to realise more and more and more. Steve said that he was forced into it. I didn't actually want to do this. I was forced into it. And that's how a lot of us feel. So that's how I felt when I started this. I felt that I was forced to. For those of you who don't know, I started another podcast before with all my personal training stuff and sports and exercise science stuff. I was talking about scientific studies and all of this stuff. And I haven't updated it in a long, long time. But I started talking about politics more and more and more, purely because of how important it was. I saw how important it was, just scrolling through X seeing the clips of, you know, horrendous things going on, reading the horrendous headlines that were on there, learning then about like the rape of Britain and the rape gangs and all of this stuff. No idea what they were before. This was only the last sort of 2 years or so, I guess. We have, they don't. Fair enough. Yeah, and I certainly see that as well, because you said before that, I said before that there's the certain group of people that I think it was Ross Kemp were interviewing, and they were talking about, you know, the rape of the woman, and that, you know, she might be left with child and STDs and all of this stuff. And he was like, well, what about the effects on her, like her mental health or emotions and stuff like that? And it's just like, they're just looking at him deadpan like, what? There's certainly other areas of the world where, I don't know, IQ was obviously a real thing, and other areas of the world that it's just like, we have, in terms of being in Britain, nothing to gain from association with these parts of the world. We just don't, and I think more and more people are realizing that now. But yeah, I started that other podcast, and I started talking about these things, and that's what then resulted in me getting terminated from one of the positions that I was at. Eventually then that morphed into this, because I realized, holy shit, this is important to talk about. The way I see it, you know, if things carry on the way that they're going, you know, a lot of the industries, a lot of the stuff like that's going to go under. You know, the gym is not going to worry about being a fucking personal trainer or whatever when the country's been taken over, fucking colonized, right? And I'm being put to the friggin' sword, being forced to convert to Islam or whatever. I'm worried more about that than you know, speaking about the benefits of cold water immersion or the negatives of cold water immersion, or muscle hypertrophy training or nutrition or anything like that. It's like, no, this is the important stuff to talk about. And given that we all currently still have the right to vote, whether it's a sham or not, everyone has a duty to be politically active at the very least, and have discussions and be diligent and actually learn things and want to be engaged with them. Yeah, I fully understand what you mean, mate. I fully understand what you mean.
Because I see like your marches and stuff, and I see like a lot of...
Oh, fuck hell, another ad.
The fellas that are with you around your sort of age, sort of.
Sorry, Liam, I'm not watching the ads.
If we do an event, they're all very young.
But you know what? I might keep my eye out for one of your events next time, and if I get the all clear, I'll come and interview a few people. And I'm not going to... Well, you've sat here with me now for over an hour. I've not tried to trip you up. I've not fucking lambasted you. I've just listened to what you've got to say. And I'd happily do exactly the same. But a generation thing, maybe. See, I was of the mind, it's only because I speak to so many people, I always thought that
I don't know about that. I think there's been a fair few times Liam has tried to trip him up here and look for things to try and get clips or to try and trip him up or whatever. I do think there's been a good few times he's tried to look for that. So whether he perceives it or not, I certainly think that there's been a few times he's tried to look for those things.
The young, I mean, my son's not actually. My son's got sort of very similar views to me. But again, he goes down the boxing club and he's sparring with black lads, and they've all got the same kind of mentality. But I was under the impression that the people that are coming up through universities and schools, because I know they're indoctrination camps, I thought they was more steering towards the left. But I've been corrected by several people that have got their eye a lot closer on the ball than me, that the younger generations coming up, they're far more right.
So more radical than I am, mate.
Yeah, maybe it is a generational thing. And for me, as I've grown up, I thought, well, my job now is to sit back, listen, learn and watch. And that's what I'll do. And I'll be keeping...
I tell you what, there's one thing I can say, that the younger generation coming up are at least very well switched on. There's a guy that was on work experience with me one time in one of the positions I was at, and we had political discussions a lot of the time. I think he's only recently turned 18, maybe. I think he's recently turned 18. Very, very well switched on kid. Gave me a lot of hope, especially with how indoctrination factories the school system is in this country. Gave me a lot of hope.
Keeping a close eye on you now, and despite our differences, I hope you've got something out of today. Appreciated the fact I wasn't a complete fucking arsehole about it, so that's proved all of your mob wrong. But I do hope that no harm comes your way, because you're a father, and I do actually genuinely mean that. And I hope maybe one day the people that you want to get to debate, you can debate.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Yeah, I appreciate you getting me on, honestly. Most people wouldn't do it, so like you said, I appreciate that. Give me a fair shot. I can't really argue more than that, to be honest. You asked me before, is there anything off the table? I said, no, just say what you want. So...
And I thank you for that, because it makes my life a lot easier, because I don't want to tiptoe around things. I want to hit the questions head on. You allowed it. You were fair game. So for that, good health and stay safe.
Nice one, buddy.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
And there we are. So that's the end of the conversation then. So I'll leave you guys now in the comments or in the chat or whatever. Or is that you say have I sobered you up? Is that so you said I've sobered you up? Is that how that's meant to be? I hope that that it's just the length of the recording that's done that, and that's not meant in a in a bad way. That was not meant in a bad way. They could go a couple of ways, but yeah, I think it was a lot of good things that were discussed there. I think the main thing is that the demographic replacement is real. I don't think anybody can really, dispute that at this point, and it is a very, very pressing concern. What was it? Jimmy Somerville means good. You're going to have to clarify for me, mate. You're going to have to clarify. I hope. I really sorry. I'm not the most up on these terms. I'm hoping that it means that it's a good thing. So I'm hoping so. I hope so. But the demographic replacement is real. And we've seen that many people in these instances humans are very tribal. I don't think anybody's going to dispute that now. Operate very often in their own groups and will do things for the benefit of their own groups. I think an easy example you can point to, two easy examples in fact, are the O.J. Simpson jury, who in America openly later on said, one of the jurors said that they were going to get O.J. off regardless of what happened for revenge for Rodney King, right? So they openly flaunted the jury process and got, potentially a double murderer off scot-free because they were going to vote, or they were going to then go to the jury on racial lines anyway and acquit him based on the race as revenge for what they perceived as a racially motivated attack on Rodney King. That's one clear example. And the other one would be the recent trial of Ricky Jones, I believe it was, who was tried in a minority area, and despite being on camera, despite calling for the deaths of his political opponents on camera, right, saying these are disgusting Nazi fascists and we need to cut all their throats and get rid of them all, whilst the person in a amnesty high-vis looked on. Was it Google his lookalike? I will know. Is it? Okay, I see what you mean. I'll hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. Is it this guy you're on about? Oh shit, I realise it's cut off at the bottom. Uno momento. I've not done a great job of this, have I? You can tell it's late. This who you're referring to. This who you're referring to, yeah. Jimmy Somerville. Fair play. But Ricky Jones was tried in a minority area, and despite being on camera, he was acquitted. He's literally on camera calling for the deaths of his political opponents, and it seemed as though it's a classic example then where it seems that demography is destiny. And that's why we definitely need to be concerned about the demographics of this country, because a minority voice is the same as no voice. A minority voice is the same as no voice. But yeah, I thought Steve, for the most part, was very principled, it seemed. He answered questions very matter-of-factly. Didn't get taken in by appeals to emotion or anything like this. Stayed on message. for the most part. The only points where I could think of maybe he was a little bit weak were seeming to dodge around the hypothetical that was aimed at his family. But again, it was a question that you tend to see that when it's aimed at something more emotional to you, and when somebody challenges you on something a bit more emotional, your responses change. You tend to have to reevaluate big things quickly in the moment. And yes, the only part, especially when he seemed to dance around it at the start, was the point where he came across like a little bit weak, right? But for the most part, I think it was quite a strong showing, even if you disagree with his views and stuff like that. So I think it would be great to discuss those. So when I go off now, I will be looking forward to reading comments and all stuff like that when I wake up in a few hours, and seeing what the people think, if you manage to watch it and whatnot. If you stay with me all the way to the end, then God bless you. God bless you. But thank you, everybody, for tuning in. I greatly appreciate it. I think maybe we could do more of these things in the future. But yeah, really appreciate you guys who've tuned in. And yeah, thank you to everybody who's left their things in the chat and stuff like that. I really appreciate it. Whether it has been, you know, where we had that sort of you know, exchange before, Ian, but I very much still like to have a beer with you one day, sir. You know, gonna I know, clink our glasses together, and you know, now that I've articulated my position a little bit better and explained things a little bit better. I hope so, anyway. But yeah, thank you very much, guys. I'll give it 1 minute or so now, just before I go, to see if there's any more chats that come in, because I know there's a bit of a delay. I know there's a bit of a delay on the recording, so I'm just gonna leave the chat up on here and wait for about a minute before I go off, just to make sure nothing else comes in. But yeah, I'm going to be doing another one of these as well, probably a bit later on. A debate recap of Laura Towler and Ricky Doolan. I think there are so many things that are important to go over that. As it does appear that Ricky hasn't really changed his position so much. I think it'd be important to go through some of the things that his position would logically lead to. Glad you found you as well, Ian. Glad I found you as well, my man. Thank you ever so much. Glad I found you as well. So yeah, I don't know where you guys are at the moment. If anyone's in the UK, it's 2:32 in the morning. So before the devil wakes up, I'm gonna go ahead to sleep. I got about an hour before he is purportedly to come active, if you will. You know, 3:33 in the morning. But yeah, I'll be able to do more of these again in the near future. Hopefully be able to do more of these again in the near future. Alright, I'll leave you here. Looking forward to hopefully seeing some of you again next time. Have a good morning, afternoon, evening, night, wherever you are. Diolch yn fawr. Thank you for watching. Hwyl fawr. See you next time. And you take care now.